Chainsaw Massacre. Dubstep for baddies.
Estamos ready, we tripping en Gucci y en Fendi, con modelo y botella de Henny. Estamos duros, la vaina está heavy. Todo el día, todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome en la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Y un saludo especial pa' todos mis haters, que estoy adelante, ya we made it. Si ama la vibra, si ya later, cause now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome en la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger.
Talks louder than my lungs. Make it out and then I'm done. And nowhere left to run, but you're next to me and our time's not over. And nowhere left to run. One day when we leave, will we miss it closer? But you're next to me and our time's not over. And nowhere left to run. And nowhere left to run. And nowhere
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Only 2 playoff spots are still up for grabs. If you win today, you're in. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 5 of Masters Santiago, coming at you live from Espacio Riesgo in Santiago, Chile, for the final day of the Swiss stage. I'm Golden Boy, the current person yelling at you right now. We're joined by Sideshow, and making her first appearance here in Santiago, Chile, is Mimi.
Why did you do that like a wrestling announcement?
Mimi is almost as if you haven't been friends with me for all these years.
Yeah, it's not shocking given the context.
You know.
I think, one, you planning on throwing him through the desk later when he gives a bad take?
We don't have to get ahead of ourselves here. It can happen naturally.
And also, we can still do chair shots straight to the face. You know, there's plenty of options here, folks. All right, now look. This week, we had 8 teams fighting it out in the Swiss stage. We're now down to our final 2 matches before playoffs. So coming up first today, you're going to be treated to NRG, your defending world champions, going up against Team Liquid. And then it's going to be a Masters Bangkok Grand Final rematch between G2 Esports and T1. And don't forget, immediately following today's matches, we're going to be doing the draw show for the #1 seeds who are going to be picking their opponents. You do not want to miss that because I think it's going to be el muy picante. All right. You guys excited for that?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think the teams getting to pick their opponent is such a fun twist, especially when they lose. And with every #1 seed basically being a brand new team, I think it's really cool that they're being put in the position where they have to pick one of the more experienced global teams to face.
No, I get it. You're rooting on the downfall of the rookies.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
It's just a crazy thing to do. Coming in day 1.
Yeah, Mimi shows up, just be like, I'm just praying for everyone's downfall. Speaking of our downfall, because this is going to be a good one. Earlier, Sideshow and I had to settle a little feud because, fun fact, we actually have been engaging in a blood feud for the better part of like 10 years now. So
that's why I'm in the middle. I had to separate them.
That's right.
Wyatt wasn't cutting it.
He wasn't. He was too docile. So that's why we decided to settle the score the only way we knew how, by pumping it.
What?
Hello everyone, I'm here with GB and Sideshow. It is their time at the Red Bull Pump game. 1v1 situation, but I want to do a little quick interview with them. What's the worst thing about Sideshow?
You know what it is? For Sideshow, I hate the way he looks. I hate the way he talks. I hate the way he walks. I hate the way he thinks. I hate the way he dresses. I hate everything about him, but I love him too.
Yeah, that boy can't pump. I'm not losing to a goal player.
Okay, this is gonna be nice. Let's go, guys, let's go. Please go ahead, just get into action. Just let's see who's gonna win this 1v1, 2, 1. Let's go. Keep pumping. You can do this. You can do this, GB. Sideshow, just think about all the worst things that he said to you. Just think about beating him. Okay, let's see what's happening. Who's winning? And 1, 2, 3.
I am el campeón del mundo! I am the campeón del mundo!
Yeah?
How does it feel to know that you lost? And by the way, to the kid on Reddit who made that thread, that was for you, amigo. How did it feel to finally lose? Look at
You're an athletic specimen. I don't think there's any dishonor there in losing to such a peak human male.
You know, these 10-inch pythons.
Yeah. I hope never to see those scenes again.
Yeah.
I think we should just, actually, if someone doesn't mind, clip it, put it on Reddit so we can keep it forever. All right, folks, that brings us today's
do that.
Mastercard
You don't
fan
have to do
poll.
what he says.
You have to do what I say because I'm the host of the damn show. All right, so we have 2 America's teams that are up for elimination today. Remember yesterday we asked you, do you think the CN teams were going to qualify? And a lot of you got that one right. This is another opportunity for you to make your case. Sound off. Is it going to be 0, 1, or 2 players? Scan those QR codes. And also make sure you get involved in the conversation. VCT as well as Masters Santiago. Use the good stuff. If you don't do so, we send it back. What do you got,
Josh, is today the end of the Americas empire?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, it continues.
Okay.
Oh, it's an amazing line. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Because listen, today, Team Liquid, right, they're going to be really facing a big challenge here. They're going to try and knock out one of those 2 America's squads ahead of Masters, though. We had Jen Lee take an opportunity to catch up with the man Nats as well as Miniboo for a quick game of Blank Space. Check it out.
And now it's time for Blank Space. Jen here with Nats and Miniboo. Thanks for joining me, guys. So today I'm going to give you guys a sentence, and you guys can finish the sentence by filling in the blank, okay?
Yeah,
Should be easy. All right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to it now. First one. The first person I told about going to Chile was... You done?
Yeah.
Let's see. Boo and wife. Okay, makes sense. That's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what did she say? Did she say good luck or?
She?
Yeah.
She was happy.
That you're
She's
you're going away?
over here, yeah. But she was happy.
She just wanted some time to herself? Okay. What about you, Miniboo? What did Boo say?
I mean, he was in the venue watching, so I mean, he was happy as well. He was proud.
Did he give you any advice or, you know, good luck charm?
Just good luck and, you know, have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will be watching, right?
Yeah.
Your wife will be watching?
Of course.
I believe.
Why
yeah?
are you even asking?
That's good. Okay. All right, that's good to hear. Now, second question. My teammates always make me...
I don't know how to write that word in English. How do you write laugh? Is that like this?
Look.
But it's from with A.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, so it's the same. Okay.
I also wanted to say the
Let's
same.
see.
But my writing is way worse. Feels like Russian writing though.
Laugh. Okay.
Yeah. We are laughing so much, I think, in the team. Like
It's even for me even too much.
Yeah.
I didn't laugh that much in my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Especially the last weeks, it's just like all we're doing is just laughing.
Really? Okay, who's
Yeah.
the funniest?
Who is the funniest?
Yeah.
I think everyone. We wouldn't
Okay.
be laughing that much.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What about you, Miniboo? Same?
I agree, yeah, like
Okay,
everyone is just like, adding up, you know?
Okay, good vibes going on, good
Yeah.
energy. Okay, next one. I think you're gonna like this one. Play round by round, support each other, and just think about. Does this not sound similar to you, Nats?
Is that my speech?
Yeah.
Actually. But why you remove?
Okay, you said play round by round, support each other, and just think about. Miniboo, do you remember?
No.
No. Okay.
It's just, I just put a random word to make it.
There is no way.
All right, let's see. Massage.
That's too much, right?
What did you say?
Game.
Oh, think about the game.
Is that
Okay.
true? Is that correct?
I have no idea.
But that's my
Let's
sentence, you
check.
say.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
so what is?
But I forgot, so
You forgot?
yeah.
You just make it right, it's your sentence.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's another proof that I don't create it before. I do it in the moment.
Yeah, right. It's not scripted,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
Very creative, you know. Why massage?
I don't know.
What?
It's like motivation, you know, after the game.
What?
Just think about massage.
Okay. Good for you. Okay, last one. If I win Masters Santiago, I will give myself a massage.
Nah, that's too much. That's too much.
Okay.
Wait, that's amazing from you, by the way.
Thank you.
This one was. Wait, okay. This one was actually. You actually destroyed him.
Okay. Now you have to finish the sentence. Is there a list going on, Minifu?
Yeah, he thinks how to write massage. Which kind of massage?
All right, let's see.
Holidays or vacation? I don't know.
Holidays, okay. Where to?
Where?
Where, yeah.
I don't know, somewhere where there is a sun.
Okay. Chile?
Yeah, I might gonna
Yeah?
say it. My wife is not here, so I'm not sure.
What did you say? A good
Completa.
completo?
I think it's a Chilean hot dog.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so I want to try it. So hopefully after the win, I deserve. So I'm gonna try a good completa.
All right. Hope you guys get good completa and
I'm more realistic though. He thinks about hot dogs and massage.
okay. That's good. But
Massage and food.
whatever makes you happy and keeps you high vibe, you know? Okay? Yeah. Hope you guys keep this vibe and this good energy and good luck.
Thank you.
That was great. That was excellent. All right, well, let's go ahead, jump into our first matchup of the day. We're going to talk about those guys right there in the black and orange. It's NRG, the world champs, just had their global win streak broken by HyperX. But near the end, look, I think it's safe to say NRG, HyperX, that was a fantastic game. Mimi, what did you make of it?
Yeah, I think it was the best game that we've had this tournament so far. But I think a lot of it came down to the margins here and how NRG got exposed in some ways for the style they play. They came into Split with this new comp, Vice Solo Duelist, to try and slow HyperX down, counter them out, and I just didn't really feel like that got value. I thought giving up the second initiator, they normally play the double drone comp there, meant they couldn't actually be that proactive on defense, and HyperX just had the right read to get past them, nullify that Vice util. They lose a close match there. They come into Pearl with great prep and get a win in that one. But then again, it's HyperX individuals really pushing them over the line with this double duelist on a close Haven.
Yeah, I agree. I think that NRG started to figure out actually what they wanted to do on Haven. And strangely enough, we were talking so much about NRG's defense and early on with this roster about whether Ethan would really step up to the mark as a great attack side caller. You never hear those kind of complaints anymore because on the attack side, they're really working around the map beautifully. That is a big strength of theirs now.
Yeah, no, we did get an opportunity to catch up with Ethan following the loss to HyperX to get his thoughts in this HyperX player moment.
Hey guys, Ethan from NRG. After a close loss versus HyperX, there was a lot that could have gone better for us and a lot of things that we might have got away with. But they're a really hard team to play, so it's definitely stressful. The last round though, I need to rewatch it back, but he must have just found a crazy timing on me at long. I didn't expect it. Definitely could have won, I think, but that was a crazy ace to close it out.
Oh yeah, this could be the heartbreak. Mistaken to stand tall. Mistaken 3. It feels poetic, and it is.
For my birthday day, we were hopefully gonna win the game, so the celebration could be a little better. But honestly, tournament comes first, and we definitely need some rest. We'll practice tomorrow and get ready for our game the following day.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, look, if there's one team that's set for a bounce back, it's NRG, led by that man right there. And, one of the things that he talked about was how that game had played out in Sideshow. I mean, that was a wild matchup. Mata getting back-to-back aces. Forsaken closing the freaking series with an ace.
The second time this year that he's done that, by the way, Forsaken. No, it's ludicrous. I'm excited for this duelist matchup as well because Mata's doing so much on his own, honestly, against, crazy Minibu later on that we'll talk about.
Yeah, most of field this best playing these double duelist comps where you have a Waylay or a Neon whose whole job is just to make space. And then it's so easy for the Yoru to go in, sweep up, farm on the anti-ecos. But this is the one team where all that pressure falls to one guy. And I think if NRG are going to run it back, try and win another trophy, I think Mata has to be playing like the best duelist player in this tournament if they want a chance to be able to pull that off.
Oh, yeah, most definitely has it in him. I mean, the guy's like legacy already is damn near incredible. I mean, starts off...
I mean, he was the best duelist in Paris.
Exactly. Wins a world championship to boot here. But let's go ahead and hear a little bit more from Mata on his thoughts regarding NRG's run here in Santiago.
People ask me if I feel a lot of pressure after winning champs, but they have it backwards. We are the pressure. Paris final, Fnatic, America's final, MIBR, doesn't matter who we play. When we get going, we run this.
Nice! You're the best, bro! He's so good, bro!
When we were down 3-9 against MIBR, I was just waiting for everybody to wake up. As soon as everyone's energy kind of picked up, it just became very clear to me that there's no way we're losing this game. If I had to describe our team in one word,
Nice! Come on!
resilient. The desire to win is eating me alive from the inside. Like, I just want to win so bad. I'm kind of like greedy. Winning Masters Santiago would cement our legacy as one of the greatest teams of all time.
Hey, and I think many would agree with that, especially coming off of an incredible championship victory, doubling that up with a Masters win for that guy right there. It will just be out of this world. But the thing is, though, there's another story going on. His buddy to the right of him there, Kiko, because the scriptwriters are feeling pretty good right now. They got exactly what they wanted. Kiko, oh, would you look at that? Used to be on Team Liquid there. Mimi, this is a great opportunity for Kiko to not just, you know, take it to his team, but also show them, hey, listen, pick up some new tricks along the way.
It was while we're wearing a Liquid jersey that Kiko started to become a household name. Spent 2 years with that team under Nats as an IGL, and I think from going from a tier 2 player with not a lot of recognition, he grew so much to becoming probably the best player on Liquid last year, which is why NRG went out and headhunted him to complete their roster with Som's retirement.
Yeah, and it made it perfect. The perfect pickup in terms of Som retiring. You bring in Kiko, gives you the opportunity to play double duelist comps as well. Remember, that was one of the big things with Kiko's success on Liquid. Thing is, they actually haven't even been running the guy on double duelist very much. They tinkered with it.
They're waiting for the triple duelist composition to be a thing.
They tinkered with it a little bit on Breeze, and if that's in the pool today, maybe we'll see Kiko come out on that. But he's mostly just been on Smokes, and I think he's going to be looking to absolutely dunk on his former teammate.
But you always hear this team. We talked to Kiko a couple days ago after one of their wins. He was talking about their flexibility, how they're all able to slot into these spots here, and I think that's the part that excited him the most in joining this team. But he is going to be going up against his old colleagues on the other side. One individual in particular that he was looking forward to facing off against. We had Jen catch up with a good old-fashioned Cats reunion ahead of today's matchup.
Jen here, as we're about to witness the reunion of the century. We have the Cats reunion, of course. Now, Nats, what's it like to see Kiko thrive on his new team in a different region?
I mean, I'm happy for him. I think he's doing good in a different team. Let's have a good game.
Now, Kiko, do you ever miss Nats' speech?
Yes, of course. You know, he's leading. He used to lead me into battle every day, but now he's not here, so.
Well, can you give him a speech for today?
He has to go into the battle by his own today.
That's cold. Your response?
We'll see today. Yeah, we'll see today, man.
All right, thank you so much and good luck.
Why does everything that Nat says badass? Like, I don't get it, man. That was cold.
It's just cold already.
You have to go into battle alone today.
I know. It's crazy.
Oh, respect the hustle. All right, now look, folks, despite having a player that knows Liquid inside and out, NRG does have to be a little concerned going up against Miniboo's Neon because, historically speaking, you're actually watching footage from the America's kickoff round 4 when they faced off against G2. And Sideshow, they learned that speed was a problem.
Yeah, they actually got flattened in this game. This was one of them where, you know, G2's historically been a team that's had the edge over NRG, but this was a different version. And I mean, the pace of it. Look at these clips and the way that Jorg is all over them like a rash. Well, Miniboo's exactly that kind of player, and I think NRG will have had to take some serious learnings away from this game.
Yeah, in particular, I think a big issue for NRG was on their attack side. They kept on getting ran down by these proactive plays, and Mata was having to use his hinder and get stuck into these fights before he could actually enter into an execute. And either they lose the round there off the fight, or even if they win it, then they're lacking tools to get into the site. This is a team that really likes being able to run those executes, take that kind of time to work them out, more so than the double duelist teams at this tournament. And that kind of proactivity and aggression really ruined them that game.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the proactivity, though, because let's not forget that we did see an EMEA, clash between Gentlemates and Liquid. I think it's safe to say, Josh, that proactivity kind of bit them in the butt a couple of times.
It was a nightmare.
You were seeing Miniboo kind of just charge into the battle and then end up just losing his life. And at that point, there wasn't really much else that Liquid could work with in those instances.
Yeah, I think what Liquid demonstrated in the game against Gentlemates is that they're actually lacking quite a lot of depth to what they're doing in these maps.
Yeah.
They did seem a little one-dimensional. They were running the same kind of strats over and over, and I think Bind in particular, Gentlemates literally just sat there and waited for Team Liquid to get stuck on the spears. They charged the pike line over and over and over again, and Gentlemates just had to stand there and allow Team
I'm just
Liquid
thinking about chivalry in the game, and everyone's just feeding into the
that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
They just ran it down on defense round after defense round, and Gentlemates ate them up. They completely opened up a blueprint of how to handle Liquid.
Yeah, it really looked like they lost depth. And I think this is the issues you start to see through if you were watching this Liquid team earlier in their run-up in kickoff when they were struggling early on. That last BO5, they win against Fnatic. They come in with new comps, new ideas. They said they didn't even scrim that before winning that series. And to me, it felt like even some of the ideas they were coming in here to Santiago with were also being quickly put together and trying to find a theory that works, but not having the depth behind it. And to me, that really got exposed in this matchup. They've played 15 comps so far this year. That's more than anyone else.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is ludicrous. And I think that just shows you
it's a quinceañera of competition.
Yeah, they've also played so many matches too. And I think you really saw it with the Harbor composition that they were running as well. The fact that they were running the same ult rounds every time they wanted to exec with that. And they had good theory on one half of the map, but not on the other.
Yeah.
They were running an unusual comp. It's a cool comp. But it's just, how much theory can you really put in when you're being tested map after map?
And you saw the differences between how they were playing it, Mimi, versus how G2 had approached it and where they decided to slot in the Harbor. It almost felt like in this instance, it was kind of like hey, this thing's got buffed. Let's see what happens with it, and let's roll with it.
Yeah, I think the defense side in particular looked pretty one-dimensional for them. They were playing so much retake in that half of the map where they're just completely giving up space and not actually using that new tool, that the blind that's now been added to Harbor to actually ever fight or try and anchor on these sites. And in doing so, it was super telegraphed. Mates just kept pounding this B site, playing close as Team Liquid tried to retake, and they got completely cooked in that second half.
NRG is one of those teams that you can't do the same thing that you've shown before. They will eat you alive. Their prep is so good. If they know what you're doing, NRG are phenomenally dangerous to go up against. So I think Liquid have got to come out with new and additional theory, but also they just had 24 hours to cook it up. So
which is going to be really hard to do. I think NRG also is a team that is very good at adapting on the fly out of a timeout for Bonkar. You look at the first match Liquid played against T1, that team really didn't adapt it at all, I felt like, in that game. That was a huge failure from T1 to deal with a new comp that came out against them. And I just don't see that repeating today against NRG.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall task, that's for certain. We were talking about that prep work for NRG. It's part of the reason why they've had so much success, especially this year. But, of course, as we asked you earlier in our Mastercard fan poll, which teams you think are going to survive elimination today?
That's tight.
That is a close one. But, it is a little bit representative of the situation that we find ourselves in with both of our matches here, because I think a lot of people are looking to saying NRG world champs are looking pretty good. Liquid maybe going to be in a little bit of a struggle bus type situation if they don't adapt in time, whereas G2 and T1, the G1 matchup, who knows what's going to happen there, because both teams are playing phenomenally.
I think that one's really tough to call, but also 25% of people thinking both America's teams are going on.
Yeah, I know. Those people are mean. I don't know. That's really...
I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah. You think it's fake?
You know what? You don't buy it?
I don't buy it.
You don't think those are real people?
I'm not saying the poll is rigged. I just personally disagree with them.
Internet theory. Just saying. Anyway, folks, it's time for our 1v1 showdown in skirmish side select. We got Mata and Camo, which, this is an exciting one. And both of these players here really looking to give their teammates that edge, but Camo starting things off nicely here, gets himself one on the board.
Camo was really sharp the last time we saw him in skirmish, actually. He came out with some big uns.
I like that, you know, look, this is a new thing that we're doing this year.
Sure.
But it is a thing that, you know, as we get further and further, I think you're going to start to see people really starting to like lean a bit more into these like critical situations. You need to.
It's like the opening scene of Troy is send out your challenger to define who wins the game.
I do like the differences in the teams that are like, we're going to send our best mechanical player versus the ones that are like, whatever, our coach can do it. You guys go warm up and chill out.
sent Jenny.
Yeah.
Imi was playing for Cloud9. Yeah.
I think every time in Americas he was.
This scenario, though, is an interesting one as we're like, you know, the whole point of skirmish is it gives you a potential advantage in the map veto.
Sure.
And NRG's been in a weird spot where they don't want to play Bind or Breeze. Recently in Americas, they were getting rid of Breeze. And then here at Santiago, they've been getting rid of Bind. Those are two best maps for Liquid. So, you know, Camo's put his team in a pretty dominantly good position there in terms of getting a slight edge.
It is interesting, though, because the Bind has historically been such a good map for Liquid, but they looked so bad in their last Bind game where it looked like they really didn't have any depth on defense. So I wonder if maybe there's a world where NRG wants to leave that Bind open instead of going to the Breeze, but I think it's kind of a similar strength for Liquid either direction you go there.
Mimi, you won't have to wait much longer because we have our maps, picks, and bans. Take it away. I'm just doing things.
Yeah. So this is map selection for TL against NRG. TL won the skirmish, so we start choosing to be Team A or Team B.
We're choosing Team A.
Team A?
Yeah.
Okay, correct. So Team Liquid, Team A, NRG, Team B. TL starts banning a map.
We ban Haven.
Haven, a ban for NRG.
Ban Bind.
Bind, map pick for Team Liquid.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze?
Yes, correct.
Side on Breeze for NRG.
Defense.
Defense. Map pick for NRG.
Abyss.
Abyss. Side on Abyss for TL.
We start attack.
Attack. Second set of bans. TL, we have Corrode, Pro, and Split.
Yeah. Bind it? We ban Corrode.
Corrode. Last ban for NRG, you have Pro and Split.
Ban Corrode.
Ban what, sorry?
What's open?
Pearl and Split.
Pearl and Split. Ban Split.
Split, okay, so Pearl is the sider. Side on Pearl for TL.
We start attack.
Attacking?
Attack, yeah.
Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
Bonka accidentally revealing more than he intended there by thinking that he was second round banning Corrode, which has historically been an amazing map for NRG. He misunderstood what was happening and didn't want to go to it as the third map.
We're not going to read into that, sure.
That is interesting. I would have expected them to want it. I even thought there was a world where they might have picked that in the first round, but stay away. It is interesting to go to Breeze. We haven't seen this since Americas. For NRG, they were playing the double duelist before with that.
Their only double duelist map.
Yeah, with Kiko on the Neon, and I'm curious if they stick to that, give them another shot on that role.
I thought they had some good theory there, but then they got absolutely mashed by MIBR, who, I mean, MIBR are a great team, and they're playing like what you would consider to be the meta comp with the Jet and the Yoru.
And also, they're just a great Breeze team. That's probably their best map.
But you might get a Neon head-to-head here with Miniboo versus Kiko on the other side, which is that is really strange way to begin this series.
Is there any world where they don't do that and keep Kiko on the roles he's been playing predominantly, or do you think it still makes sense to put him on that role?
I do think Double Duelist is so good on Breeze. It's probably the map where I think you're giving up the most by not playing it, but I don't think it's impossible to move away.
You could also see him not be playing the Neon. Like, he could be playing the Jet, for example, which, you know, it would be a bit like going back in time for the guy, but he was a duelist player before he swapped over to Smokes, and he's been playing quite a lot of both, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've got something hidden.
Yeah, I also wouldn't hate to see them play similar to the other maps where they play like the double drone, double initiator comps with like a solo Mata duelist and then like a Astra Viper. I'm fine with that.
I sleep if they play that on Breeze.
But I think it's fine.
Yeah, maybe.
Going into it, I didn't love Kiko on the Neon when we watched it in Americas, but obviously if you watch him in EMEA or previous global events, you know how high his ceiling is on that role. So I think it would be fun to see him get another shot.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out in a little bit, but for now, though, see what the predictions are for the broadcast team. Who's picking who? And whoa, it is a broadcast team clean sweep on match 1, whereas match 2 kind of representative of our poll almost,
definitely.
you know? Not sure where that one is going to lie. What do you make?
I think the second game is the G2 versus T1 game. It's the first one where I genuinely think it
also,
could be a coin flip.
Josh, you're 8-0.
Yeah, it's not going to last today, though. That G2 T1 game, I am not confident in that pick whatsoever.
Oh, okay. I'm confident. I'm always confident. That's why I pick G2 every single time. Never been wrong yet.
But I think the
Except
fact
for every final you've read it.
The fact that all of us have got NRG here, again, shows how much Team Liquid are underdogs, shows that the lack of depth that they showed strategically is a big worry for people, and the fact that Gentlemate set out a blueprint of how you counter that
That
style.
was the thing for me, Mimi. I just saw a team that really could not figure out how to change things up when they needed to most.
Yeah, this is a team who's come in with kind of last-minute compositional changes with good theory to beat teams out. That's what they did against Fnatic. That's what they've already tried to do here, but it failed against Mates. NRG is a team that has so much more depth. I think it's going to take something totally unprecedented for
First time
Liquid to
hearing
take
the crowd,
this.
right? It's throwing you off a little bit.
They're crazy.
Yeah. Get ready because it's going to be awesome, folks. We got 10 seconds to throw this bad boy to walk our teammate or our players out, excuse me. It's do or die. Playoffs is on the line. Day 5 of Masters Santiago starts right now.
¡Ruido porque viene Team Liquid!
Team Liquid have one hell of an opportunity to shock the world here today, but on the other side, they're going up against a team that has trophies on the mind. It's Team Liquid versus NRG. Can Liquid survive the onslaught, or does NRG manage to keep themselves in this competition? Mimi, there is a lot on the line here. Playoffs up for grabs.
It's been so rare to see a Champions winning team not just keep their roster together in its core, but to actually find success after that. I think it's a huge step on that journey for NRG if they can qualify to playoffs today. If they don't, create some question marks of legacy that no other Champions team has been able to answer.
And the difference in expectation, in pressure, is really large between these squads. It's not a surprise necessarily to see NRG in another opportunity where they could make playoffs because of how great they were last year. For Team Liquid, remember, they had to rebuild this team almost entirely, and it is such a credit to Nat's leadership that they're in a position fighting for playoffs again with such less experience on that side of the stage.
Nats is, I think, objectively one of the best IGLs that Valorant has. He's led so many different rosters to this point. But it's been years since we've actually seen him make playoffs. It has been solid, close performances that end in a group stage loss all of last year. You look further back, didn't make a global in 2024. A huge opportunity for him with a fresh team to return to the heights he's hit.
But standing in the way, that man right there, a lot of pressure on Mata.
I mean, if you listen to him, he says he is the pressure.
And I believe it. I believe it. I've never seen a player in my years working as a caster, as a host, across all sorts of games who just comes in with that kind of confidence. Let me tell you, that level of swagger ain't something you're going to find every single day. Mata's that dude, and he shows it each and every time on the server.
But it's rare to see a leader that can bring that out of young players the way that Nats has been able to do with his teams. The success he's been able to bring out of players that have had opportunities before, haven't managed to reach those heights.
What an opportunity for Team Liquid to start off on the right footing here as well. Breeze is up towards the top of their map pool, down towards the bottom of NRG's. If there was ever an opportunity to attack via maps and the strength of those, the comfort there, it would be here to start. And I don't even know whether we're going to see the same comp that we've seen in the past from NRG. It's just not a map that they've particularly been looking to go
This is where
towards.
it goes to what we were talking about before with NRG when we had Kiko up here. He talked about the flexibility of this team, what they're able to do. I will say that is a real danger zone that like Team Liquid could be walking into a potential trap here if they're not careful.
Interestingly, though, this is one of the maps, yes, that Team Liquid still play hyper-aggressively, but I think the map itself is more suited to their play style compared to, for example, Bind, which they play super aggro, but it's unconventional. You know, you really are pushing the map to its absolute limits. Breeze, it fits, it works. You can play these fast, really quick retake styles by pushing out on defense and then get really aggro.
I think the best thing for Liquid in this run to qualify to this event and in their group stage thus far has been how solid their team fighting is. This map really exemplifies that.
Man.
Look at the comps.
It is
a switch-up Kiko returning to that jet for the first time in it feels like a long time.
A very long time. It's been a hot minute. And this is Kiko playing the role that he was famed for by stomping EMEA teams for Team Liquid, dropping 300 ACS, normally on Raze, admittedly, but his jet is nothing to sniff at.
This crowd chanting NRG, they're feeling it, man, and I think they feel like there could be maybe a potential opportunity here for Kiko to show the world why he was that dude on jet.
Yeah, starting on defense too. This is probably the role, the map, the side where you are most set up to have a takeover game. I'm interested to see if he opts. Mata is almost always the opper for this team, but traditionally, jet roll on this map, so damn good for it.
Liquid, though, are going to be fast, they're going to be aggressive, and if Kiko isn't prepared, if he doesn't have as much scrim experience playing this kind of stuff, then that could be something he has to adjust to very quickly. Miniboo is going to be all over him.
Oh, yeah, and let's not forget, too, Kamo on the rear, just making that space, creating those opportunities on the Yoru. He was pretty damn good in that skirmish matchup. Might bring that aim into this one, and that could be problematic here. You know, this is a squad, Mimi, that really at a moment's notice can give you everything, and you won't even know how to stop them.
The individuals are damn good on Liquid. It's stacked against them, but they got the talent.
Let's get this elimination match underway. Send it over to your casters for this one. One hell of a game. Here's Pansy and Hypoc.
And look, I feel like a filthy turncoat, but seeing Kiko on that role, I'm so excited for this. NRG just kind of flipping things up here. Mike, where's your mind going?
I mean, I'm so excited to see the change as well. Kiko, something that we've talked about a lot domestically previously. Here, kind of going against the grain a little bit in terms of their pick, but I absolutely love the switch up here in terms of taking the fight to Liquid, as I said, towards the top of their map pool in terms of top of this new identity they're trying to embrace.
Oh, this is a good one. I think both of us backed NRG here, though, but there is a world where Liquid can activate. I think I just need a little bit more of it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, predictions-wise coming into this, it's awkward to see the performance the other day when they're trying to kind of reinvent themselves, right?
The identity.
The issue was that the switch-up just never came. Really, for me, it's easy to sit here and say Miniboo needs to do better on some of these aggressive plays, but if that's being called by Nats, actually, somebody needs to call a breather, tell them to slow down and take stock of the situation.
Well, let's find out how this looks. Going into the first, it will be Team Liquid on the attack and NRG waiting with 3 on the defending side, top mid.
Kiko here. We spotted out, Nats. Try and make progress here as Liquid try and just drift out through main. Kiko going to open up here. Miniboo down already.
Yeah, this is a tough start. And again, I do want to see how Miniboo slots in with that kind of spacing. And Mada's got a
ton of space.
Very informative too. Again, if you look at where, I don't know if he quite saw
no.
I mean, but he's in such a great position.
Now he hears it.
However, Camero's checked this. Ooh, and Wayne's the one to land it. All right, a little bit of hope there, kind of removing some of that, I guess, checkmate information, but Nats also was working on that A site, allowing this later rotation.
Found space on the other side of Mada, progressing forwards. Nats will be here to greet NRG in mid.
Does he get to slip in? Oh, the smoke's just dropped, and he does get caught by Ethan there, just trying to slip a little bit deeper. Papo! Back-to-back, big damage done, leaving Scuba in a 1v3. Spike is down, so he's got a time limit on this one.
Sheriff, so a chance to open up here, but already revealed.
Look who's in the corner. Wayne waiting. Scuba, your chances. It's a matter of moments. Ooh, that was a little shaky there, but great stuff from Liquid. I thought with what we saw from Marder there, that push through, that would have been enough to pretty much determine the round.
Yeah, I mean, the triple stack towards top mid, Triddle. But again, just leaving a gap. Marder comes forward, and unfortunately, Nats, again, it goes without saying, he's going to find this space. Able to get right behind on A's site and punish that aggression. Beautiful read from Nats. Liquid on the board early on here. And to be honest, low-hanging fruit, sure, but you're looking for some of these aggressive, fast and loose rounds to go in Liquid's favor. You're going to expect them to dust off a pretty bitter loss previously.
And look, I feel like the story of this event so far has been discipline and playing together, not taking silly risks or making silly mistakes. And a round like this, I want to keep my eye towards Liquid. Good positioning from NRG, and it's traded again. Marder and Ethan doing enough damage that it's got my attention.
Look at Nats' HP.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice that. He comes away barely alive, but he's in the right place to catch Kiko if he does take his eyes off the prize. Brock. Next layer of contact towards Camo, who does have the Bulldog, and Nats being the safe pair of hands, making sure that re-aggress towards Elbow is never going to get more than that initial start. And that's good work from Liquid, that nice freeze there, making sure they caught the aggression.
Again, you can see both teams trying to find this space. Lucky to even go away with the round here, considering a 2-for-2. NRG, unfortunately, just can't get to those weapons, capitalize on the further damage, so Liquid with a comfortable start here. Well invested in terms of the Bulldogs here, and obviously Sheriffs to round out for the bonus. No notable old progress here, so won't see anything to convert. I think they're going to try and play an off angle here. Matter again, posturing up.
Yeah, they're so happy to go aggressive, and the timing is just sublime. Great trade for Camo to not let middle basically fall into the hands of NRG, but it's going to spur on the site here. Kiko clean with it. That's Wayne gone. And again, they are working with a couple of Bulldogs here, a Sheriff or two, so it's far from the perfect purchase. So Purple and Miniboo, can you do anything more with this? There's a lot of bodies here, and there is a flank.
Yeah, Scuba wrapping already. Might just catch Miniboo on the corner. Spotted here. They could run him down.
Yeah, and I think they're going to give it a try. Miniboo. Oh, he's still not landed the shot, though, and Scuba, you're not meant to win that. 10 HP, and he is just keeping them on their toes. Purple would love to clear this, but Scuba, massive. The 10 HP hero. No right to be doing that.
We keep 4 rifles as well, so Liquid not able to convert much damage here. Apply further pressure to the finances. That is so ballsy. Swing this. Again, those are the sort of plays NRG need to make. Don't allow Nats to set up early. Nice! So well to find that first onto Miniboo. Yet to get on the board. Again, all eyes go towards him in terms of these new compositions, or this new approach, I should say, from Liquid.
I'm just so excited to see this kind of like Nats, Ethan head-to-head. I think they're both great IGLs in this sort of meta as well. It still suits them somehow both. Nat's brilliant, obviously, and the ability that he's done to be able to bring this roster up to this level already is incredible. But again, on the other side, you don't normally see a team who win champs bounce back and still adapt well enough to new metas and new looks. And again, it's credit to both on this side, but a much more patient round here.
Yeah, Liquid anticipating NRG being a little more proactive here. Maybe just on the back of Nats' purchase. Potentially find a pick somewhere. Drone won't confirm anything towards B. I mean, already a TP sent across by Madder, who's still patrolling mid.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig a lot deeper, Liquid, if they do want to get further info, or they go in blind and hope for the best. Maybe they can put it together as they go in, but they still have the dart, I guess, with Purpo. So, and Brock now noted that's pretty big. They do bide their time. There we go, Miniboo towards site. Great reveal. That is great utility usage, as Miniboo wants to try and work off that. But Scuba's still holding his ground, and Marder never going to let it slip. It's down to Purple and Miniboo, and they are surrounded. Great damage. Liquid finding stability on the site, but Kiko now knocking at the door. Can't take the fight. Miniboo outdoes him, but Ethan. Miniboo's disconnected. There's a 1v1 on the site to be had here. It's a wraparound for Miniboo. And great damage on Purpo. But Ethan still, it's going to be hard to get past or consider Miniboo at this point. He was quick to this. He had a look, but that's not enough to deal with Miniboo. That side take was lovely. What a back and forth there.
I mean, Marta just coming straight forward here when Liquid actually struggled to scale forwards to capitalize on this reveal. It's a crucial kill by Mada to just slow things down here. You see here in the kill feed, everything goes for NRG, but it's actually the response for a few players getting towards the pillar on site.
Purpo's having a bit of a performance already. Again, those couple of kills, really, really key. As you said, NRG kind of won that first wave.
Yeah, definitely.
How's the buy looking? Ooh, a bit shaky now. Light shield starting to be darted across. Scuba gonna get first contact. Miniboo's in, disrespecting the utility, and Scuba put to bed. Miniboo sharp on it today. Directed approach, and NRG with yet to find an ability to slow this down.
We've got the identification on one here. Camo walking this smoke though, up close and personal, shut down.
Yeah, that was risky. But Miniboo still put in some work here, keeps safety on that CT side, and only Marta and Ethan alive. And a lot of damage taken for Marta.
Ethan on a stinger as well.
One enemy remaining.
And it's just a checkmate, man. He's got you all day. Okay, 4-1 Liquid, you got my attention here.
Rolling that same execution once more, going to force an adjustment on the side of NRG. Again, Mada here having to utilize a much earlier TP.
Oh, that pathing.
Yeah. Miniboo does really well to find Scuba fast enough where it creates that panic, right?
Yep.
Said, unfortunately, previous round, Mada's exploring towards me, and he's got the TP all the way towards backside. I have to switch that up now. Maybe consider a different rotation here, and potentially why we're seeing this timeout called so early on from NRG. Like I said, carbon copy of the previous late round piece. Scuba obviously trying to snake bite down, but doesn't really apply much pressure to Liquid on the way in. So Coinbase win condition coming out of this timeout for NRG. Obviously, do some damage here, stop Liquid from building up any sort of momentum and a cushion in terms of the finances, because these first cycle of ults are going to be crucial for Liquid.
Speaking of Liquid, we were kind of looking towards that spacing and the ability for Miniboo to access these sites, and then who's behind him? Where's that next punch coming from? And I think we're seeing it in the form of Purpo here. I think we're really seeing him, one, set Miniboo up very nicely towards his site takes. Good adaptation and kind of that route change from Miniboo was lovely. But Purpo's right there. There's no fear to the way he's approaching these sites, putting himself right into the mix. So lovely to see that little combination in play.
And Purpo's one that, in terms of criticism, he's been very hot and cold, right? But
yep, when he's hot.
The hot is. Yeah.
Oof. He's a scary player. He really is, and he has been for some time. But yeah, when you see it against big boy teams in big boy games, it gets a little bit scary. Now Nat's going to go farming today. At least hope to. 5-play stack towards the A site for NRG. All eggs in one basket.
Middle will be wide open here. Liquid still conscious. There's a trap in place. For the wall to come down here. Mada, I guess we'll get contact early enough that somebody else can swing onto this angle, but I would argue the range is just going to suit Liquid down to a T.
Yeah.
Actually, Purpo will catch it. Yeah, spot here.
I think that's Ethan who got caught. Maybe actually trying to encourage this a little bit, trying to play in Marta, but the diligence is there. We're not seeing these sloppy site takes now, but it could still get scary. This is a stack, right? And they are going in somewhat blind here. Through a choke point, there's every opportunity for Brock to do this. It ain't smooth sailing yet.
Brock just says Hunter's Fury pop.
And that's
going
to put Camo. Oh, he's alive. Now, how long? Brock's seen, Scuba removed, it's a formality. 3 alive, dangerous, yes, but stability in the end for Liquid.
Great freeze call there from Nats to just hold on to what they've got. And Hunter's Fury, unfortunately, has to be diverted towards main. Could have really eaten Liquid alive in that choke point. Didn't hear the combo. Brock finds the opener and another shock dart to follow through. Liquid didn't invest anything, so they're still going to have a very, very stacked ult cycle here coming into round 7. Yes, there's ults on the other side, but it's a TP for Ethan. Doesn't really net them much.
Any support to help with the drone here? Okay, yeah, Ethan's going to remove that. Still going to try and play in Kiko. And They don't like it. They've got the ult orm. They don't need to go any further. They can kind of backpedal from this, but Kiko's curiosity will be kept in check for now. Not going to overextend here. And Liquid kind of toying with tempo, taking their time across the map, holding space, not leaving anything to chance.
Poison orb emitting.
Nobody's shown on the side of NRG towards B either. Rock with a late drone. Can't spot anything here, so Camo going to be able to open up the B site with his ultimate.
And last time around, there's no real
Hidden spot, Marder.
respectability, and Marder gets away with murder. Miniboo's gone down. Hunter's Fury from further away, but Marder just in between these players. Dividing and conquering. Camo, though, answering back, and he thought he had stability. It wasn't the case. Still a player on backside. Kiko on rotation.
TP's not noted.
Ethan, that's going to be a spike. Nats' luck becomes predictable at this point. Can he do anything else with it? Looking at Brook's
20
position,
seconds.
I think they already know it. And that spike just feels like a mile away.
Maybe a chance to remove a weapon here. Kiko's popped his blades as well, but they've already found NRG just tucked in now. That's unfortunately out of options and out of time. Kiko even posted up on this. Just gave it up.
Okay, round will fizzle out there, but again, that took a lot of good positioning and right timing from Marder, it felt like.
Unfortunately, Camo just not checking.
Kiko pop his ult by accident?
I think he popped it earlier on in the round. I'm fairly sure. I think maybe just the right click at the end to throw him out, but...
Will you ever go with the team?
I said it became predictable.
Yeah.
Damn, all right.
Oh, he's singing rounds like that. It's just like, yeah, okay, he's a million miles away, but others, he's able to just...
Oh, he's essential. Ooh, playing ahead here, Marder again. We ask a lot of this man, right? He has to do a lot of work here, but similar to be said on the other side for Miniboo, who's found a bit of space through middle, gets held towards the site. Scuba in between a rock and a hard place, found his body to drop. That's Miniboo gone. Big damage from Scuba, great. Slippery work from NRG and some of these site XX.
Able to force Scuba deep enough, though, the pit will fall, so we'll open up the choke point here.
It's just a bit of a nightmare to clear. He doesn't like the unknown. It's going to allow Nats to play in, though. He's got a bit of a window of chance, but with the pre-fire on the corner, it's going to draw the eyes instantly. It's on the main pack of players, but look who's behind them, and look who's to the side. Brock takes away Wayne. Spike Plant can't be defended. NRG just smothering the site.
Much better read of the situation here. NRG able to get a couple of freebies to thin out Team Liquid. Again, Nats just stuck in double doors here. As a window of chance, but as soon as this smoke expires, you can't really backfill Mather's ultimate.
And I think it's something that Des was talking about, though, that I think that NRG are one of the teams that are very good at, once they've figured you out, they are great at keeping that in mind. They are really, really good at then just making it hard and then put it onto Liquid to adapt back, right? This is going to be the back and forth game, I feel like.
Yeah, and that was the issue the other day. Obviously, we're only talking about the one map in particular, but we never saw the deviation from the initial plan. So obviously here on attack, the aggression is welcomed, right?
Yes.
They can keep applying pressure to NRG, force some of these defensive setups to be switched up. And already with a lead here. Already done the hard work, considering. But yeah, for sure. I mean, there are certain rounds that you don't want to see Liquid just run on repeat. Marder's obviously still, he's shown already here in Santiago, he's happy to be the solo endeavor on these flanks, on these late wraps behind executes, and if they can find Nats early enough, it just causes so many problems.
Yeah, we have to see Liquid be a little bit further than one-dimensional, and I think they can be. I think they got a little stuck in the mud before, but we know the capability is there. We just need to see it in effect. Now, at this point, the kind of swing and roundabout of momentum does sit with NRG, even only at 3 rounds. I think they've got that solution in mind. Here's the time for the answer back. This is when we get to figure out if Liquid can adapt on the fly. Now, until this point, we have seen that Liquid did have quite decent success towards that B side, take some nice small variation in how they were scaling through. This time around, though, I'm seeing Kiko potentially going to be a problem, and Marder here as well. Early check. Marder's got the info. Does he get caught, or can he slip away?
Actually tagged up, 30 HP. Is able to get out. And Kiko now has to respect this with how deep Marder's TP is. So we get a full 5v5 here. The pit will lay out over the plant as well.
Yeah, really nice take from Liquid, just scaling into that front site perfectly, forcing away Marder, denying any picks coming in from Kiko as Camo's curiosity is there! Scuba, how did you get to them? When did he get Wayne in that? So then Miniboo's got to catch that cross. Good punish on one, but they're slipping through to sight. Nats now needs to come into effect, as does Purpo. Miniboo's got two to hand, oh, he can't get the second. A valiant attempt, but down to two. Purpo and Nats on the site itself. Purpo on the free fire gets checkmated by Kiko, leaving it all down to Nats. The man who can be ice cold! Oh, just gets caught at the end by Scuba. Bloody hell, though. What a battle for the site.
And it's just a little overzealous to come out of the back of this pit. Again, the reveal is there. I think maybe there's a question mark about exactly where that shipping container is. Doesn't go for the spam. And unfortunately, then it's just, there's too many targets, right? A little bit of a panic moment, but Scuba catching Wayne exactly the same way. Look where Camo is.
Just no man's land then. Ooh. And the difference that could have made to have Camo there, right? If he was in the right place for it.
Maybe reading that a couple of these bodies are cycling back through mid, not through spawn, but there's effectively 5 members of NRG where Camo swings.
Oh, that was
quick.
That was quick. So we'd seen Marder testing middle a couple of times, playing into the smoke. This time around, posting up Kiko on the angle instead.
Boo now, and lesser purchase here, but does have a Guardian. Has got
Made
all
it
the
pretty
way,
far.
yeah.
And completely.
Oh, no!
That's unlucky, really. Wayne, gonna do well to get one back, and it makes that B site seem a little bit more feasible, but there's still Scuba. Oh! That's a shot. Wayne, you've made this one feel possible. And this time, Nat's playing with the pack as well. He's not separated from the others. You can see the turn of attention from Marder, potentially positioned to try and catch where Nats may be. And now you find out, turning back towards middle. As Scuba's position. Oh, he's gone away with it here. Yeah, just going to be caught. Nats trying to get towards sight. They're holding those deeper lines, making it really hard to break through further.
I mean, Wayne's got the TP here. He can get a plant on 8, for sure. 15 seconds away from another smoke, does have the paranoia, so a chance here for Wayne to clutch up. Something you've done many times back in the EMEA towards the end of kickoff.
How's he want to play it? Well, they're going straight middle. Wayne, this would be magic for you. The timing, the smoke goes out, but he's back. He's got down one.
Yes!
For Wayne! Gorgeous work in the clutch. Finding both players, starting this round and ending it.
Fantastic work from him. Almost becoming a trademark in the clutch. The trade here from Miniboo. Finds the kill onto Brook as well. And the spacing here, I don't think NRG expected him to be so deep towards double doors. Massive clutch for Wayne.
That's an X factor I wasn't expecting to see there, but beautiful, beautiful stuff. And NRG's reaction is to go for a walk. So they're going to try and get elbow control while Liquid eye up the site itself. How far does Kiko go? There are players watching this.
Far enough.
Okay, Purpo very diligent, but Miniboo's been let off the leash. There's 2 players to fall. Yeah, he's starting to feel that rhythm now.
Have a ton of space to move into. 2 freebies here, and Liquid now to take the site. Kiko nearly catching wind of somebody. Will find Camo.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. But does it change the outcome now? Gonna note Miniboo and potentially one on the site, so they've got great information. They found 3 players from this. But to try and pry them out of these positions is certainly not easy, and Ethan's a little bit further away. Maybe that paranoia about Nats is still there.
Nats is in his own buy phase, still just waiting. Again, that's what's slowing down this retake here for NRG.
A great time buy-up. You kind of have to respect it, right? You got to keep it in mind, but Miniboo's gone down. Ethan gonna find another. It's Wayne again! Back-to-back impact now for the man, leaving Kiko to try and get these last 2 players, but Nats kind of seals this deal. And Wayne looking to punish on the way out. Kiko, you don't get to keep it. Brilliant stuff there from Liquid, stabilizing in the post plant.
Back-to-back rounds, as you said, from Wayne. Liquid starting to build a little bit of momentum. NRG try exploring the map, and again, it's just a little bit of space for Minibu to find. Unfortunately, they can't catch.
Ooh.
What?
It's nice. It is nice.
Super talented individual, and a really slow start to kickoff with, again, questions around the move.
Of course.
Coming in basically a match later, but became so clutch towards the end of kickoff. Continuing that form. Put outside A once more for NRG. Anticipating further aggression. Wasn't a confirmation in the previous round, but yeah, maybe a read on that B-side setup that NRG had gone walkabouts.
Cover going out.
And to be fair to NRG, they are reading this relatively well. Starting to shift bodies over towards A.
Mada's already got a TP over here as well.
Yeah. But what can Scuba do?
There's no double doors pinch here.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury and vulnerability, that's an issue. Liquid looking like they're in the blender. Camo's made it forward, but he's very alone. The others can't make it out of the pit.
Oh, brute force into the pit. On this choke point, Wayne tagged up. Okay, we'll take him down to 1 immediately, and Kiko's already in the backlines here.
He's hurt Nats. Yeah, that's been called out. And Kiko's position is just perfect. Perfect work. And yet for Liquid, just...
flawless end here for NRG, but again, there was no contingency towards double doors here. If you're reading this as a solo hold behind the pit, wasn't really enough focus shift towards the back side of it.
Yeah, we've seen the kind of the tales of two halves in one at this point. 5-7, a very close affair. Don't go too far away.
One enemy remains. Down mid.
Nice! Good shit, boys. Nice boys.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Muchísimas gracias, Chile. El país es increíble, la comida es todavía mejor y toda la gente que habéis venido a lo largo de todos estos días sois increíbles. Sois una demostración de lo que deberían de ser todas las aficiones del mundo. Y yo lo único que pido es un último detalle. Y es que dentro de poco te llegarán otras Masters, otros Champions. Y creo, Cantor, que tendríamos que enseñarles una cosa. Y es que en inglés a esto lo llaman The Chilean Wave. Nosotros lo llamamos la ola, porque aquí es lo más normal del mundo. Les dedicamos una ola a todo el mundo para que sepan cómo se hace. Calentamos las manos, todo el mundo, la mano abajo, calentamos, calentamos, calentamos. Vamos a salir del medio hacia los lados, ¿vale? Calentamos. ¡Arriba! ¡Viva Chile!
Can't help but to love this crowd, man. So much energy here. At 5-7. They're in for a good game today, and they are certainly up for it. Liquid are in the lead, Mike. NRG, though, felt like they never quite fell out of the fight, though.
A couple of these rounds just decided almost by Liquid committing to a semi-gamble, right?
Yeah.
I think for me, certainly, NRG doing enough in the first half to put Liquid into an awkward position, right? Do you adopt the same approach that clearly didn't work previously here on the defense? How proactive will it be? Pistol round to go by here, an immediate walk down mid. Crunch towards double doors. Scuba and Ethan. Both tucked into a Nats-esque position.
Well, NRG have just walked A and seen nothing. but the problem is the spike
well, they
goes
faked,
towards B.
They faked the plant. They're going to catch Bork.
Brock. Couldn't quite make it around the corner, so Liquid's 3 stack of players patrolling the map, and then if you're Kiko, you're on the wrong side of the map, and you've got a 3v5 to hold.
This fight towards spawn is going to be crucial to NRG's success.
How much time can they even buy in this to allow for someone like Kiko to come into effect? That's what I'm mostly wondering. How long can you wait? They've cost a lot of time, very, very slippery.
Liquid need to pick up the pace here.
Well, yeah, the longer this goes on, the more that Kiko can actually do something with this. The smokes are starting to be invested as Camo starts to clear. Down on 45, and Miniboo's pretty low as well. They got to get moving. Great stall on the Paranoia. Keep in mind, Kiko finally pulls the trigger. For Purpo, Nats doing what's necessary, and now there's problems, Kiko! You're not going to do this to your own team! Oh, I think you just might be! 4 kills! I thought you were too late, but you were perfectly on time!
Great adjustment from NRG to leave this open plant, open up the possibilities for such an egregiously late lurk
that
from
felt
Kiko.
Foul, man.
Again, just easy pickings for him here.
Easy one taps, all 3 easy one taps.
Oh, yeah.
Clean.
Yeah.
Crisp,
I was giving you
clean
benefit of the doubt, but I wouldn't say one taps.
Okay, just pistols out for Liquid this time. No real stack either, but Wayne's going to hear all of this. They're a little ahead of the Paranoia, though, so they're not going to have to respect it too much. And I think he got spotted. Great attempt by Miniboo, and it's landed the shot. But then it kind of falls a bit short. It was a nice little try there. Not going to probably get too much more than that, as it is just the classics to remain. So the plant's in, and NRG would love to keep 4 standing in this.
Definitely, even with limited investment. Not sure what Brock dropped, actually. Ethan certainly can go forwards. I mean, having Kiko and Mada both at halfway to their ults here.
Yeah.
Certainly a chance to get some crucial points towards these duelist ultimates. Just going to be holding on to, well, denying actually the progress here inside of Camo and Purpo.
This Camo the closest to maybe being found.
He's going to get checked though, it looks like, yeah. A couple of people looking this way.
I didn't expect you to get 2 there, I'll give you that. So they do keep 2 of the rifles. Was there one lost in this?
I think maybe a Spectre?
Okay, not the end of the
Not
world.
entirely
if that's the
sure,
case.
yeah.
I'll try and catch it on the replay, but still, I mean, the prize possession's making it out.
Sees Kiko to get another point as well. I mean, it won't necessarily affect the purchase here. It's some light shields inside these rifles. And Mother on a Stinger, actually.
Okay. Nice from Camo, though. He's been a little quiet for me. I'd like to see a bit more from him.
Yeah.
He was one of the players during that kind of late point of trying to qualify here, became pretty essential for their form.
When the commitment came to Camo being this second duelist, certainly pivotal to their success. Slower rounds here, and these are the ones I look towards on the buy for Liquid. They threw away so many advantages, but also just kept trying to hammer some of these pressure points on the map. NRG well equipped here. I think they're dealing with that. Mada actually going to back away from that, take the TP.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to pull a 3rd player from Liquid. It hasn't. They seem happy enough with that. So they keep their 3 posted on the B side. Bit of a trade out. Marder now equipped to take the site with a little bit more ease. What's the hold going to look like? Because we saw that, to be fair, NRG was struggling to deny the springboard in. Kiko's there, going to immediately remove Miniboo, but a great bit of damage back from that! 3 kills, you surely could not get any more. He has put in a shift this round, finding just that point to play from. And Kiko is on turret duty, defend and deny. He can't do it. Wayne's given them a chance here.
What a catch from Wayne. It's just Scuba now. Wayne down to 13 HP, but there's a 1v2 for him. Open plant looking to wrap back behind Liquid here. Purpo, just a glance back.
Doubted it. Didn't want to do it. bought a bit of time here. So keep in mind, Wayne is a little lower.
Wayne's got a smoke up. I think he's just going to put that on the spike now.
There goes the paranoia. Spray in, not going to get it. Walk the smoke, yes. Wayne goes out. Another tap. He now knows both players. He can't find the shot. Team Liquid off the back of Nats there. Very, very close.
A little bit dicey on the swing out of the smokes here. A chance for Scuba to isolate a low HP Wayne and then reset for Purpo. Nats.
It was brilliant.
So he's laying down the law a little bit there.
Probably
again, he makes this doable.
And we saw how hard it was for even some of these players on the other side of things to try and hold that site down with the burst, right? So credit to Nats for showing again that brilliance, that capability.
You got the dash, the TP, actually the TP from Ethan as well into that cloud burst. So a ton of pressure to break through the choke. So it's a miracle Nats still gets 3.
He's an incredibly good player. Again, those 3 get them very much back in the driving seat here. By now in play, though, for NRG. And it's direct in approach, as they do look to try and take this A side. But once again, Nats is here. This man is present. The Dark going to reveal a little bit of info, but not everything. That's big, though. But the timing! Marta on the swing out. Oh, that's beautiful from Marta. Basically saving them. I thought Liquid were teed up. Whoa! Where have you got 3 from? Systematic destruction in his hands. Scuba and Brook left probably scratching their heads. It's Purpo sitting pretty. He needs to hit that reload surely at some point.
Full faith. Nah.
There we go. NRG freezing. Potentially paralyzed by fear at the sake of what Purpo's just done. But caught on the back pedal.
Yeah. Really looking for Liquid to reset. It looked like Wayne was halfway out of the site here. Towards a rotation. Orb will go up here. Wayne, can he catch?
Oh, he's so close now. He's got a really good idea, but the timing. Oh my God.
He was waiting.
Scuba. How are you checking that? You're a lucky boy.
Slipping through. A little bit of a delay there as well on the kill, but Scuba with a fantastic catch.
I just got to see Purpo's shots again. Because it felt like with that Dark coming in, but then Marta bailing them out, but then Purpo answers right back. This is unbelievable. Look at these coming in here. Oof.
Beautiful stuff.
Yes! That's not my teammate.
There's an intruder.
Okay, well, the ults that we were talking about are now in play, right? Kiko's got his, Marta's got his. On the other side, Purpo's managed to get theirs early, but they don't really have the buy behind it. He's got a Vandal. That's it.
Quick glance out to mid. Nothing spotted here, but Liquid's still going to try and make a little bit of pressure for Purpo to shine on this hero rifle. No chance of Mivu potentially getting his ultimate here. Actually catching the paranoia. It's a big piece of info. The Liquid were about to descend on A main. Cross-map Dark going to come through. Supportive smoke here from Wayne. Going to allow Nats a little window.
Ooh, I like that. So patient, but look where NRG are going, man. Great calling from Ethan there, just being really, really heads up about it all. And it's a quick rotation from Team Liquid. They're not completely out of this one, but again, super slippery work.
Great catch on the rotation. That's actually here very early on.
Yeah, they've made it here exceptionally quick, so might be in a little bit of trouble for Kiko there. Yeah, he is. Going to be punished by Nats. Going to need to see a bit more to get my attention in this round, as NRG should, if they don't go walking into smokes or not checking their corners.
Nats is still doing damage.
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Still a rifle here for Purpo.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. I'm very much paying attention, because suddenly we're in a 1v3 that should never have been. And Liquid have made something out of nothing, and Braun can't do anything about it. They're close, but they've got it. I mean, Liquid
spirals out of control. It wasn't, so apologies, it wasn't Purpo's camo. They picked up the hero rifle. Is able to seal the deal on this Thrifty. And Kiko just caught on the cloud burst. And again, just drawing the eyes that bait and switch in several different positions here.
That's how we play the game, okay? Amazing nothing.
I mean, Wayne, to me, on a Sheriff is kind of filthy.
Look at this ult cycle for Liquid as well.
Where's all that come from? Yeah, I felt like before it was literally just the 2
Yeah, a
for
couple
NRG.
of like 3 or 4 away, and now very well stacked.
Oh, this is sick. If we're getting this quality game between the two, I'm all aboard. Great calling, great approaches, ults on either side. But look at the surround here. This is not comfortable for NRG, so they want some safety. They want to carve a path. Ults back and forth. A little bit of chip, but not enough to write home about. Purpo sending his... Actually...
Friendly fire.
Yeah, that's a little rough for
That's down to
Nats.
18 HP.
And ooh, Camo, that had to have been quick from his side of things. So a 4v4 post plant. Kiko's got his ult out. They're trying to find some security, at least towards A main, but Camo's been clean with these. Oh, what did I say? Oh, I've lied, but it's fine. Liquid still just going to be clearing house here. Camo is on it. Made up for it in the end. After a little bit of a messy start, Liquid have the read.
Yep, double digits now. A wide open sight for NRG, but again, not able to find the kill because Liquid are trying to capitalize on the back of Camo's ultimate. Yeah, beautiful here to catch Scuba. Not so much here, but as you said, made up for it with his flash.
All good. It's huge from Liquid.
NRG in a really weird spot now because if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't a great buy in the previous.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I'm pretty sure there was a Sheriff in play, some other bits and bobs. It was certainly lacking in certain areas, but it feels like they've hit a brick wall, right? They're getting these plants, but the calling from Nats has been just sublime. He's been absolutely on point.
Absolutely has, and coming into this now, it's going to be pretty awkward in terms of the Coinbase win condition for NRG. Not going to be able to scrape together much. Kiko's ultimate obviously not going to be able to offset this now. Scuba just one away from the pit, something you can maybe capitalize on unless a purchase, but you don't want to rip this out. Full 5v5 to try and cement a sight hold. And even at that point, not much on the other side for Liquid either, just the TP, so a little off kilter here. Miniboo finally getting towards his. I see some light investment. I mean, if they can make it to a post plant, sure. But they haven't exactly found comfortable plants, though.
Nope. No, Liquid are really getting into a rhythm here.
Well, tempering the aggression much nicer today than what we saw previously. It's not just rinse and repeat over and over again, although that probably is still in the back of their minds. You see a set piece here from NRG towards B's site. So Camo and Wayne on the chopping block here.
Stingers.
And we're seeing this many stingers. Yeah, I think they're considering the pit.
Let's see if they get the opportunity for it, though, right? Like, is that even something they can try and bank on? Camo is here. Wayne's paranoia is really good. And look at this crunch. Liquid instantly just compound the problems. They try and divide between them. And it's a messy fight on the side, but it's won out by Liquid again. This choke point is brutal. Left gasping for breath. Liquid full standing.
Couple of low sense checks there from both Ethan and Miniboo, but
even Miniboo's grinning at that one. I think he knows it.
Up to 11 now. NRG obviously on a lesser buy now will be in a much better position. Running out of mouse pad for sure. This one could effectively decide it here. Will be Liquid potentially finding 12 and NRG off kilter with some of these key ultimates.
Okay. Trying to split through middle towards the A site. Nats is on guard. Duty going to see the first falls away. Doesn't want to outstay his welcome on that angle. Marder into play though, going to isolate Nats and take him out of the equation. Liquid held back by CT. It's all very one-dimensional on the play back through. Miniboo trying to be slippery on this. Hard to find, but it's going to be Purpo putting up some numbers, but NRG, brute force it.
Enough pressure towards double doors here, just breaking the sight lines. A couple of Liquid members. And yeah, it's an easy catch for Mada on the TP in. Got to be conscious that Mada could be here so quickly into main and have a TP almost to back site.
God damn.
Yeah, clean from Kiko.
One taps.
Actually this time.
Yes. Yeah. Non-fictional. Okay, operator though, out for Miniboo. Haven't seen that one really yet, so...
Oh, well, and it's not long for this world.
Kiko
blinded there,
man.
by the way.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, give me the replay. Let me see that one again, but it's going to be the battle of the doors. And it is won by Purpo. Pop flash, bye-bye. Team Liquid avenge their fallen teammate, but it ain't over yet. If Marta is up and breathing, I will always pay it just enough credit. Brock going to be seen. Marta trying to work ahead here. Camo can't quite find Marta yet. And Marta's found them. Gonna go 1-for-1 on the trade. And Brock now down to the 1v1, but Wayne's been sick at this. He has been clutch as hell, but not now.
Oh my
Brock,
God.
back in action, baby. NRG are up to 10. Show me that start.
Yeah, I was going to say, it just explodes
start.
on the back of this opener. On the flash, a little late, actually. Miniboo just ahead of it. Again, Purpo looking lethal in some of these situations. Brock, ever the safe pair of hands for NRG. Double digits found now.
Trying to get that sixth man.
Going to cripple the finances of Liquid. We'll see investment though.
But they've won rounds with less than this. Don't think they haven't.
Eden was so close to sticking that.
Okay, Marta, he's committing on this. Ooh, bye-bye Purpo, okay. But then there's still a problem of Wayne here. Double jump on the smoke. It's great from NRG. But Miniboo, Old's there. Nat's still alive. Camo's still alive. No plan yet. They're pausing. They're trying to just catch this pressure. Soaked it up for now. Pop flash turned. Back into the action. 1-for-1 we go. Down to the 3v2. Kiko's the one to be the difference. But Nats... Where is Nats? Kiko's attention. I saw him turn just to look behind. And that awareness might be the death of him. How does he do it? He's already been seen tagged up in the fight. NRG.
This pace
tying
change
it up, man.
has been beautiful from NRG. Just when Liquid look to go forwards, get a little more aggressive, get a little more curious in the early round. NRG lap it up. Again, on a round where Madder's got his ultimate, he can really get behind some of these aggressive plays. Oh, that cast from Kiko is beautiful there onto Miniboo.
Nice, boys!
Be a pump of the brakes from Liquid. A timeout called here as things are tied up 11 apiece. A little bit of a buffer here for NRG, and unfortunately, there's not an awful lot behind this buy for Liquid. Again, ultimates-wise, Wayne 2 away, Purpo 2 away, but not necessarily any bailouts in terms of the economy to follow.
I'm just a little bit worried that this pressure point that NRG have found of this A-site take hasn't yet been stopped, right? Like, they've now done this a couple of times, and it's felt sketchy. Don't get me wrong, it's not been, like, super clean. We've had 1v1s between Brock and, who is it, Wayne. We've seen it come down to quite close scenarios, but there's repetition now.
The one thing I think NRG are going to excel on is the fundamentals, right? And some of these chaotic rounds, if they can get, you know, 3v3 fights, 2v2 fights, they're so much cleaner on these trades. Whereas Miniboo, yeah, again, happy to go forward, find a scrappy kill here and there, but how often do we see him find the first blood? Not necessarily overstep a little bit, but he's traded so quickly. Curious now if NRG, coming out of this timeout, are just going to full commit here. You can see the pings and the investment from Scuba. Like you said, that point of weakness they're looking to exploit.
It's one thing to know it might be coming. It's another to try and handle it, right? That's what I want to see. What is the game plan now from Liquid in this timeout? Shoulder up on main, I guess. Make them work for their dinner, but Hunter's Fury and Scuba's got camo.
He's got a tag as well.
Oh dear, that could be everything. Brock's just absolutely battered them. That was off the rip. That was the attempt made from Liquid to play a bit more aggressive, a bit more attentive towards A main.
The paranoia lands here, but camo still punished on the peak. Full 5v3 for NRG. Purpo and Miniboo still here towards A site.
Purpo, you're going to need some big shots here. Ooh.
Clean on the first, but
yeah.
Again, they're just stacked up.
That spacing is good here. Miniboo got one. Maybe. No, again, the spacing, the trading. Mike, you said it perfectly. They've got that system just down here. And that's once again last alive. He was obviously trying to keep control of the rest of the map, putting faith in all other players on his side, but now it's down to him. This could be 12 for NRG. They want this one, spamming out the smoke, gonna see Brock towards main, he's caught, and he is dead. NRG, they found a pressure point and they are not relenting.
Just dismantle this aggression once more. 4 in a row. Like I said, the buy back in here from Liquid. Okay, well, you can't really fault Camo on that. I didn't exactly catch the timing, but Scuba with daylight robbery.
Yeah. Yes! 4 in a row. And now the problem, you can see that NRG already reading this in nice deep default just in case they try and get over aggressive.
Look at the scopes. Kiko, Scuba, and Ethan all looking to punish this buy now. All light shields on the side of Liquid. Hunter's Fury is there. Wayne one away from the TP, but like I said, not really any bailouts here in terms of the buy. It's only going to be Purpo and Miniboo that get true rifles here. NRG just lying in wait. Happy to let this one breathe a little bit, force Liquid to maybe take the initiative, but a much tighter hold here towards the sights from Liquid.
Yeah, and this late creep back towards A, the offset of timing, maybe changing the read. And it's on Wayne and Camo again. This is a hard predicament. Here comes the utility. They know what's coming. Can they keep control this time? Wayne wants to stand his ground, but he has a flood of players coming his way. TP towards site. They've already divided. They've already conquered. NRG are in. This time, Purpo's dropped a body. Brock's gone down, but unaware and now unalive. Kiko with 2 big kills. It's down to a 2v2. It's not over yet. Nats is on the way, but Purpo has to live. 40 HP. He's being hunted down. Kiko burying Liquid. Poetic in a way, but Nats, he's made it to the site, but has to walk through the corpses of his fallen teammates. But with 10 seconds, this plant is late. An opportunity given. It's minimal.
Toxins ran out as well.
Plants in. Has to soak this one, Scuba. Not much, though. Nats, this would be the miracle your team would be praying for. Map 1 on the line. First dropped Kiko. It is poetic! 4 kills! Map 1 is NRG's!
Again, they read it so beautifully, Lauren. These hits come so fast. Wayne throws the paranoia out. NRG pounce on it. They know they have enough time and space ahead, and Nats come in to completely secure the site. Fantastic performance here from NRG on map 1.
That's got to weigh heavy there for Liquid. But for NRG, what a feeling, what a moment. Battle may have been won there, but certainly not the war. Abyss is coming up next. Don't go away.
But boys, listen to me, everyone, listen to me. The delay this, okay, defuse. I don't like steal, okay? But we are dead nothing, boys. We are playing elimination game. Elimination. Why are we saving energy? For what, man? For what are we saving energy? For what? For the flight tomorrow or what? Play default. Boys, give your all, okay? Everything. I understand it's hard sometimes to find the energy, but find it. Find it. But enjoy. I don't want us to be dead, okay? Dom, the same to you. I understand Gnosis block, but still try, okay? No excuses, boys, okay?
time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
I just wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I just wanna lose control. I wanna lose control.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Si va con un vuelo de ida, ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Si va con un vuelo de ida, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen with Coach Bonker of NRG now. Okay, we know that Kiko's an amazing jet, but were there any other reasons you put him on the jet instead of the neon? I mean, it's not the most jet-friendly meta, especially the jet with the opping duty.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any map that Jet still works on, it's Breeze in my opinion, and it's just a big comfort pick for him, so we just let him play the Jet if he wants to, and he does a good job on it, so.
I think you made the right call, so good luck, Anavis.
Thank you.
Can agree with that as well. The fans on their feet for NRG. But folks, this was a beautiful matchup. Two teams really clashing against one another. That's going to take us immediately into our Verizon high-speed moment, because what you're really seeing here was just the style sideshow just clashing non-stop, and it just felt like it was a roller coaster, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that Minibu's entering here, and then immediately afterwards, they make an adjustment. Mata swings into the orb, shuts him down. This first half was all about how NRG was able to stop those entries. I love the adjustment later on as well. Round 11, Minibu decides to contact into the B side, just constantly messing with what's going on. Look at this. Fake wall, makes it feel like a fake, actually is walked in, gets a 2K. There were so many nice mind games there.
Yeah, it was a Liquid that started so strong in both halves. They were 8 for 12 in the first 6 of each of those halves. Only won 3 rounds outside of that. This was a NRG who had to adapt in the first half, I think, to anchor more on sites and find ways to disrupt that entry. And on the second half as well, really fixing their team fighting and the way they were approaching that in their attack side post plants to come out and win this close game.
You couldn't have asked for a cleaner closeout from NRG, 5 in a row to lock it up there. But all eyes, though, were on Kiko. because we weren't sure how, you know, the guy who made his name on Jet, right? We talked about it. We were talking about how good he was on this agent. We're like, oh boy. And Jen even asked Coach Bonkar, this is not really a Jet-friendly type of situation. But I think it's safe to say, though, Breeze is still a map that's good for Jet, right?
Absolutely, and Kiko was frying, man. You saw him come out with a really weird round here in round 13 where he lurks, or he's part of a fake on the A site, and then he becomes the backstab lurk, picked it up, and just had so many opportunities to have his aim, his entry be the thing that made the difference.
Yeah, I think especially so on that attacking side. He also had a bit of a slower start, but still at NRG, once they figured it out, once they were actually really coordinating in how they approach these backside fights on it, he looked so good. What a poetic way to end it, too. 4K against his former mentor.
Oof, you saw that? You saw that unity there? That was
clean.
That tells me all I need to know, Mimi.
Shoot Nats in the head, perfect out to your new teammates.
I know, right? It's like, suck it, bro, dab. No, but seriously, I mean, really great adjustments. And here's the thing. We were talking about, well, not we, rather, but the boys in NRG. You heard Mata in that piece earlier. What was the word he used to describe this squad? Resilient. Because let me tell you, coming out of that first half, Mimi, I was a little bit concerned about how NRG were going to be shaping out in this second, but like we said, they make those adjustments, they fight together, they find success.
I think this game had a lot of parallels to the T1 game in that early on the defensive side for Liquid's opponent, they struggled to actually find a solve to play the retake together and look good in those positions, and were failing to the Liquid team fighting. But where T1 fell over and didn't adapt at all in that game, both halves, NRG take a timeout, they figure it out, and get that one adaptation that puts them ahead to win the map.
It's tough now, though, for Liquid. You actually, we heard it from Nats himself when he was getting into Breeze. He's saying, let's bring the energy up, guys.
Yeah,
I think they should be happy with how they fought in this map, but they will be very disappointed with the result, because this was their best opportunity at landing an early blow against NRG. The next two maps are way, way harder for Liquid.
Yeah, the Abyss really worries me. This has been a stronghold map for NRG. It's one where I don't think we've seen that depth out of Liquid just yet. So definitely looking at a tough position. If they had won, Breeze could have pushed it further. Maybe there's more of a chance, but no, pretty tough road.
Yeah, very difficult. I think NRG's theory on this map is fantastic. It's a map where they've been excellent against EMEA teams in the past as well. They're constantly getting active. Mata's hyper intelligent on defense in terms of finding those timings to push out.
Well, you know, it's fascinating. Last team to defeat NRG on this particular map of Abyss was Fnatic. That was at Champions. Since then, they have looked exquisite on this map. Lots of pressure here for Team Liquid. Let's see what's going on over on their side of the field. We have Jen Lee standing by.
Jen here with Coach Lohan of Team Liquid. Now, narrow loss. That was a very, very close one. What do you think happened on Breeze? And next up is Abyss, a map where NRG really capitalizes on their Viper very well. Do you think that's going to change your approach to the game or not?
Yeah, I think Breeze was very close, right? It was down to the details. I mean, for Abyss, let's see what we're going to be doing. Let's see.
Thank you and good luck.
Let's see what we're gonna do. Well, let's see. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they changed the composition. In EMEA, they were playing a Cypher comp still there, but we haven't seen them pull this map out at all at the internationals. I like the double controller look, similar to what NRG or the Aster OMEN teams play a lot more, in that it gives you an active approach to middle versus just that more passive Cypher utility, which I think a team like NRG is going to do well at picking apart. And also, it's just going to look excellent on those executes and manage to circumvent the Cypher, who I do think is a weaker hard anchor than what that second controller would normally bring.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I also think it's just an opportunity to throw something new out there, right? You
Harbor?
You could, honestly. You genuinely could, especially considering that Liquid were messing around with the Harbor on Pearl. This is a much better map for Harbor.
And you also got a little bit of a playbook with it with Valen yesterday, using it.
Sure.
I would look at that VOD and see what they were doing with that particular
Yeah, and I think for Liquid, you could look at this and think they just played. They won't have time to turn anything around with depth. That's bad. But literally the way they qualified to this event was pulling out comps last minute against Fnatic, a team they weren't favored to beat, and putting that together at the last second. Still, I think even if they have some new gimmick, NRG are just so comfortable on this map. They're so good at finding that adaptation that it'll still be tough.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do think, though, you've got to put that test towards NRG. You can't just be running simple standard stuff. You're in an uncomfortable spot right now.
Yep.
You got to gamble when you're the team that's down, when you're the underdog. You got to look to take risks in a spot like that.
That was their best condition, right? I mean, Breeze was the moment for them, right? They do that, they put the pressure on NRG, and it really begins to maybe build up from there. But now we find ourselves in a situation where we don't quite know.
Oh, it is.
Hey, look at that. Guys, hey, does GB know ball? That's crazy. Hey, Sliggy, I know ball. Yay, me.
I think this is a really nice idea with this composition. I think that, especially, well, I mean, assuming that Nats is going to run a different smoke as well, I think that they can really make this work. They're a team that should be looking to aggro flood defend. Wayne's Harbor, though, I wasn't a fan of how he was playing it on the defense side. I think Valen gapped him in terms of value, but that might partly be map dependent. Like, if he comes out here with better ideas on Abyss, because it's easier to play.
Valen was telling us that he's been putting in work with that particular agent. I don't know if we were getting the same out of Wayne, considering how Liquid like to operate.
Sure. For NRG, though, they're starting on defense here. I don't think they need a huge amount of rounds. And I think one of the keys they have is playing this double drone comp. They will constantly pressure an extremity and get very early rotations. They don't have the luxury of that Euro TP that other teams do. So they're very good at finding the right moments to re-clear space and getting players over in time to actually hard anchor on these sites. Liquid's win condition is going to be if they can get into a site, have that harbor util up to stall out. It's so tough to retake through it.
Nats put together some special moments on Abyss the last time that we saw him play in EMEA kickoff, pulling out the Outlaw in OT to be able to deal with the glass cannon op, takes down 2, calls it before he even begins. They've got players on Liquid who are willing to step up to big moments, but nothing here at Santiago is any bigger than this.
You saw Nats talking to the boys there. It had to be words of encouragement. You need Liquid to wake up, or else NRG are going to run away with this one 2-0. Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and HyperX for the call.
Yeah, fight is on now. Elimination very much in the forefront of my mind with Liquid here, but the change-up, Mike.
Yeah.
How much stock are you putting into this?
I mean, 4th comp now for Liquid on Abyss. Desperately looking to find something that feels comfortable. Again, not necessarily tying into that overall identity we've seen elsewhere, straying a little further into the quirk of the current meta. And for me, actually, I'm okay with the Sky here. The Sky, obviously, criticized, I believe it was Na'Vi that ran one domestically in EMEA, but here, I'm actually okay with it. And Purpo seems to be very comfortable in being self-sufficient, which we know can be absolutely pivotal to Liquid's success.
So it will be NRG on the defending side, Team Liquid on the attack. Early contact made, and it's pacey. But keep in mind where the spike is. It's an early show of force.
NRG are reading this, though. With Madder's position.
Yeah, there's nothing behind it. Ooh, it makes me nervous.
Always get scared.
He's re-clearing this, but it's all about timing now. He
Yeah,
might be on
Wayne's
for
dead.
an absolute sitter.
Wayne's got a shorty.
Ah. Ooh, well,
well,
Nico's going to have a terrible surprise, but Marta could be the Reaper in this one. Liquid have no idea. Nats, none.
Oh, he's playing with his food.
Nasty.
And
that's
the spike.
Marta breaking the back lines and limiting the chances. Kiko's there to fight with him too. It's not a solo endeavor anymore. And the map gets drawn in new lines now.
Liquid don't have a lot of time to recover here.
30 seconds. They got a lot to try and get through. The spawn wraps on the way, but Wayne, again, he's got the shorty. This is incredibly tough. Minipoo nabs the spike. He's out of there. Wayne putting up some work, and there's still a chance. 20 seconds, but they can't really stop.
No. Going to be able to get the plant here, though. And looking towards Purpo. To try and secure this. It's not going to be a challenge coming back from out NRG, but again, 2 ghosts and a sheriff. And they're going to split here in the post.
Yeah, this is super sketchy. Ooh. And a blind tag, I think that is, as Purpo now will be the one to receive the 3 players. Hello, that's a freebie. Gets to fall away to a new angle. After everything looking like it was tilting in NRG's favor, there is a chance in this. Kiko working his way back through with Brock.
Well, Smoke and a recon to play with.
Purpo now noted on the site. Smoke going to go in. Purpo still keeping their eyes, but through the smoke he falls. Miniboo, no! In the middle of the open! Caught asleep there in the end by Kiko. Diffuse going to come in. That round felt like it started and finished with Marder and that timing down middle.
Again, just getting into the back lines, being a nuisance once more. And again, it's Nats to be caught, and it's the spike dropped. When Liquid are so split here, again, this would be fine if you catch Nats and the spike is elsewhere, but it's just such an awkward recovery.
Come on! Come on!
Certainly something they have to be aware of. Mada running away with the space once more. We already said he's done it time and time again here. Running away with the space.
Curious
yes.
space. Not the space I thought. Yeah, that's gone a bit weird. I don't know really what's happened this round. I have to see that one back as Naps just gets his ghost to work up middle, takes out Ethan, and we're in a 3v4. And they've got the plant, and Miniboo's going to go for a wonder. Lovely flash to facilitate. Eco, the one to try and put some numbers back on their side, but Liquid have a very, very good shot at this.
It's Brock and Kiko again.
We've been here before, haven't we? And Brock's read this well, but he's still got to walk his way in. Okay.
He gets both.
How are you getting both there? And they're pushed aside. So NRG, after what was a very turbulent start, actually get the round.
It's all right, nobody was watching. We definitely weren't actually in POV when it happened.
No, totally not.
Let's see the replay.
Yeah,
let's see the replay.
Let's watch that one.
Oh. The classic throw your hands up. Not my fault. Yeah, it's not.
Riot.
It's a bug. It's got to be a bug.
League Ops.
And then the smile that's like, nah, that's on me. That's on me, guys.
Might have done that myself. Is what it is. Shake it off, move on forward. Fortunately enough, NRG actually keep the round, which is the more surprising part after what felt like it was completely going to fall in Liquid's favor, but no. So Liquid on a way better buy now into the bonus. We're going to see the bonus is going to be very, very lacking in that firepower. So how do NRG want to make up for it? Because Purpo's on the hunt. He is a very direct player. So we're going to have a nice little head-to-head there. Going to be warded away, but early draw of attention and rotation in reaction.
Easy to note the buy here.
Oh,
NRG.
Way.
He had a bucket.
Bucket, yeah.
Plant will come through here for Liquid. Again, a tough retake now. Guardian, a Spectre for Brock, the heroes of the first two rounds here for...
Hello. Well, that's going to be relayed to Marder, but I don't know how he's going to get
unlucky for Ethan, honestly.
Yeah.
Can't thread the needle on that shot.
I don't think Purpo's any the wiser yet. There's the look behind. Good stuff. Liquid keeping 5 up. And you want to see them keep 5 here. It's an expensive investment. And they are trying to hunt down Purpo. And that's one lost. So that's Vandal gone. The rest, again, it is a lot of money you want to be keeping. Wayne.
Pre-fire, that was classic.
I don't know what I'm seeing in this one. Madness. So Brock's gone down, that's fine. Kiko going to get one of the Vandals that was lost out of Purpo's hands. So they've accepted the outcome on this one, 2-1. Liquid get their first on the board.
You now see the purchase for NRG. An early progress for Nats, Purpo towards their ultimates. On the other side, again, no surprises, Kiko and Brock doing the heavy lifting in those first 2 rounds. Op in hand for Marder. Curious to see where he's going to set up. All the way towards top mid right now.
So like 1-3-1 start. And they're going to get, who is it posted down there?
Well, Kiko initially, but yeah.
Cancelled. It's pacey from Liquid, and it's very direct. They don't have many layers, excluding obviously Nats can be a bit separated, but NRG are in for the brawl on the side. It's Wayne and Purpo to find that stability they needed, but a shot from Kiko keeps this very competitive.
TP back up here, and that's the smoke drop might get it, but Wayne bests him.
This gets tough for the operator though. I don't think he's going to really catch Wayne on this back. Okay, no, he does. Wayne just shows a pixel out of place and is caught. So Camo left alone on the site. I think they might be really understanding where Nats is in this, but he can still be effective a little bit further away.
Brock is just looking, backwards here. But no pressure coming towards Camo just yet.
This is hard to kind of slice the pie for Marder. Brock. Gonna spot out Camo now, but still that question mark of where the final player is. Camo, all right. That was a clean way to end it. Liquid gonna get their second now. Starting to show some real validity to this approach.
And this is crucial in terms of the Harbor. It's cutting sightlines at a completely different angle in terms of hitting B. Makes it very awkward for somebody to commit towards an engagement ahead of the plant coming through. And Scoob actually does really well. You see him considering completely giving up the site.
Oh, snappy work.
Great
really
cleanup, yeah.
Nice. And again, I'd love to see a swing up from Camo. The guy has been really, really solid. We haven't seen the best of him, I think. Some of the other players taking a little bit of that limelight, which is fine, but...
They're not even close compared to what we saw in a couple of the series back in the EMEA.
So Liquid again, still very direct. Still just focusing on these side takes. Seeker's going to be highly telling where NRG were trying to get to. Marder's position also going to be seen. Well, that Seeker's off and about, but still Marder, the only one really to be nearby. So Purpo, how long do you watch this? Yeah, quite a while now. So going to spot out Marder. That's one of the threats gone. It's the 4 players around the back. And Kiko the only one with a Guardian. So if you're Liquid, you just want to find 5 alive, keep building that economy up, get those ults going. Camo's one away. This is starting to look pretty solid.
I was going to say, Camo and Miniboo a chance here to really solidify Liquid's early momentum. Tough, really. I think NRG just looking to deny here. Try and police towards main, prevent anybody from finding further progress.
So how are we finding this composition so far? It feels very all-in, it feels very direct. We haven't seen too much nuance to it yet, but it's working.
No, absolutely. I think it plays towards, like I said, it's a different variation to what Liquid have tried to do across the entire map pool, right? And building around Miniboo in particular, and Camo being the second layer to that. And like I said, I quite like the Sky. It opens up a lot of possibilities in getting a little weird on some of the site hits in terms of, obviously, Harbor's utility. It's an early timeout here for NRG.
Maybe just to try and get a grip on how this comp's playing out, really.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think there's going to be anything really magical in terms of set pieces. You've got to question the amount of time they have prepped around this. It's obviously something they've considered elsewhere. Obviously, yeah, the Coinbase win condition for NRG coming back in here is potentially Marder on the operator.
Yeah.
Didn't really get much of a say previously. Outside of that, brought great progress towards the Hunter's Fury.
Quite a sentence.
I was going to say Brunter's Fury.
Yeah, I want to see how they try and activate these players, because it is hard to get information. Now, it feels like the composition that NRG has the ability to do it, but again, when it's so direct an approach from Liquid, it's still, you're going to be what? Hoping that you've got the stronger side of the map in the right place, right? It's still very difficult.
Plus the other thing, I'm just seeing him actually buy away from that now, back on Wi-Fi. I was going to say, it kind of prevents Marder from doing something we've talked about, which is getting behind some of these defaults, some of these site XX repeatedly. And here, obviously, it's crucial to hunt Nats. Don't allow him to buy time in these post plants and just be a nuisance. You won't actually see Marder on the operator.
They've toyed with kind of leaving Purpo a little bit alone on this, so maybe not having full faith in pulling rotations until now. Starting to see that utility build up in the burst from Liquid, so they're investing heavily behind this. Now, does NRG have the capability to play clean retakes, or they catch in between? It's stunning shots from Kiko, and now some chip damage could become a problem. Camo's on 4 HP.
Just a little ahead of the flash here, the synergy. Not quite right, Nats still causing issues. Will find Ethan.
They know there's 2 on the site though, but they bide their time. The plant comes in. NRG looking to try and get involved. Marder's teeing it up and allowing Brock to drop down. Nats now. Oh! Divine intervention, it feels like, needed. Because now we've got Marder against Camo. Marder unsure, unawares, spots him. Marder, more machine than man at times. Gets his 1v1 and gets the defuse.
Just sensational. Talking about Marder's decision-making and being one of those duelists that can just turn the tides on a single round. Comes up clutch here for NRG. A Red Bull clutch nonetheless. Kiko, again, the flash just causing issues for Miniboo.
Oh,
But again, a ridiculous shot to catch him.
We got some aimers in the server today. The fact that Nat's got, I think, like 2 there randomly, like spraying it.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even look like a 2K.
Nope. Okay, so the ult's now starting to cycle in for NRG. And obviously, Liquid now not going to have those to hand. This resets a little bit of the balance. Oh, they're mid-walking. Are they looking to try and challenge Nats early? Ah, that was a... I don't want to say a lazy clear, but it certainly wasn't deep enough. No. But a quick trade at least will keep it 4v4. But then, okay, we've traded out sight for this.
But in terms of that checklist now, Nats isn't a threat after this spike goes down. Kiko considering the TP.
He was thinking about it. Is that back line now available? Miniboo with a shot in the dark, it feels like, to take away Scuba. And there it is. Kiko, in the meantime, does take the TP out of there. So they're going to try and crunch this, but numbers do favor Team Liquid here. Plant's now in, player spotted, Miniboo beheaded. But does they read into where they saw him crossing towards? Now they will. A fight towards CT and a clean shot from Ethan. Unable to pressure him off this. And they know about Camo. Camo's been clean, not clean enough this time. Shot not there as Wayne left in the 1v3. Super clutch on map 1. But this is hard. Oh, that's nice. Another? He gets to reposition off this. He's trying to buy the time here. Try and divide them into manageable pieces. He's heard it. Wayne, you're going to need a belter of a shot. Kiko again. The start and end of things. I'm going to trade it out so Ethan can get that ult one step closer.
Beautiful stuff. Again, you take this trade against Liquid every day of the week if you can find Nats in this situation early on in the round. And this is before Liquid have even hit the site. Certainly a win condition for NRG in some of these faster early rounds. Kiko, 11-2 already here on a 4-3 scoreline.
It's kind of nasty. But also these timeouts have been great from both kind of coaches. A lot of the coaches have been doing really well recently with the kind of win percentage after timeout. So Liquid do need to find something back, maybe trying to, I don't want to say adjust Nats, but if that's been the pressure point that NRG are trying to exploit a bit more, I don't know how you want to kind of remove him from what he's doing in such an iconic role, but there's got to be depth to it now.
Whether or not Liquid try and get a little more active in terms of defaulting and look for opening engagements that way. Now identifying NRG are basically on the hunt in a few of these rounds to remove some of the pieces of the puzzle on the side of Liquid. Mothers on his ultimate, Scuba just one away. Who, again, time and time again, he's trying to trim the fat, right? Yeah. He's trying to tuck into sight, find these ratty little spots to find a kill from, but Liquid doing really well to navigate that.
Yeah, they are. Like, again, I've been very impressed with what Liquid are doing. Even though we're at a 4-3 now, NRG, I guess, yes, they are up and they found the latest solution to the problems. Liquid is still very much in this. We've seen a couple of clutches coming down one way or another.
Look at, NRG is 4 successful diffusers here. So Liquid certainly getting themselves into winnable positions, but I'm not sure really what the adjustment on their side would be. Again, you've got to question the possibilities in terms of this composition.
And this time around, Nats is with the main bulk of the site hit. But look in between them, Ethan's found a gap to play into and takes away Purpo. So it's back behind the walls as NRG fully prepared with soaking this hit proactively this time. Not even going to be playing for retakes, they are standing their ground. Up above, they catch Wayne. Beautiful from Scuba. He fancied a bit more there as well. Got to be composed. Ooh, and Nats, yeah, maybe thought about now. And look at Marder. Yeah. The second that you pull Nats to the main pack, he starts working.
Everybody pretty healthy except for Scuba on the side of NRG. Still got a spike, so recoverable for sure, but Camo down at 42. Doesn't feel feasible unless Nats can really pop off here.
And I love the discipline we're seeing from NRG, though. The amount of respect they are leaving over here. Marder's not overextending. For one, he's holding spawn. You've got these three playing stacked up, brought to shouldering middle. It's a 5v2. The amount of rounds we've seen this tournament being turned in situations that shouldn't have play because people are overstepping, overplaying. I like seeing this. I like seeing discipline.
18 seconds, though. I don't think they're even going to make an attempt here with where Camo's positioned.
Beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Call it the Astralis, Reddit. I don't really care. It is lovely to be seeing NRG making Liquid having to work. Camo, it doesn't feel pretty to be sat here now, does it? But just trying to play his life.
Marder's coming.
All right, fair play.
Marder's
Marder's out of there. But Kiko? Ah, there we go. Okay, so keeps the gun. All good. 5-3 though. And I do feel that NRG have expected that adjustment, and they've also played it quite well.
Again, Ethan kind of playing Scuba's game here, getting in and amongst all this utility.
Yep.
Another freebie found. Again, even so, when the util's invested here, Miniboo's not on site quick enough. Again, whether or not they kind of hesitate once the smokes go up. Certainly curious to see if the timing can get cleaned up a little bit. Tighter for Liquid. 2 Guardians in the buy here. Again, contacting. We saw this on Breeze. Again, just punished Ethan to find one, Scuba to find a second. Both duelists gone.
That just removes so much punch potential from this. Now, going to try and at least put Wayne in a deeper position. But NRG just starting to really get their finger on the pulse of this tempo.
Spike planted.
And the pit to almost deny further progress from Liquid. Slipping towards spawn. It's a weird one for sure, but creates some awkward angles for NRG. Try and traverse.
Found a little bit of a pocket, right? It's not much, but maybe enough. But Scuba's just waiting, man. He can let the others kind of play from top. I don't know if a pixel showed or if it was just great intuition. And NRG are putting on a real masterclass here, and we're going to see the block. Yeah, I think we are. They've got that down to everything is going right. NRG, once they find the solution, they don't let it go.
You know, in this situation, a disadvantage with Liquid, just wait for NRG to do something. There's nobody really applying much pressure, and sure, the pit does prevent a lot of that from happening, but...
Again, even here, man, it just feels a bit... I'm a bit worried when I'm seeing Miniboo sat on 1-7, right? I'm starting to see a couple of issues here starting to compound. I'm seeing a couple of problems. I'd love to see Liquid adjust, but the thing is that they've already burnt their timeout, right? At least one of them. I don't think you want to burn a second, but at this point, I need you to kind of find an answer back.
Very shallow dog here from Purpo. Maybe anticipating a little push out from NRG. Nats again towards bottom mid. Will be identified here. Just the 2 rifles for Camo and Nats in this round that, again, some of these rounds where they're forcing up a rifle. I mean, Nats has nothing left in the bank behind this. A little desperate here in round 10.
This is when you look at those new comps coming into play, it's like, okay, how much depth do they have with it? When they hit a brick wall, have they been able to get the reps in to feel it? So 3-2 split towards the A site, shouldered for now by Brock. He's already going to fall back a touch. Let the Seekers go through. Miniboo the one to try and take the space away. Falls in towards site, but Ethan's already taken down. Nats good from Marder. And Miniboo just not having enough kind of punch.
How did Nats start to that?
How is Kiko here still as well? Kiko's been unchecked. Kiko might be the downfall of Liquid. Waiting patiently, plays it perfectly.
Pops his ult as well in the celebration. A little unintended there, but how's Nats caught here?
I don't know.
And this is to obviously separate Liquid, but...
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to backtrack here.
Oh my God! Come on, bro!
Kiko just looking absolutely sensational here.
I almost want another timeout.
Here.
I'm just feeling like the wind is just out of their sails right now. Nothing feels like it's working. And NRG coming alive in this.
Talking about the buy previously, Nats on a Guardian now, rifles elsewhere for Liquid, but need a response in round 11. Not much, if anything, of a buy behind this now.
This is direct again. Straight in we go, a disconnected Nats. I mean, it becomes too predictable. So you're banking on the 4 on the site, right? This is what you were really banking on here. Plant's still not in yet. Wayne not feeling comfortable enough. Great stall as well from the Teo utility coming in. And they're chomping at the bit. They want to try and do something, but Brock behind it! It's beautiful! I gotta say it, Liquid look flat here, Mike, and I'm worried that they are running low on answers. Camo gives them maybe a bit of safety on CT. But Marder's behind him. Of course he is. Where else would he be? This time overextends. He's getting a little greedy on it. Maybe smelling blood in the water. And this plant becomes such a problem.
It's just so awkward to try and stabilize here. Finally, going to be able to get the plant in, but HP advantage here for NRG. Camo's got one.
They've got a 1v1. Wayne down low, but he has been so clutch. The backbone to some of the rounds in map 1. But Scuba surely feeling confident.
Plenty of time to work with, but Wayne actually...
I liked what he was thinking about then. I guess the plant maybe just not favorable enough for it. And Scuba's patience may just pay dividends. Clearing the backside, Wayne. Waiting. Deeper on the corner, he's got him. Liquid, a breath of fresh air. It feels like the first time we're seeing a bit of a breath coming through for them. They've been choked out in so many of these rounds, but getting up to 4 gives them a chance.
And they needed this as well, in terms of the finances. A couple of these situations, though, Liquid just ever so slightly off in terms of the timing. Again, struggle massively to get the plant down on this first wave, but
good job.
Finally stick the landing here. A response found after 5 posted by NRG.
That's got to feel like they've made something possible here. And it could be crushed in a second, but I think that was like a 2v4, 2v5 Marder. Yeah, overconfidence, over-peaking.
Yeah, the counter to basically them hunting Nats here is to send 4 into mid.
I like this, though. That means they're starting to get an understanding of what NRG were doing. This is a really positive sign for any Liquid fans out there and the team themselves.
Roles to work with here for Liquid. Now we'll look to adjust towards the B side. Scuba again a chance to find something.
I'm worried, though. Ethan's here. Going to get stunned up and hunted down. That's great. Miniboo on the... does get traded out by Scuba, so there's not complete security. A 3v4. In and Scuba's getting close. Scuba,
well, they're going to have no idea.
He's not meant to be here, Scuba! A terrible surprise. Does Camo want to get in? You can see the temptation. He's just going to hold his line for now. But there's problems elsewhere. They can tap the spike. They can start this one. Camo, brilliant! Just doing what he needs to, but it's down to a 1v1. Nats, show me what you can do here. An icon for the ages, sure, but Scuba's got you dead to rights. He's up. He's standing, and NRG closing out a key round.
Nats has to check this as well. Because of the plant location, NRG will secure an 8-4 half. I'm with you, Liquid, looking a little linear here. NRG seem to have the recipe to deal with it.
Could be the recipe for disaster. Liquid now facing a 4-8 scoreline. Map 1 did not go that way. So now map 2, they have to turn up on, or it's going home time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
4 rounds is all that Liquid could claim. At this point, you're starting to see the writing on the wall. It starts to feel like that pressure is mounting. And on the other side, gotta say it, Kiko, top of the board, 15-5.
Looking phenomenal on the side of NRG. I mean, it has to start. There's no easy way to cut this. Has to start with a few rounds here from Liquid to get themselves back within contention on Abyss, because I'm just worried about the comp now. In terms of the defense, again, Harper's great at clearing this space, right, and making very proactive plays, but you don't kind of prioritize that towards sight or potentially playing towards retake, it can really fall short. Obviously, questions around Miniboo start to rise when he's sitting at 3 and 10. Camo stepping up to the plate now after a slower map 1, but we'd see both of them firing on all cylinders. That's where Liquid's success has come from.
You're right. That's where you should be pinning your faith to if you're a Liquid fan, that happens. For now, NRG get to take their time across the map. And Scuba, for now, is in a very powerful position. Camo wanting information and finding maybe a little too much.
We'll be able to reset behind that now. NRG looking to pick up the pace towards A. Marder looking to lead the... oh, actually calling the cancel here. It's a great read on the rotation as well.
Yeah, they're just taking the long way around, and Liquid just going to have to keep rotating back and forth and back and forth.
And then back over towards B.
Yeah. So far away, though. We've got what? I think Wayne and Spawn, basically, and that's as close as you're going to get, unless Marder falls off the map. That is going to be probably the cleanest side take you'll see.
Will be Liquid here in a 4v5 for the retake on Scuba. Yeah, still lurking in mid. Might just catch Purpo if he shoulders.
Oh, you might have just heard those steps.
Well, yeah, definitely heard Nats.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, Nats had a chance to fight back, but he's fallen, and now it's a 5v2. Wayne's a formality when Marder lands shots like that. It's the first nail in the coffin, Mike, and it's a big hitter.
A flawless pistol round.
And they took their time, man.
Yep.
Marder's halfway to his ult.
Both orbs pay off massively for NRG. The start of the second half. I'm worried now, very worried for Liquid. Yep. They're going to be up against double digits here, not going to be any investment, but it's just not going to be enough rounds. There's no margin for error.
Run. Just get out of there. It is you against the entirety of NRG, and they are going to give it up. The crowd very unhappy with that one.
I mean, you don't want to give Marder any more progress. It's just...
It's already scary.
You come in here, you've effectively got 1 round to prevent conceding series point. Yes, I know we're at 10 and 4 here, but...
And that's ticket home.
Yeah. It really is.
That's the gravity of it. You don't get many chances against teams like this. The better quality of the opponent, the smaller the margin gets, and NRG are playing a very good game. And it's not just off the back of Marder, it's everyone. Kiko having an excellent series. Scuba, safe pair of hands. And Liquid's kind of stars not shining so bright today.
Push out from A, though. On the other side here, NRG going to try and plant the seed towards the B site.
Scuba's been solid at his positioning, though. I wonder when he hears this, but for now, NRG's focus is getting Marder into these positions, but they're cancelling.
Yeah, Scuba now looking to catch somebody in transition. That might be the green light for Liquid to apply pressure towards B, but it's just Marder hanging around here. This is selling the fake.
Marder should be dead, though. Marder should have already been dead, but it's Purpo who's gone down. Finally, they clear Marder.
Look at the minimap.
But you're right, NRG have the complete keys to the castle on the A site.
Ethan still with good util. 2 shocks, a snake bite, paranoia, plenty of tools here for NRG to capitalize on this space. Kiko's going even further.
he's heard all this too. That's told to his teammates to get ready, prepare yourselves, buy some time, stall it out, I'm on the way. But he's still pretty far away. And whether or not he can get back there in time is yet to be seen, as Liquid's focus is getting towards the site, clearing it out somehow. Miniboo's cleared back site, sees nothing, and Kiko's been checked. The flank now no longer as potent. They can start working on that defuse. So the rest of NRG better be ready on this one. Halfway already achieved, but Ethan finding both players. A third for the captain in control. Of course he gets all four.
The fearless leader for NRG delivering here in the cleanup. That might just be the nail in the coffin.
Hell, they might be 6 feet under at this point, Mike. I'm seeing Liquid starting to really just run on fumes, and they're being walked across this map the whole way.
Just led astray by NRG. A timeout to be called here.
Give me those post-plant kills.
Lots.
I need the easy ones. Let's get it.
Lots and lots to consider here for Liquid. And again, coming into this, you're concerned about Liquid's previous inability to close out on Abyss. And that discussion gets even harder now when you talk about a 7-round deficit. Coinbase win condition, we're clutching at straws, Lauren. There's not much to really pin your hopes to. Old progress isn't there in these opening rounds.
God,
the bonus conversion just stings for Liquid. I think collectively there was 350 credits in the bank after that previous round. You see here, the buy is going to be far from perfect.
And again, Nats at the start of this saying Kiko this time would have to go into battle alone without those infamous speeches, but for now he is standing untouchable on this battlefield. I am so impressed with this form. And at 11-4, it's hard to find fault in what NRG are doing. Liquid, it's now or never. You gotta make it work when it counts. This counts more than most.
It's just heartbreaking to potentially see them fold on a map 2 again. Got to make this buy work here. 2 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians. It's only Camo with a full rifle. NRG will slow down the early round, anticipating Liquid reverting back to that all-out aggression we've seen them rely on time and time again. Miniboo still curious towards mid. Ethan won't spot anybody. So no confirmation here at least, and Liquid as 4 might explore mid lane. Again, just look at the minimap. Like, dare I say it, if they plant B here, save.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what else are you going to do? I mean, Cameron's not even got a shield.
And it hurts me to say that.
I know.
It hurts me to say that.
I'm with you, right? Like, no one loves Jame time, but right now, you are being out-rotated, out-called, out-read, outdone. And it is not by a small amount. Marder can fall back. Does he get away? Oh, he does get away in time as well. Not even a real threat on that front. But it looks like they're still up for the fight on this, but the site is going to be really hard to take.
Well, now Liquid are here early enough, right?
Marder, though, ready,
Doesn't
stands and takes away Purpo, removing the punch. Kiko on the follow-up. This feels almost unfair. Nat's desperately trying, but 1 is not enough. As Wayne, your last hope here to deny 12. And he needs to find 3. He needs to defuse. The list gets longer, the closer he gets. And that smoke just faded. And I think so might have his chances now. 1 to the right, 1 to the left, and 1 up above. Wayne, can you clutch it up one more time? Not at all. 12 rounds for NRG. This feels too simple. This feels too easy. And they are taking it in their stride.
Just heartbreaking with some of the positives we've seen out of this Liquid roster. The new lease of life across kickoff. Unfortunately, here that international form just not translating. 4 Guardians, Camo again, no shield, opting for a rifle.
They're on the ropes, Mike. barely breathing, desperately trying to get something started. Gonna try and pick a fight with Marder, and they're gonna find their man. Okay, that is a huge start here. But the reaction from NRG is then to pressure mid.
That's already tagged up as well.
Kiko
found Minibu.
Oh no, they can't really back away. This is gonna be so difficult. Again, it's on Wayne and Purpo now, but they're already... Oh my god, everything just going right for NRG, even at a loss of Marder here.
Look at the beat. Oh, okay, Camo did take that TP.
I'm just so scared that Brock's been able to break the line so easily. They've slipped through a player here. Nat's none the wiser, and patience being Brock's virtue. He will wait before he strikes.
Oh my god.
And there's more coming.
Rotation.
There's more coming! And Brock breaking them into pieces!
Magical from Brock.
He pulled that one out of the hat. It's Camo now, who's just watched the massacre happen and could do nothing about it. No shield, no teammates, but on the right side of the map.
30 seconds
Camo now would be the time to be the hero of the hour.
Oh my
God, you can't get away from it. NRG, a cut above the rest. 13-4. This team is the real damn deal.
Clean, clinical performance here from NRG. They will shatter the hopes of Liquid again, just folding in this second map. Close affair on the first, and it's NRG to really go against the odds in terms of the tempo of that. An insane comeback here, but this comp just not landing. NRG, like I said, with the right recipe to deal with some of the unknowns here. A tough, tough loss for Liquid.
Yeah, that is going to be a sour loss for sure, knowing how close it was on map 1, but the depth of NRG being such a factor in my mind. Their capability pushed Liquid to the limits. But let's be honest, there are no easy games here at Masters Santiago. You earn what you get. And today, Liquid didn't have enough when it got to map 2.
No, great start to the year for them. Obviously, talking about the identity, their approach in general, I'm still excited they can go back and kind of diagnose some of the issues here. But NRG making a statement here, and you called it poetic, the end to map 1. Kiko absolutely dominating map 2 as well. Just looking in ferocious form. Again, we usually look towards Marder. We always talk about him being the one to do basically the work of two people here. But for me, it's Kiko to steal the show today.
Masterful from him. As said, brilliant team effort as well. Everyone around him there supporting that, playing around it. Even the coaching staff saying, hey, we know that's a comfort role for him. We'll let him run that. We'll let him take that. You can see the belief in the young man joining this squad. You can see why. Very, very gifted indeed, and certainly a threat throughout. How far this team goes, oh, God only knows at this point. That is what we'll find out in the next couple of days. But again, a team to be scared of for sure. And as soon as we are ready, we'll be handing it over to the Verizon post-match interview. Because I'd love to hear from them now, because again, they've been put through their paces, but they came out on top.
Una vez más para NRG! And they're in playoffs right now. Kiko, how are you? Can we talk to you? So Nuts before the game, he said that you were going to war alone, and you went in that stage and you won from your ex team. Do you have a message for them and also the audience?
A message for them. They played amazing. Obviously, elimination game, so it was an intense game. I played to win, obviously. They're a good team, and I'm sad that I had to go in this game, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, and you guys are playing really well. Y le estuve preguntando que antes de la partida también Nats le había dicho que el día de hoy estaba yendo hacia la guerra completamente solo, que no le iba a hacer una charla ni nada. Cómo se sintió también ganar contra ellos y qué mensaje les tiene, que jugaron efectivamente muy, muy bien y que él jugó para ganar, básicamente. Es una pena que haya pasado así, que se tengan que ir del torneo, pero que efectivamente querían ganar muchísimo. So now, for my second question also, Matt describe your team as a really resilient team. So is there any other word that you could use to describe your team today in this stage?
I mean, resilient is the best word for it. Like, no matter what score, we're always coming back. We're always fighting to win. And the energy is like so good in the team. So it's like, it's a pleasure to play.
Definitely, and yeah, we saw you in those rounds when you were in disadvantage. It was amazing. Y le estuve preguntando que Ma había comentado que había descrito al equipo con la palabra resiliencia. Si había alguna otra palabra que podría usar para describir el equipo el día de hoy. Y dice que resiliencia es una muy buena palabra, que pudieron volver en esas rounds bastante difíciles y que finalmente lo consiguieron. So now for my last question, Kiko. It is your first time in playoffs in an international stage. You haven't been to playoffs, so how are you feeling right now? How is the pressure?
I mean, the curse has finally been lifted. No more group stage, just leaving early. So, you know, super excited to play. Some intense games coming up.
Is there any team that you wanted to play specifically? Or a player?
The BBL guys and Gentlemates, the EMEA teams. I think it'll be a fun match.
Definitely, it would be a really fun match. Y bueno, es su primera vez ahora en playoffs en un stage internacional. Comenta que realmente, finalmente la maldición se acabó, que puede estar jugando en playoffs. Le pregunté también si es que se quería enfrentar a algún equipo en específico, algún player, y dijo que definitivamente los equipos de EMEA le gustaría jugar en contra, tanto como BBL como Gentlemates. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Kiko, thank you very much for this interview. And now we are going to have the next match deciding who's advancing into playoffs. We have G2 and T1 ahead.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the VALORANT Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in! And down goes Knight!
I'm kicking it old school. You wish you were so cool. I got that far out. I got that out of sight. I make it groovy, baby. We going all night.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back to day 5 of Masters Santiago and our final match of the Swiss stage. Blinked and you missed it, man. What a run it's been. Playoffs are on the line, and our last one, oh boy, it's a good one. G2 Esports take on T1, a rematch of Masters Bangkok. Golden Boy here alongside Sideshow and Mimi as we break everything down. And like I said before, this is a match that we have seen. Check this out, and I did the math myself, because I am so astute like that.
Yeah.
367 days ago. That's a gosh darn year, Sideshow.
It was also one of the best finals we've ever seen at a Masters event. It was so sick.
Really good.
But it was such a different 2 iterations of these teams. This is when the meta was wide open and T1 was defining their own style with this Yoru ISO stuff, playing in a way no one else was, versus G2, who I think at the time was really the epitome of the Teo meta and instituting that new agent into their compositions. Now, we're here, a year on, where the meta is everyone's playing the same stuff, the teams are also similar, and we get that rematch again.
It must have killed G2 that they got the revenge match 2-0 so cleanly at Paris when the stakes were so much lower.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I think that grand finals match of Bangkok will still be haunting G2. But what a victory for this T1 squad who's looking to repeat something similar in Santiago.
Oh, well, let's see if they're able to do so. One of those players who all eyes will be on, it's Meteor. And Jen had an opportunity to catch up with him and Leaf, those two guys, earlier today.
Jen here with Meteor and Leaf, and so, you two meet again. Anything you want to say to each other?
Remember Masters Bangkok?
Oh.
Remember Champions Paris?
Oh, I think we all remember.
No notes, Jen.
Yes.
That was amazing. That was so good. Yes, we all remember. And look, Meteor, without a doubt, he's going to have his hands full today because you're starting to see this G2 team coming alive. And part of that is because of that guy right there, Jogamo. Meteor's certainly going to have his hands full.
These two were the key players in that final back in Bangkok. It was the best match of that tournament for Jaw on the Yoru. But Meteor as well, stepping up big time in that tournament to push T1 over and get them the win.
They're both big game players, and I think, you know, elimination, one step away from playoffs. It doesn't get much bigger than this at this stage. For, I mean, one of the teams is going to end up going home, and the other will look to play bigger and bigger games. But yeah, these two, I think especially when you look at the fact that Jogamo is going to be the one challenging Meteor again and again, and we saw Meteor actually have a couple of stumbles earlier in the tournament against people with pace and aggression. Yeah, this is going to be a key matchup.
One agent, though, that was conveniently not shown there because he hadn't played it because they made big shifts was him on the Yoru. Now he's playing a much faster pace style, getting in his opponent's face a lot more, which is going to be exactly what we're talking about when he squares off against Meteor.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think this current meta is more of a return to how Jaw played back when he was on EG, where he is that dive duelist, the one who's required to create so much space for the rest of the team. But talking about playing against these really aggressive double duelist teams, this is where it kind of fell apart in their game against PRX.
Yeah, so you're watching right now HyperX kind of dismantle G2, and as the tempo increased, I think G2 love it if they're the faster ones in the matchup. But against HyperX, and maybe against T1, who are also used to playing that double duelist versus double duelist matchup, the experience of playing in Pacific, I think did make a huge difference in this match with G2 going up against such a titanic double duelist team of HyperX.
Yeah, that split was a great example where G2 was trying to go for these really aggressive side hits a la HyperX, and they knew exactly where to play back and then flood in. We're hitting some amazing haunt timings to cut these players down in the executes. They showed that you can't play one-to-one into HyperX's style and succeed against them.
I do think, though, that T1 they're not as fast, they're not as quick in the decision-making.
Yeah, I was going to ask that,
as HyperX is. They do have a huge amount of comfort playing double duelist, and they're very aggressive with it, but the small team fight moments are not as quick, not as fluid, not as improvised as HyperX is.
And that's where T1 looked really bad to me in their first match. I felt like that they were struggling in those team fights, not playing together the way they were in Pacific. I think at their peak, they can get close to matching that style, but certainly as you watch the rounds like this one, it was so much more disjointed from T1, not quite up to that expectation.
Yeah, I found that when I was watching, I mean, we were looking at Meteor getting rolled over during this match. I found that their positioning was just way too far forwards when they're up against a team that's going to be pushing them aggressively. You need to be playing a further step backwards and playing around cover that's a second layer behind so that when the I mean, here's a great example. Meteor is out in the open. He needs to be in a spot there where he can fall back to lamps or fall back to mail, not just be in the middle of vent.
And that is what concerns me a little bit here, because we were waiting for T1 to make those key adjustments to stop that, but that didn't happen. And for a team that's running into HyperX regularly, more regularly than anyone else, right, in this Swiss stage right now, you would thought that we would have seen that against Team Liquid, given that they were playing a very W-gamey type style of just getting in your opponent's face with Miniboo.
Yeah, I think this match puts us in a very interesting position because I think both of these teams struggled with a similar thing in their first match with the micro between players, not team fighting the way they expect, getting caught off guard by the aggression from their opponent. They both then went and beat a Chinese team, did it pretty dominantly against some squads that I wasn't super impressed with either EDG or XLG.
Yeah,
I think
they kicked around some toddlers for a little bit, and now they're back
Your words!
to play against some real
His words,
teams.
not mine.
I mean, the Chinese squads did not put up any level of a battle so far in Swiss.
And look, you're not wrong. I think like it goes without saying that this was not the best showing for them, but it was a good showing for the teams that were facing against them because they kind of use those opportunities to kind of get themselves back into the swing of things. That's exactly what we saw with G2 in that XLG matchup. They looked like they were in full control. Same thing with T1. But for now, though, let's actually see what's going on with our skirmish side select. We got VALORANT going up against Munchkin. Okay.
I'm disappointed we don't get the Baby Bay Munchkin. That would have been
fun.
That would have been beautiful.
But VALORANT is the nominated, the challenger, the hero.
In these.
Yeah, he is the Achilles.
Is he undefeated in this?
He is undefeated in terms of skirmish matches. There probably are some other players that are on a similar level of pace, but I've watched a lot of VALORANT and he's kind of cracked in these spots. And the form he's been in recently has been nasty in the games too.
Yeah, the end of Americas for VALORANT was absolutely ridiculous. He's kept that up here. He's a player who's been so consistent at being great, but there's occasionally a tournament or two where it just seems like it's even a step above his norm.
2-2 in the count here. VALORANT looking pretty solid so far. Again, a couple of these cheeky peeks, but now Munchkin. Oh, VALORANT again keeps coming back. He goes in for seconds every time. People got to start reading that, man. He's been dipping and diving back and forth, right?
Yeah. Ooh, dude, he just slapped Munchkin down there.
Munchkin's reactions I'm living for. This is too funny.
I know. He's so fun, honestly. I think that's such
dude.
a nice injection into a T1 team that was known for being tense.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's actually an exact parallel. You think about the one player that has been swapped out for both these teams since that Bangkok final. It's Baby Bay coming in for Jonah, and it's Munchkin coming in for Sylvan, and then later DH.
Skirmish match point, maybe.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This could be VALORANT's his whole streak on the line. Here and now, he gets it!
Against the wide swing with the Vandal spray.
Oh.
Dude, I thought Munchkin had that one.
I actually thought too. I thought we were going to see another streak end today.
Yeah.
You know, like I was ready for it. All right, well, there you have it. VALORANT and G2 end up getting the victory there. So we have our winner. Let's head into our maps, picks, and bans and find out what our battlegrounds are going to be.
Hey guys, we're just going to do the map select. G2, you won the skirmish, so are you Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. G2 Team B, T1 is Team A. All right, T1, what's your first ban?
We ban Corrode.
Corrode?
Yeah.
All right, ban Corrode. G2, what's your ban?
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. T1, what's your first pick?
We pick Breeze.
Breeze. G2, what is your side on Breeze?
Attack.
Attack. Okay, G2, what's your map 2 pick?
Pick Haven.
Pick Haven. T1, what's your side on Haven?
Attack.
Attack. Okay, T1, what's your last ban?
We ban Abyss.
Ban Abyss. G2, what's your last ban?
Ban Pearl.
Ban Pearl, last map split. T1, what's your side on split?
We defense.
Defense. Okay, so as a recap, we have map 1 is Breeze with G2 on attack. Map 2 is Haven with T1 on attack. Map 3 is Split with T1 on defense. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Thank you. Good luck.
All right, so we have our maps. Anyone want to touch on this real fast?
Yeah, I do think Breeze is interesting as an opener. We've only seen G2 play it once
Yeah.
in their finals against MIBR, and they're facing a T1 who I think regionally looked really good here. They absolutely destroyed RRQ in that final with some of the best example for me of how good their team fighting can be, but then that completely fell apart in their first Breeze games here against Liquid.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm lost in the source of the past, though. I'm just thinking about Split, and if we get there, the iconic moments from Bangkok, the tournament points that were on the line, squandered, thrown away.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're set up for a banger again.
But you know what, though? What's going to help both of these teams is the fact that you have veterans on each side of the stage. And if we're granted, all these players have really just been a part of the system for such a long time, but namely Stax and Baby. If anything, coming into this one side, so the older players, if you will, Baby especially, but, you know, really actually holding things down, holding the fort down, but we're seeing some great output from these players.
Stax has been phenomenal, actually, all tournament. Baby was cold, ended up going hot, and I think is probably looking to keep that up. I think Baby
there's more pressure on him today?
Yeah, but I think that, to your point, the game that he previously just came off the back of will give him a lot of confidence to keep up that momentum.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first game that he played here at Masters, it didn't look like he was at the level to compete. It was a really rough game from him and from G2 as a whole, but he had a great showing against XLG, and now today I think he does have a lot to prove. It's still kind of a controversial move to have brought him in and replaced Jonah P, taking a risk on someone who hadn't played at this level in quite some time, to now have to show up today and get a team that always makes playoffs there.
I want to see the form check of these two teams.
Yeah.
Because if T1 are shooting, they are shooting. These guys have got incredible talent across the board. I think the pressure is on the G2 side to be able to match up to that and make sure that they're giving their all.
Yeah, G2 has never missed a playoffs. This would be unprecedented if they lose out here in the group stage.
You just said that and gave me some shivers, bro. Ooh, I'm ready for this one, baby. It's the last match of the Swiss stage, and you couldn't have asked for a better way to close this out. It's the rematch of our finals of Masters Bangkok. Two incredible teams are about to go toe-to-toe against one another. G2, T1, let's bring out your two squads. These two teams have traded wins back and forth, but one thing needs to be said, that when it mattered the most, it was T1 who was lifting a trophy over their head at the end. And as for G2, this could very well be a chance that they miss a playoffs. Will it happen here and now? Let's get ready for the game.
I want to see both of these teams bring their absolute all to this one, because yes, we're playing for elimination here, but I do think there's a chance whoever wins could leverage that momentum and go on a run throughout playoffs. The ceiling for both of these teams is nuts. It's just about hitting it.
Hot take. Either of these teams wins, top three, I think.
It's very reasonable. They've always succeeded at past international events, but I think it would mean even more for a G2 to have squandered their chance to beat this team, for their one opportunity for a global trophy. You look at a T1 though, haven't made it back to those heights since winning in Bangkok. A great opportunity to beat them again, to show that this is a team who can again compete for trophies.
Both of these teams want it so badly. G2 have been craving that freaking trophy that has eluded them at a global event for God knows how long. Meanwhile, for T1, you're representing a brand with such legacy, but not only that, you have an opportunity to have lightning strike twice again at M1, the first Masters event of the year. What are the chances, man?
A really historic matchup with a lot on the line. Some weird twists, too, seeing Baby Bay play against Munchkin. Haven't seen that one since 2019. Josh still had hair when he was casting those guys playing.
Yeah.
Hey, I did too.
It is wild. Dude, and remember that the reason that Baby Boy was brought in was in order to give them that little extra boost they needed to become a trophy lifting team. G2 already had what it took to be able to get deep in tournaments, make playoffs, and have a chance at a trophy.
Three-time regional champion, for goodness sake.
But they're never able to convert it on the global stage. So, yes, the Baby Bay pickup and addition into the team's been more of a risk, maybe more volatile, but the purpose of it was to have a chance to lift trophies.
Different histories, though, for Munchkin having been there, done that in Valorant, found those accolades, that success. For Baby Bay, petered off after being so dominant early in his career in North America, trying to, for the first time, find global success in this game.
This is his biggest test for sure when it comes to global matches. I mean, yes, the game against HyperX was also a test, but there wasn't as much on the line there. This is elimination.
This is a different beast altogether now, because this is where, for G2, and we're going to call a spade, this is where that big risk you took, dropping the Professor. Let's see if this one pays off here, because this is where you need to get over that hump. You come into this tournament, and you don't make playoffs, certainly going to sting, especially a team that had your number in the past, and you needed to get that dub today.
I think from G2's perspective, when you think about the matches that both teams have played at Santiago, G2 are going to want to be the team setting tempo, because I think that is where we saw some missteps from T1. Not positioning themselves great, always feeling like they were the ones going to be landing the first punch. For G2, you want to be playing as fast as you possibly can in this match.
And that's going to really hinge on Jogamo. He's going to be the guy that needs to get activated and in the face of his opponent.
He's a big game player. These are the moments that he thrives for. A loud crowd, elimination on the line. He was the man who almost got G2 their trophy back in Bangkok, but it was only almost.
Yeah. One of the things as we look towards the compositions is that G2 have not particularly demonstrated very many times of success with this new style because it was so recent. We've only seen them play Breeze a single time with the double duelist. I mean, Jorg, is he actually going to be locking in the chamber? They were playing double duelist previously with Jorg on Neon. I'd be so surprised if he went chamber here. I think he's just doing a little troll. T1 are not going to move away from what was working for them. Buzz gathering all of that attention towards him on attack or defense, and you're looking at Itsu and Meteor to have big performances.
Both these teams struggled with the team fighting in their opening matches, with getting sloppy with the fundamentals. I think they proved a lot better in their respective matches against a Chinese team to come to this final game of the group stage. But in a double duelist mirror on Breeze, it's where that improvement is really going to count, if they can keep that same level that they showed in those matches where they were so favored.
It's a great opportunity early on to take a look at Meteor, in fact, because he's going to be trying to anchor against G2's double duelist.
Folks, the pressure is on. The last match of the Swiss stage. Who is going to lock in their ticket for the playoffs? Is it G2 or T1? And who better to call the action than the Pacific's very own Achilleos and Paper Thin?
Elimination on the line. Time is clearly a flat circle. We are right back to that grand final at Masters Bangkok with T1 squaring up against G2.
Yeah, and you know, we were there. We were the ones casting it, so I'm excited to be able to cast this matchup again. Now, G2 did get their revenge at Champions Paris, where they were able to take T1 down in a clean 2-0. But today, it feels like both of these teams got some confidence off of their wins to get to this moment, to get to this point. And it's just, I think, going to come down to a lot of mental decisions. You know, how well is Meteor going to be able to handle this Neon Yoru pressure that he crumbled against Team Liquid underneath? And so a lot of those things on my mind here as we get into Breeze. But T1 picking it, they must feel confident.
Absolutely must. That split was right there. Thought for sure that's where they were going to try to go. Let us see how they fare as we go into the opening pistol. 4 Sheriffs and a Ghost in the hands of T1. Couple classics still here for G2. Jogamo taking point. Big reveal on the Meteor, alone on the site for now. Jogamo pushing out of the smoke. Meteor trying to find the taps. It's only going to be getting a little bit of damage. But Buzz still able to find one as Baby Bay's going to be taken down. Jogamo now gone as well. Turn forward into the smoke, finds the right click. Valen, however, dropped as Buzz finds himself another elimination, and Leaf for now kind of locked out of the doors, being watched by Munchkin. Spike is planted, so Onus on T1, but now it is Leaf left to his own devices to swing out, looking for the finishing shot onto Buzz, but he cannot make it happen. T1 drawing first blood.
Well, I think already you're seeing that G2 wants to test Meteor a little bit here, but Meteor puts up a smoke, able to avoid that initial pressure from Jogamo. And he gets stuck behind the box. And meanwhile, the rest of the team flooding in through those mid doors just ahead of Leaf. And Buzz finds 2 big kills to bail out Meteor. And then it's just a cleanup job the rest of the way. It's a good start here for T1 on this defender side. Now, this is the side of the map that G2 picked here, attack. They would have liked to have gotten off on the stronger side of things, but we're going to go for the mid push, smoke up. They're just going to try this A site hit again.
Buzz contemplating the push, will go through as the Nebula falls, and Trent comes out on top. Could be a Guardian now in hand, but Meteor able to intercept onto Valen. Puts a spike down onto the floor, but he's going to be quickly overwhelmed, and oh boy. Some of the problems that were plaguing T1 that previous series might yet be coming back, but no. 2 kills in reply, and now the finisher. T1 will be able to steady the ship, avoid giving over a thrifty win. They get the 2-0 start with 3 players surviving.
Yeah, this round is something that I really like about the way that G2 approaches the map. I don't know that they don't get the win, but the way that they're so creative with their smokes is really impressive. Like, they wait for that toxic screen, put it up late to give them, free reign on the front of the site. They're able to isolate those fights between Meteor and Buzz and do a great job with getting those first 2 kills to give themselves a good chance. It's something you really got to key in on, especially on their defender side. Watch the way Valen positions those Astra smokes. He does a beautiful job of it.
Now into the bonus for T1. 2 players with Sheriffs. A little bit of firepower here. Obviously, G2 going to be coming out on top of that regard, and Stax does catch a glimpse on the Jogamo, but cannot get the drone dart through. We'll just silently drift back over towards the double doors.
Yeah, and some deep smokes here are going to force Stax a little bit further back off that mid-hold, so that's going to open up some space that Buzz has to be clearing. Make sure that they're not going to be able to break through easily.
Oh, there's the shots flying, the swing in, and Buzz fadeaway shot. Kellen's into the corner, still gets a good amount of damage on the Jogamo, putting him down to 20. So Sheriffs now could absolutely find the kill. Snakebite from behind just in case Munchkin's getting corralled. Jogamo has pumped the brakes, so isn't advancing forward, but for now, G2 players still stuck in a main, going to be rerouting that spike now as Izu full walk down past cannons, looking to try to catch Trent off guard. Weapon's going to be drawn in, but Izu has the 1 tap. He gets out scot-free. Finds the finisher. Playing off that previous damage from Buzz, and now it's just Valen and Baby Bay. Last two can maybe try to make a go of this, but they also might just have to save. 25 seconds remaining. They're just going to have to tuck away, you would expect.
Yeah, at this point, it's round over. Phenomenal map awareness. Just little micro adjustments here from T1 to maintain map control. Buzz there, even though he dies, he stalls out that G2 hit, and Munchkin able to buy a little bit of space with his util with the help of a smoke from Meteor at the choke of A. Even though he gets pinged out by the drone, does a really nice job buying a little extra time for Stax to get over there and make it uncomfortable for G2. Sets up for the lurk, something that T1 really wants to get activated, something they couldn't against Team Liquid. Let's get those lurks going, and they'll throw a lot of different looks at you. Sometimes it'll be Izu, sometimes it'll be Munchkin, sometimes it'll be Meteor, sometimes it'll be Buzz. It's all over the place with the formations and how to read this defender side for T1, at least when they're playing it well.
And with a 3-0 start so far for Izu, he's going to be bringing the Operator now into round 4. Plenty of money to continue to cycle these in. Just the 2 weapons retained. The rifles here for G2. Leaf with a stinger of always has to be respected.
Just trying to push in through elbow, but no contact to be found. Stack's gonna drone it, doesn't see a thing.
Just a quick little drop down, gets the spot out, but gets fully blinded up as well. Turn around and Jogamo able to find 1 Meteor, now gonna be struck down as Leaf gets the weapon upgrade, but it will quickly be dropped. However, Baby Bay, with that Vandal in hand, still able to find some value. Valen eliminated by the shock dart, a 2v3 now. So there's the spot out. Izu does manage to find the one, but now finds himself in a 1v2. Try to clutch it out and continue the win streak, otherwise G2 will be finding themselves a much needed round win. Set up on the decoy, hasn't sent it yet, still does have 2 flashes to play around with. Is it walking forward, but the re-wrap here from Babybay could be Izu's undoing. Slow advance up through Hall. Izu working his way towards this opening arch, but now they have him spotted. The flash out, Babybay strikes from behind, gets himself a 3K and gets G2 the first round win.
Fantastic stuff here from G2. Just a cute little setup to brute force their way through the B choke. Buzz falls for the clone. That is his undoing, and there's Meteor getting tested, this time failing. Just those stingers so deadly in the hands of G2. They love to get up close and personal. So that's a big economic game changer there. And it looks like Babybay gonna use that op. Izu does invest in another one. So money's gonna be weak here for T1 if they can't get this round to go. A little bit in the bank for G2 behind this buy, but a couple players a little bit low in that economy. Getting close to some ults though. Meteor 1 away from his Cosmic Divide. Jogamo 1 away from the Overdrive. Things to keep in mind. Munchkin this time gonna be tucked in at doors, but G2's gonna take this slow.
There's the peek. He'll find a dink, but at that range doesn't do too much damage. Gets forced away by the snake bite. He'll just happily give up that space. Meanwhile, Jogamo all the way up through elbow. Buzz just around the corner, wanted to take this peek perhaps here into mid. Eats the decay on that poison orb. Has the tailwind at the ready, but looks like he's just not going to be able to find that contact. Jogamo just stays tucked in.
They're looking for that lurk. They're looking for T1 to get antsy. So far, T1 holding on. Munchkin making the wrap. Shot rings out. Meteor dodges. This looks like a B hit all the way now. 35 seconds left.
Jogamo still, though, getting closer and closer, hearing some of these rotations coming through. Buzz, however, still going to be able to find 2. Right up in front on the side. Jogamo down to 1 HP, pursuing deeper, looking for that kill. Doesn't manage to find it. Munchkin falls to 22 HP. It's going to be the player advantage for the moment for T1, but G2 had the spike planted, and Stax is now eliminated. Izu still on that rotate, working his way over towards Hall. Still has the operator in hand. Don't peek, and I believe Izu will have had that spot, but Munchkin now finished off, and once again is down to Izu to try to clutch us out. Sees the spot there onto the enemy Sova and has to go for the save. G2 back-to-back rounds. They're clawing their way right back into this map.
Looked like it might be a good moment there for T1. Able to find a numbers advantage, but with only that stinger there for Munchkin, he's not really able to do the damage that he'd like. They're able to reposition themselves to hold that Arch's angle to take Stax down. So the B hit's working here for G2. They're going to be adjustments for T1. Buzz, good to get 2 there, but the rest of the team just flooding in together. Some big kills on the way in. Trent there finds that one, and a little bit of frustration there for Stax. He's been so good this event. We've been seeing the B stacks. He's doing well so far to start. 5-2, nothing to sneeze at. But he probably feels like he should have been a little bit more impactful there.
And still with the operator in hand. To go for a Guardian buy on Meteor. Give him a bit more firepower to try to solo anchor that B side of the map. Izu, in the meanwhile.
They got a double stack waiting
Deep
for this.
walk down into mid, and yeah, they have a double stack, and Leaf has the headshot. What a shutdown. Babybay unable to find it, but will just quickly dash out with that gate crash, so Buzz unable to find the pursuit that he was looking for. Door just being hit for now. As all of G2's forces get clustered together over towards A main, but it's all of T1. 3 players at least gathered to try to stop the pressure at mid. Jogamo's just keeping them trained on this.
Yeah, and they just threw a smoke in there to make sure that T1 doesn't go exploring any other parts of the map, so that's a really nice little piece of util there from Valen to give them a little bit of extra space.
T1 working their way in, and Jogamo, not sure if he caught a glimpse or what. It's just a timing either way, finds Munchkin. Buzz slotting forward, hasn't been spotted quite just yet. And now needs to do everything, and oh, the knives are whipping. Jogamo will find the final. That's a flawless as G2 tie it up at 3-3.
Yeah, they're starting to get a feel here. Working the map a little bit. Getting the hard read initially on where Izu was going to want to drift with that operator. Nice little ping reveal. Good setup from Trent. I think we're going to see a timeout popped here by T1. After a great start converting your bonus and then you lose 3 in a row. It's a tough pill to swallow. I'm going to try to take some time to think about this with KDG.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to find a damn thing since that bonus conversion, and that's with Valorant not even having any kills himself. He's 0-4-1 at the moment. And take a look here at Coinbase win condition. T1, they're trying to pull one out from this timeout. Because not only are you now caught up to, but G2 are about to have the lead as far as the ults are concerned. Izu not yet there for that dimensional drift. Babybay has his online. They have the Hunter's Fury. They can go for the Wombo combo. And then Leaf is one charge, one plant away from having that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to consider here for T1. So are you going to want to get aggressive in this round? This is something that I think G2's been kind of anticipating. A lot of their early round defaulting, to me, reads that they're anticipating push-outs. They're anticipating pressure from T1, and they're trying to make sure that they're in places that they can counter it. I mean, we saw it with Jogamo when he pushed all the way up at the top of elbow. We saw it there in that last round where they're ready for Izu's swing by Pillar. So a lot of things already being accounted for here that are going to be in the back of your minds as T1 trying to make adjustments into this round to thwart what you're talking about, those ult combos, that ability to just get a freebie, get a kill, get a spike plant, and make it a 5v4 retake potentially. Things like that. Tricky to deal with. Stax does have his ult to respond potentially to a Hunter's Fury as well, so that's something that G2 does have to be cognizant of. Babybay pushed pretty far up here, looking for Meteor to try to push that angle around the edge. Ooh.
Does so. A tiny bit of damage going to be found. Buzz now with the tailwind pop. Might want to go swinging into this one. See if Babybay can have him outdone. There's a swing, and now Buzz. Johnny on the spot. Fast with the flick. Finds an opener for T1. Meanwhile, Izu again going to try to push down. Get onto an angle to utilize this operator. They're going to try to drone him off this one. He does barely manage to make it out. Leap just there, swinging the other side with that operator in hand. Wanted to claim him. Where does G2 go from here? Could just be the pull back over towards the double doors. Trying to work their way through stacks.
Find one here. That'd be huge because he's got Buzz. Starting to go for a lurk.
Quick reposition. Tucks back over towards orange.
Giving up.
That's out the one player that he heard. Now Valen up into nest. Meteor seemingly reading this and watching for it. Can he win the fight? The answer's going to be yes. Takes down the opposing IGL. Now it's a two-player advantage over to T1 as the spike gets ready to be planted. Trent having it in hand, but still needing to clear out the remainder of this site. Meanwhile, Jogamo peels back a kill into their favor. Immediately invests the overdrive. Time dwindling. Buzz not checking to the right. Leaf is just right there with him. He finds him with a no-scope. Just never spotted him out. Trent just tagged up once, but not taken down. Now the pit's going to be invested from Leaf. This G2, we're in such a rough position. But they are fighting their way back into this round. Now with the advantage. Stax has to lead the charge. Is it still an operator in hand for Izu? The players are low, but the time is widely gone, and Jogamo is still looking for a backstab angle as well. The ping's coming down. Stax able to find one. Sends out the recon, but Leaf is tucked into the corner. So cheeky. And now the op is gone. Stax is eliminated, and G2 are in the lead.
This is incredible work from Jogamo on this round. The way that he's able to find a little bit of extra space, clearing out Meteor as he's trying to come down ramp. Huge kill there to break open that site a little bit and make Buzz a little bit confused, because Buzz then tunnels on where did Jogamo go. He popped his ult. I've got to deal with him, and he completely disregards that right-hand corner. Just beautiful stuff from Jog. That is a phenomenal round, and it's something that gave T1 fits on this map, was dealing with that Neon. It was a very different look from Miniboo and Team Liquid, but here you're seeing some similar issues that are cropping up.
Izu able to find one. Babybay forward with the dimensional drift, just escorting the rest of this squad forward into the A site. Jogamo looking for a kill. We'll set up that fast lane and back away as the ping reveal comes through. Plays elusively enough. There's Cosmic Divide as well, going to be layered in. G2 not wanting these rounds to go over to T1 under any circumstances. Pop flash in, full blind, but I don't think they spotted Jogamo. Pursues down, he's looking for that kill, but can't quite find it. Another flash going to be coming in. This time Baby Bay, however, has the covering fire. Izu's gone, Meteor dead, and it is just Stacks and Munchkin to try to make something happen, but Munchkin just has a Bucky, and Valen should have him absolutely screwed, but no, Munchkin does get with a classic, gets another as Trent falls. And now suddenly, Munchkin versus Baby Bay. An old school matchup. Days long since passed, but the time is just not going to be there, so Munchkin, he will not be able to find this round win. The kill as well will elude him. Everyone will die, but G2 continue on this 5-round win streak.
Yeah, 5 in a row, and I mean, T1 this time trying to play a little bit slow behind this wall and trying to flood out, push out together, but the initial hit thwarted by the two duelists of G2. Baby Bay and Jogamo combining. I don't know what in the world got into Munchkin with his classic this round. Those were filthy shots. It just ran out of time there.
And Munchkin bro, why? Well, a lot invested into that one for G2. Now back into a buy for T1. They look to try to turn this pace around. Baby Bay just storming up into mid, pushes out of the Nebula, does get taken down. Buzz gonna be tagged up, trying to make his exit. Tailwinds over to the side, but Stack's gonna be caught at the same time by Jogamo. So, in the end, a 1-for-1. Push up deep into Nest for Jaw.
Yeah, he knows with Stack's dead that this might be clear, and they might be trying to re-clear it so he can get ahead of it.
Izu considering it. Scoped in on the bridge, working his way closer and closer towards that sand side. Hunter Sphere at the same time going to be called in from Trent off screen, looking to try to flush out and open up this B side of the map. It's going to be Leaf who finds Buzz to do just that. Rewrap, however, down from Meteor. Through the elbow, looking to try to intercept. He will be good for one. Munchkin, however, eliminated on the site. Spike on the floor for the moment. Lob it on that poison orb. The shots will get baited out. Now Leaf can recover it. Looking for that transfer, but doesn't quite manage to make it happen. Izu now once again. Feels like the third time having to be the one to try to clutch this. Spotted up a Neon, sees it, sends the shot, but he's going to be going for it. The Dimensional Drift in play, can swap out the weaponry. Grabs himself a Phantom, has the spot here on the Jogamo. Looks back into main, sees Trent, cuts around the corner, and Trent cuts him down. T1 grasping at straws.
Scanning ahead.
The G2 continue to stand tall, 6 in a row now.
Yeah, now it's just looking like winning some of those individual battles right there. Stacks goes on a walk through the smoke, and they're just ready for him. And that, again, opens up so much space. It makes it so much harder for Izu to get over here with the op to help try to shut down this execute. All these little things that G2 is doing on the map to disrupt T1's formations, their defaults. It's doing so well. And he even invested the Cosmic Divide there. So painful.
Jogamo just sprinted it up, and okay, Izu, a very nice shot from him, and now a second. Grabs a weapon upgrade, Balance gonna be pinged down, revealed. Izu finds himself a third. Meteor lurked forward inside of A-Main, will be able to catch Leaf, and somehow, some way, this is the round that T1 will break the win streak with. It'll be a Thrifty, a Mastercard Thrifty at that, because they can upgrade their weapons, and finally, they find themselves some footing on this defense.
Sure, why not? Why not, Izu? Just go crazy and, yeah.
Pick up the bandit and it's click heads, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, he's been that guy sometimes. You know, this season he's been really impactful when they've needed someone to kind of step up, find those big multi-kill rounds for T1. He's been their guy more often than not. So, still a couple ults here. Jog's gonna have his. He's got Munchkin and Meteor sitting on theirs, and it's just going to be an early pit at B. Flown through just to see if they can get a reaction out of Munchkin. That's just going to let him take elbow space. Buzz, though, with this op, this is so dangerous.
Looking to swing that corner. Tailwind at the ready. Baby Bay on the other side. Buzz has him outdone once again. Clean early pick. Jogamo, however, still alive, still deadly. Has a stinger as well as the overdrive in the back pocket.
Stack's going to try to drone for Izu.
Should have spotted more as well as that wall did fall. Just gets the reveal onto one. Now G2. In this forward pressure, they've given up so much space. They feel like they have to play in towards this B side of the map, it would seem.
Yeah, good awareness there from T1, recognizing that Trent could have hung around behind Pillar. They pinged that out, but now they're going to try to put a pinch on Buzz to try to hold the line.
Izu now potentially at risk, though. They get past Buzz, but he is going to be good for the opening kill. And now Izu strikes in from behind, gets that flank shot, looks for the follow-up, and Valen will be able to take him down. 2v4, however, trying to scale their way up through the hall, and Buzz just gives the shot to Leaf. Continues to be good for those as they overall Munchkin as well. And suddenly, it's a 2v2. The player's still a world away. Gravwell, a misread. Leaf hearing the footsteps. Meteor dropped Leaf. A 3K for him. And Stax has to do it all. It seems like they have his position very well read. Leaf immediately rescaling, ready to get onto the flank.
And he knows it. He's aware.
Gives it that consideration, spots it, kills it, now into the 1v1.
Standing ahead.
The IGL of old versus the IGL of the current day for G2. He's trying to bait out the util, but swings into the open, just no clue where Valen was at. Plays an off angle where the spike is not planted for him and catches Stax by surprise.
This is a great round for Leaf. Finding huge impact here after it looked like the round was going to be done, but Buzz had to back off from helping. I don't know why. In that mid area, kind of left Izu on an island. I felt like they were going to just try to maintain that hold on mid, try to maintain that map control, but he backs off. Not sure what the read was there. And that gives G2 the space to capitalize and find two huge kills and some whiffs there from T1 as well. Giving G2 that opportunity. Some Nova pulses there to just slow each other down, but this looks like a pacey A hit.
Oh, they're trying to make it go. But Meteor, some wild spray forward, finds himself another. His Valen's gonna be dropped as well. I think he just headshot him through the clone of Baby Bay and Meteor. So it's coming alive. Leaf's still standing, but he's down to 12 HP, and Buzz invested the knives into the round and will be able to put them to use. 7-5 at the half. T1, after a hot start, barely managed to make this competitive in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel real good right now about the form that G2 is in. They're out shooting, they're out macroing T1 in a lot of aspects of the game right now.
Clean stuff for him, but we'll see. That first pistol eluded G2. Can they find the opener to storm their way forward? Because that would set up for potentially a 2-0 for G2. We're gonna go to the halftime break. When we come back, we'll see what we get in the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá. Arriba, arriba. No, 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 todos de pie. Todos de pie, todos de pie, todos de pie. Todos de pie, quiero ver a todo el mundo de pie. ¡Vamos, Santiago! Vamos a cantar a Killjoy. ¡Ey, Killjoy, tírate un paso! ¡Ey, Killjoy, tírate un paso! ¡Ey, Killjoy, tírate un paso! ¡Hey, Viper, tírate un paso! ¡Hey, Viper, tírate un paso! Viper, ahora todos, el paso, el paso, el paso del carnalito. ¿Cómo estamos, Santiago?
Doesn't matter what time it is, what day it is, how many people are here. It is always a party here at Masters Santiago. But the time for dancing is done. It's now time to get into the second half of this opener of Breeze. A 2-round lead for G2. T1, it's their map pick. Can they bring this back?
It's going to be tough. I mean, their attacker side versus Team Liquid was anemic. They were only able to get 4 rounds in, and one of them was the pistol. They immediately lost the eco when we got that little trade back and forth there on ecos for a little bit, but I think it's going to need to be a lot cleaner here for T1. They're going to need to be a lot more in sync. Firepower is going to have to come alive as well because they were getting vested in that department a couple times in that first half. So Buzz dashes onto the site. Got a couple players pretty close here for G2. So this is
but disconnected.
Yeah, this could be a fight.
Shots just whizzing past Leaf, unable to find him through these smokes. Frantically fishing, and Leaf, one shot in reply, and he managed to send it right between Buzz's eyes. What a hit from him. Izu now caught. Backside stunned up dead. Munchkin gonna be able to find the one. Stax gets another. Valen gone. Meteor immediately flushed out as Baby swings the corner and dispatches him with relative ease. Already the defuse held a half, and Stax, he's been clean with the Sheriffs, but he cannot make it happen this time. Just doesn't have the numbers, the firepower, the time. G2 take the pistol. They get themselves up by 3.
Huge stuff here. I mean, G2 is so patient behind these smokes and, just waiting. Kind of had a feeling there, did Leaf, where those shots were coming from on top of that short box in the corner, and just nails him. And Baby Bay so fast. Letting them know. Letting them know they're a little shaky right now. Phenomenal stuff from him to swing that corner and instantly get that second. Crazy good stuff.
It is just the one bandit. Everybody else with classics. Granted, Munchkin showed that he could be deadly with them. The rest of the team very much looking to prove the same. As Meteor lingering, will have heard that rotation coming through, but some early damage suffered. Looks like T1 just going to look to back away. Suspecting that they have drawn a good amount of attention towards this A site. Now we'll begin to rotate in towards B, but Meteor still on an island. Spot out there, and I think Prius will be able to see Jogamo at range, taking down Buzz as Leaf will be traded out. Push onto the corner. Munchkin eventually able to find the kill. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to collect that weapon. No, Valen will find him from Nest. Spike going to be planted in the meanwhile. 2v3, already some decent damage dealt here by T1. Feels unlikely to be able to get that thrifty conversion that they would love to have. Stax pulling back, tucks around the corner over towards cannons. Trent, does he read it? Oh, no, but they're not going to be able to find the shots to connect. It's a bit of damage on the both, and Izu now with his work cut out for him. 46 HP in a dream, takes Baby Bay low, takes him down, looks for the follow-up, finds it. As Valen had already got it up to half, can pull off the spike defuse with ease, gets himself a 3K and another round win for G2, but that ended up being very costly.
Yeah, I mean, normally you'd probably feel good about that as T1, but the way this map has been going, you're probably just kicking yourselves a little bit that you couldn't get this round to go. Stax in particular, probably like, oh, I should have at least got one there. I got the dink, but I couldn't get anything else. What it's worth, the classics are sharp for T1, but G2's been on top of their game when it comes to the rifle rounds in particular, and it will be a rifle round. Baby Bay still gonna carry over that outlaw, scooped up for him. Otherwise, it's a pretty sparse buy. A couple Sheriffs, Bucky in there, Stinger for Valen. So a little bit of a mid-exploration early for T1. Smokes in response. Toxic Screen gonna be cutting off a lot of that mid-presence that T1 really wants to establish, so they're gonna take their time here. Don't have any A main control, don't have much B main control, so this is gonna be a little bit tricky here for T1 once they start making their move. You're giving G2 the opportunity to put some of these close-range weapons into impactful positions potentially, so see how ready they are for it.
Right here.
I'm gonna pop that smoke in mid through the doors. No response from G2 on that. They're gonna go on a walkabout.
Check around the pillar, but they are gambling into the correct direction. Drone out, leading into the A site. It's gonna be Valen. Tucked it back sight with the Stinger in hand. Baby Bay starting to scale forward though. Gets himself to the opposite side of the wall. As that smoke falls, has the spot out, but Stax had the full armor, survives with 10 HP, eventually finds the headshot. Valen out, forced out into the open, looking for a little bit more follow-up, but Izu will be able to strike him down. Spike now planted. One charge away is so much damage. Traded out between Munchkin and Jogamo. Both lucky to be alive. This gives a bit more wiggle room potentially to G2, but as I say, that Trent will fall. Leaf is taken down. Now it is just Jaw. 6 health. Ooh. Finds a great headshot. And he can certainly still make this costly. Everybody is within 1-tap range. Looks like it might just be the save. Grabs up that Vandal. Tucks back away. Izu wanting to try to get the Dimensional Drift online for the next round one way or another. Will go in pursuit of him. Swinging around the back, and Jogamo seemingly not having the read. Got his back to the box, but Izu seems like he's got it sussed out. He sees the gun barrel, and there is the kill. The 9-6, still 3-round lead here for G2. Cannot find that bonus conversion.
Yeah, but the good news here for T1 is you're going to have that Dimensional Drift available. Allen does have his ult as well for retake, but Stax wins a big fight there, even after getting hit by one of those outlaw shots. Had he not won that, I think that's a very different looking round, because the spike would have dropped there, and there could have been a quicker reaction from G2 potentially, but he's laughing, he's smiling, and a timeout already for G2.
I mean, it's a healthy lead, but I think one of the big things they're going to be talking about is what you just highlighted. The Dimensional Drift available for Izu, and Stax is 1 charge away from having the Hunter's Fury. So this might be Josh wanting to get involved, call that we need to challenge them at the extremities here. That's going to be the win condition for them to try to drag this back and make sure that T1 cannot continue trending upward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're probably going to want to get ahead of the curve here, RG2. I think you're absolutely right. You know, try to deny them an orb or something like that. Try to, you know, not really let that Dimensional Drift necessarily get a ton of value initially. Because if you could pick the right side, if you could kind of gamble, okay, I think they're going to go A for that orb, and then we can get ahead of that. We can throw some stuff at them.
It feels like the extremity control is going to be the Coinbase win condition for both of these teams.
Yes.
Well, that the timeout does expire. Get back into this one and see if they do go for that challenge, or if they just allow for T1 to grab it and see if they just end up wasting it. You see some fairly disconnected positions here.
Yeah, it's a default. G2 just talking about how they want to shore up the defenses a little bit. Maybe Jogamo goes for a contest of A main now. Seems like that is the call. Meanwhile, T1 wants to continue to try to pressure mid. Jog just checking for a reaction, and look at how quick they are. They've got such a good sense here, and T1 actually backing off. There wasn't that fast hit that they were also thinking about. So both teams kind of having similar ideas, actually, on how they thought the other was going to approach the round. So now just hold for Izu. He's often tasked with being that guy behind the pillar, but he's going to TP out, join the rest of the forces. They're going to cede this space over, try to set up for this A hit. I assume off the back of his ultimate. Try to clear some space, get into post plants. And here we go.
Dimensional Drift in, or being taken. Stax now with that Hunter's Fury online, but so far not spotting out anything, but hearing Jogamo. Then a couple shots. They do force him to reroute, but already 4 players from G2 in position to try to flood retake the site. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up. Stax searching, but ends up going wide. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find a kill as Izu will fall. Overdrive going to be popped. Meteor, however, able to find 2, but now will be taken down, and just like that, G2 smashed the attack from T1.
Yeah, because you're not able to get that mid control as T1, G2 is able to get these retakes to go so quickly to be set up for them. You don't get any value out of Stax's ult here. Big win for Jogamo. Oh, out in the open too. Meteor finds a couple, but then he's caught trying to jump around the pillar, and
let's go!
That's huge. These flood retakes, so oppressive, especially with the Neon in the mix. Get that stun. Get Buzz having to try to panic, throw down smokes to try to save himself. T1 still cannot find answers for this comp.
Judge in hand, but it's going to be Baby Pay profiting from the kills. Buzz able to find 1 before getting taken down. Just the clone sent through. And immediately, all 3 players at T1 needing to get clustered together if they want to have any hope of converting this round. Judge can be collected if they get into a post plant. Could potentially be a thorn on their side.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to just throw the Cosmic Divide here to try to get this plant. Meteor does some damage to Leaf. They're going to use that Snake Bite to buy a little bit extra time. I'd really like to see the Cosmic Divide here. I think you've got to just throw caution to the wind. You're 4 rounds down.
Leaf is just fearlessly playing forward here on the corner. Couple shots out as the spot comes through, but Leaf lightning fast with it. Stacks taken down. As again, the spike needing to be collected, and now their numbers dwindling as well as their HP bars. The spam on a meteor puts them to 17.
One enemy remaining. 30
Not
seconds
just
left.
Munchkin, a sheriff and a judge sprinting all the way across to the opposite side of the map. This would be miraculous. We'll have the time to get there to get the plant in play.
He's got to check angles.
He's slowing it down, and this is allowed for Valen to get the read, work his way over towards those double doors. Trent not too far behind as well. A second to spare. Spike will be planted. Look at that, just try to concuss him in position, drag him into the open, and it works a treat. Valen so on top of it. G2 well on top now. 5 rounds the lead. Just 2 more to go.
Yeah, they're just in cruise control now. Doing so many little things right. It's a great double setup. Oh, baby bay. Filthy. Yeah, these tight angles again causing T1 issues. Holding those close quarters fights, and T1 just not really ready for it. We've seen it punish them multiple times on this map, and it's going to be the final timeout for T1. They need to figure something out fast because they're 5 rounds down. They're into another bye, but it just feels so comfortable for G2.
Yeah, I mean, everything that they've tried throwing at them basically just hasn't stuck. Nothing's been working out for T1. Ults invested, doesn't matter. G2 have been able to brush them aside. Now, Cosmic divides on both sides, but that dimensional drift for Baby Bay can safely go right through it.
Right.
Scout out what's on the opposite side. Relay that over to the team. Leaf nearly there with the Viper's Pit as well.
Exactly. And I mean, we've already seen G2 happy to play Flood retake here on this defender's side, and it's worked a treat. And now you've got some of the best tools available for that in those ultimates. So much to consider here for T1. It just feels like if they can't establish that mid control, they can't get these rounds to go. They can't find that ability to prevent G2 from getting quick to the punch after the spike is planted, from just dissecting T1 before they're comfortable, before they're able to settle in. So either got to win some big fights early, but G2 hasn't been giving them the opportunities for that. They don't fight at the extremities. They're happy to just contest mid a little bit and then peel back, give T1 a little bit of space if they're going to go A. If they're going to go B, then they're going to fight you up close and personal and do a pretty good job of it.
What does the set call look like for T1? Thrown over the top, spot onto both duelists, a slide forward, and Jogamo able to collect one. Baby Bay gets another! They immediately demolish T1, which is seemingly not ready for a trap play despite spotting both of these players. The reaction just isn't there. Just zone back.
You are divided.
No other real recourse for this one, T1. Cannot try to play around the other side of the map. They just have to continue to push this one, but now the dimensional drift is in play. Baby Bay spotting all 3. Call coming through, and G2 get their forces clustered together. A safe and quiet exit on the opposite side of the wall. Cuss gonna be dodged, the clone goes in, Buzz turn of the flash and snaps on for a shot to kill Baby Bay, but Trent fishing through will be able to find that kill. Spot out for Meteor, the head found, Valen dead, now into a 2v2. This must win a round, and it'll all be on Munchkin's shoulders.
Toxin screen down.
Playing a ring around the Rosie here at the pyramid, spots the gun barrel of 1. The tap of the defuse, Trent to watch, to protect, and to guard! A 3K for the Silver, the defuse is in, and G2 get up to map point.
They're just better in every aspect of the game right now. They're winning their 1v1s. They're winning some of these fights that they necessarily shouldn't be favored in. But T1 just not reacting properly. They don't look as sharp. They don't look as fast. And in this meta, you gotta be fast. You gotta be sharp. And right now, G2 is all of those things. Jogamo, 18 kills. Leaf, 16. Baby Bay, 13. It is just
Need a drop.
clinical from G2 right now.
Get out of my way.
The knives now popped. Just a stinger behind this for Buzz. Everybody else, solid enough weaponry. Their own Cosmic Divide available. Jogamo, quick peek. And this time, trying to use maybe that drone as a bit of a trap with Meteor nearby enough. But Hunter going to be opened up the drop down the dash over to the side. Buzz somehow still going to be alive, and piling out of the doors is Izu, and he is dropped. 8 HP. The swing in the corner. Buzz able to find one. Looking for a little bit more, but Baby Bay, quick peek, has to backpedal. Valen gets the spot out, gets the kill. Baby Bay swings around in front of Pyramids. Meteor now going to be taken down the pit. Blooming as Munchkin, in desperation, throws everything that he can at this round. Just he and Stacks. Brain trust for the team. They try to somehow bail themselves out of this situation, but now Stacks has been found. Munchkin all alone hits the transfer for 2, but can find nothing more. 13-6, G2 show up on T1's Pick-Up Breeze, and they dispatch them with ease.
That is so impressive from G2. They looked calm and comfortable once they started stringing those rounds together. After T1 got the bonus, it was, what, 3 more rounds? 3 more that T1 got after that.
Not a strong showing at all. Now they have to rebound and play against G2 on their selection of Haven, or else they're going home.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go. He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la. Es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas. Ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la. Es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas. Ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Josh RT of G2. Now, congratulations, Josh, on the first map. Strong start. So first thing I want to ask you is, do you feel like the team is back in its tournament-winning form? And the second question I want to ask you is, do you feel like T1's playstyle kind of made it easier for you to dictate the pace of the game?
It's hard to know if we're going to be in tournament-winning form. I think we're just taking it game by game, map by map, and we know like T1 is a formidable opponent that can like turn up in a second. So I'm sorry, what was the second question? Sorry.
Do you feel like their playstyle made it easier for you to dictate the pace of the game compared to the HyperX series?
Yeah, I think there's easier beats that they're going by, but still just their firepower is just crazy. So we have to respect all their plays. It's just as scary as HyperX, I think. It's just a different beast.
Thank you, and good luck on the next map.
Thank you.
G2 Esports managed to pick up the win on T1's map choice of Breeze, 13-6. And here you see the breakdown, the AWS breakdown here as players are really, you talk about the firepower, he's not wrong. I mean, look at the results there. Everyone's really just putting up some numbers in that game, but well, those rounds were just slipping away from T1. And against G2, you simply just cannot afford that kind of, unfortunately, those kinds of mistakes.
Yeah, I think especially in the first half, we saw rounds where I think G2 had a solid idea, they beefed the execution a little bit, and then are in a losing position only to turn it around and win a lot of those clutches in the end. That's what got that momentum rolling in the first half, and then the later we got into this series, or into this map rather, the more I felt like it was just T1 falling back into some of the same issues as the Liquid game with failing in their team fighting.
We saw some nice moments though from G2. I think there were still some highlights towards the end of the map, which bode well for maybe their form as they keep rolling forwards. But I like that Josh was still being humble and like, listen, we're not quite there yet.
Well, you speak of some of the moments. It takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We're going to give this one to Trent here, but this one's more about how they responded after immediately getting information on presence here at A. Once that happened, the go button was hit. Jog and Baby Bay ran in. They managed to get themselves 2. And then from there, they were just able to build that into a round win.
Yeah, I like this kind of setup from G2 because it shows clear purpose. They get themselves into a winning position, and they're able to scrap it out from there with Trent hitting some really nice shots towards the end. These are the kind of rounds that I really enjoyed watching. Unfortunately, in the first half, there were a lot of rounds I did not enjoy watching because I told you that these two teams had insanely high ceilings, and I think they're pretty far away from those ceilings actually at the moment. Look at this round, bro. G2 are wandering around in mid. I don't know exactly what the game plan was on these slow mid defaults. They didn't look that great. This is a 2v5, and the two players on G2 bunch together, and T1 just take a series of individual engagements that lead to a 5v2 completely falling away from them. Jeez. What is going on in rounds like this? I could have picked out 4 different examples from the first half alone, I think. But this one was the most egregious because the numbers, you just shouldn't be losing rounds like this. I think neither team really looks like they're in that peak form that you know both squads can hit.
Sure.
But it's T1 who are letting things slip more right now.
Yeah, I think it got very individual in so many of the late rounds for T1, and where I think we saw some moments where the G2 individuals were able to bail them out. Wasn't quite the same in the late rounds for T1. And I think that's really disappointing too, that that's coming on Breeze, the map where I thought that this was going to be a focus for them to really get those protocols, be better in the fighting, because that's where they were rough earlier in this tournament, but I just didn't really feel like I saw that improvement here, whereas I did for G2.
I'm wondering whether it's a little bit of the pressure of the elimination game, or whether they got rattled a little bit in the game against Team Liquid, because I do think that T1, now being in this situation, their ceiling is so much higher than this. Their firepower even is higher than this. I know that Josh is talking about them being shooters, but I'm not seeing that same laser accuracy today. Like, they've got more to give.
Like, seeing it in the numbers, but you're not seeing it in the moment, right?
Yeah.
In Pacific, like against RRQ, I think T1 did such a good job of controlling the game, setting the pace, making their own plays. Here, so many of these rounds, especially in their post plants, felt like they were just sitting back and letting G2 execute into them and set their own tempo.
It would be a bad way to go out.
Yeah.
No, without a doubt, without a doubt. Look, pressure is on for the coaching staff to figure out how do they manage to force that map 3. Let's see what's going on with KDG as we have Jen Lee standing by.
Jen here with T1's KDG. Now Coach Jogamo can, and it seems like he will continue to pose as a serious threat on Haven as well. So what are your plans around shutting him down?
일단 브리즈 같은 경우는 사실 조그모의 네온보다도 사실 저희가 판단이라던가 콜적인 거에서 미스를 많이 했다고 생각을 하고요. 그 다음에 헤이븐 같은 경우는 상대가 요루 피닉스 조합을 준비해 올 거를 알고 있기 때문에 그에 대해서 저희가 조합을 바꾸는 걸로 한번 시도해 보기로 했습니다.
Well, for Breeze, I think it was more down to our individual mistakes, making the missed calls, rather than us having struggles with dealing with Jogamus Neon. But when it comes to the next map, we know that they like to run the Yoru and Phoenix, so we tried to deal with them by changing up our comps. So let's look forward to it. Thank you so much and good luck.
Okay, well, KDG, thank you so much for that information. And you know, a lot of pressure on these T1 boys here. There you can see Baby Bay feeling pretty good, getting ready for this one. But on the other side of the field, T1 looking down the bottom of the barrel here. This could potentially be bad for them if they go out the way that they just lost in that first map here. Sideshow, pressure's on for T1.
It certainly is. I'm interested to see what kind of compositional adjustment they've made. They're not going to be probably as comfortable running that comp. And so if you're in your own head about it and you haven't had as much time to get ready for it, oh, but they're going back to the Yoru ISO comp.
Okay, return. This is what won them the first tournament of last year against this G2 team, and they're rolling back into it. Cypher's an interesting one for me. Against a double dive where the Phoenix is often that one getting proactive and entering, it'll be interesting to see how much value he can get. I think you can also win on both attack and defense. A lot of these like early lobby fights that normally the flashes dominate because the suppression on that undercut.
The chamber is also going to be trying to pick up the op as much as possible. Baby Bay's got the ult and the op, and you've got an ISO now with a shield to try to shut that down. I do think it's actually really cool in terms of how it might match up against G2. They probably haven't scrimmed against this comp, and it's T1 comfort.
T1 was the best with their execution, their team fighting, how aggressive they were together when they won in Bangkok. They're returning to that comp. They got to return to those fundamentals if they want to stay alive.
T1 pulls a rabbit out of their hat, but is the magic there? Can they force a map 3? Let's send it back over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
That is a very big question, GB. They are running back the clock, but how does this hold up in modern day here in 2026 here at Masters Santiago? Because G2, I mean, they just showed this composition on Haven, and Jogamo was deadly.
Yeah, this comp in general looks really, really good, whether it be G2 or HyperX that's running it. And it's going to be, I think, an uphill battle. I think T1 had to try something different for this map. It just is not going their way. They have to come in with something unique, something special to try to force split. And this is probably about the best that they are going to be able to come up with in a short amount of time. You know, Izu, he could be a difference maker on Cypher sometimes, but you're all eyes on the Meteor on that ISO.
Cam getting the spot out onto Baby Bay there at Sewers. Leaf at the same time. Lurks in behind Bricks. Will be spotted and taken down. Meteor able to find the kill. Pops the shield immediately. So double tap now in play. Prowler takes a munch. Gets that blind through. Now we'll look to try to push forward. Still to utilize the shield, but it's going to be broken on the entry. Trent able to find one. Baby Bay finding a piece as well as Meteor still fighting back, but now will fall as it's Izu. Left in 1v1 and needs some damage. A minute remaining. He's going to go ahead and pump the brakes, cut the noise. Now sprint his way across. Knew that Jogamo was going to be nearby, given the Molly investment.
Ooh.
Should just be out of that audio range, but now they're getting closer and closer. Set up on the tripwire there in the window. It feels like Izu absolutely needs the headshot. 40 HP, a frenzy on the other side. Jaw swings in, and that is going to be Jogamo taking him down. Another pistol into the hands of G2.
Just again, an angle that T1 doesn't account for. It just feels like their team fighting is not in sync here today. Nobody's clearing the left side of the boxes on site. So that opens up Trent and Baby Bay to go absolutely crazy here. Yeah, Meteor gonna get a couple big kills, and Izu again just trying to cut a little bit of time by going through that grass area, but that alerts Jogamo to his presence, allows him to get there quickly, and before Izu is even ready for it. And that's a great start for G2 once again. Jogamo, his heroics, his big stage presence is on display once again here in Santiago.
It looks like they're going to be investing into this one. A Stinger and a half armor into the hands of Meteor. Just that, and then a Bandit for Izu. It's not going for a full half buy. I think you're still going to have a decent amount of struggles in trying to make that Stinger work against this G2 squad. That firepower across the board. So he's looking for a catch there at A main. It does allow for Leaf to scale all the way forward with that Marshall in hand. Double tap shield now going to be popped. Meteor immediately working his way through up into window. Swinging here on the check, and Baby Bay maybe seeing gun barrel a pixel out of place. Is very suspicious about this.
For sure. You know you give up this space with this comp sometimes.
They're just going to be sat here hoping and praying that someone comes swinging into this to hand them a weapon, but Baby Bay not looking likely to happen.
Should be a flash out of here, you would think, from Buzz.
Has it, they spot him, they take him down low, and he can't get the weapon out fast enough. Valen, however, still close by. Not gonna be caught by that one, but Buzz with that Bulldog's able to find a kill. Izu finding Trent at the same time as Jogamo drops off back plat. Molly gonna be layered in, but he gets completely overwhelmed and surrounded, and suddenly, it is just Leaf with the Marshall remaining. One shot would kill them all. Just gets the spot on the one. Turns over, but somehow whips the shot onto Izu. And T1 showing some early signs of life. We'll tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and for sure, I think it makes a little bit of sense here as T1 to invest a little bit more, but I like the idea, trying to put pressure on one of the potential weak spots of this composition. Because you have a chamber, because you don't have a Killjoy, you're gonna be opening up the map a little bit more in some aspect, and often it's sewers. You're gonna have to put a body in that area, and it's a great idea there. Just flash around the corner, explode through, throw another flash in. They're lucky to be able to only lose one to Valen with that tight hold at Alley.
Well, it's the same exact buy now in the hands of G2, so let's see if they can work some magic here. Bandit in the hands of Jogamo. Stinger for Leaf. One away from having that run it back available, and Baby Bay finds the first shot. Leaf here at window and mid. Guns down 2. Is they looking to turn the tides, and Valen bests Meteor. Goes jumping forward, plants his feet. It's a Mastercard thrifty. As we're just going blow for blow, but G2 maintain a lead.
And look at G2 getting proactive, knowing that there's going to be gaps in the back of T1, and this might be just the backbreaker. That might be the one that kind of slows down T1's momentum, any mental recovery that they had after Breeze. And it's a classic versus an ISO who's got the double tap popped.
Insane that he's able to win that out. Now into the closest thing we've had to a rifle round so far, but Izu does just have a Sheriff. Shock dart will be avoided. Camera set up outside of mid just to try to watch for any aggressive plays, but Leaf will get the clear.
You can see that they want to check this sewer spot again to see, or excuse me, the garage spot again to see if there's anything available there, but you know, G2's committing extra bodies to the problem this time. That could bait T1 into making a mistake by going through there, but instead it's a slow push up. Trip is going to be here.
Decoy out into the jump peak. Just getting the spot there onto Izu. Meanwhile, the attack onto the B site, it's underway. Stacks to have the plant. Meteor pushing out aggressively towards that A-Link side. Prowler, however, will confirm his presence as curveballs go flying, but Jogamo still needing to wait for the rest of the team to try to get into position, but Buzz is going to be taken down first and foremost there at backside. Leaf gets the angle, gets that kill. The double face, a lot of damage going to be suffered, but Munchkin eventually able to find the kill. Jogamo going to be taken down, Baby Bay dead as well. The Trent and Valen finding one apiece. Flushed him out off the site. The ping reveal onto one. The taps just trying to bait these shots forward, and Izu running out of bullets. We'll be able to find those kills, and we are going to continue just going back and forth, now 2-2.
Okay, T1 able to stabilize a little bit, making a good read here. They could find some space onto B to get the plant, and Munchkin was quick to react after that curveball plus the blaze wall from Jogamo. He swung back over to make sure that him and Izu are going to be able to plug up that gap, so they still have that post plant from the grass area. And they needed that. You don't have any mollies left there with just Munchkin and Izu, so in fact, you don't have much in the way of mollies in this comp other than stacks, the shock darts. So if you're going to go for B, come down to those crossfires, and they're able to get it to go. Trip here to watch if there's a lurk from Baby Bay. He will, from time to time, get aggressive, try to get into the opponent's spawn. This round so far, being patient. Once again, T1 considering B against this weaker G2 buy. Goes in. Meteor had his ult in death. Challenges Baby Bay, got him.
Yeah, breaks it at the same time. Juggernaut gonna be snapped back. Run it back, not finding much of anything there, but Leap pushing forward is able to find Meteor as he returns to this realm. It's a player advantage, as well as the firepower for T1. So it looks like they do want to eventually try to attack into this B site, but Jogamo, deadly with that Guardian. Does get worked a little bit lower, and Stacks will be able to collect the kill. At the same time, going on a walkabout, pushing down, but will be held at bay for the moment. Just trying to see if anyone peeks that corner. 3 players from T1 clustered together, Deathball style, looking to attack into this C site.
Yeah, your spacing is going to have to be good here if Valen tries to challenge on the plant.
They found my wire.
Already used a lot of his util though. Saw the grab wall come out earlier, so smoke goes down. Let's see if Valen wants to make anything of this. He's getting pretty close pretty fast. He's going to wait for a little bit of help. And Trent going to make a go of it.
Prowler through to garage. Read that position, and Izu, as that smoke does fall. Snappy with a shot, is able to find Valen, and now it is just Trent. Here's the reposition. Should be favored in the fight and will be able to take him down. Stacks now encroaching, working his way onto this flank, and Trent gets a read of it. Absolutely gorgeous, finds him as he jumps up into the windowsill. Now Munchkin to try to see if they can at long last get some consecutive round wins, but Trent just has no idea where he's at. 5 bullets remaining in the Sheriff, taps for the fuse to swing out, and Munchkin will be able to get T1 over the line.
I'm a little shaky on that post-plan ideology from T1 in terms of...
So are T1.
Yes, but it's Izu here. He makes noise right in front of Trent. They know he's there, like you said. They throw the Prowler out, and he makes noise when he jumps across. So, and then they all fan out. They give him the 1v1s, and Trent reads it so well. There just wasn't enough time. I think that's one of those that you need to go back into the playbook and rethink that 3v1 advantage. But you still get the round, so...
They want to get this orb, it would look like. Buzz have the dimensional drift online. So just set up the wall. Allows him to safely grab, but the mask already going to be invested. Sprinting forward, checking out around the back of sight, but so far nothing going to be spotted. The entry now coming through. Leaf works his way over to Lumber. Going to be blinded up there in the corner. The recon going to go flying. Munchkin Stacks able to find one apiece, and Valen cannot escape. Let's get taken down. The Nightfall still going to be invested now at 2v4. And everybody, every flank ends up getting noted by T1.
Now that's a beautiful round from T1. That is a great execute. Paranoia's going to connect. That sets up for that recon dart as well to hit back sight and push G2 into awkward positions. This is really well set up here. They're just winning. There's that ping. Love that ideology. There you go. Okay, so T1 now finding their form. Can they keep it up? Now, if you guys remember back to this composition when they used to play it, they're quite a bit better generally on the attacker side, so they got to do damage here with this composition.
Correct. Still do have that Hunter's Fury. Munchkin's ult as well. Trademark there in the corner. 2 players strafing into the B site. The blind coming in. Baby Bay has to exit, and Leaf is going to be left to his own devices. Ends up getting taken down, but Jogamo on the peak, able to find the finisher there on the Buzz. Meteor as well.
Hello?
Under pressure. Jogamo, however, just unable to confirm the kills. Ran out of bullets in that Stinger.
Ooh.
And Izu notes the flank. The Prowler cleared. Trent just trying to reroute.
Spike planted.
Stall the TP, but Izu has him in his sights. A bit of a win streak now building up for T1 as they get up to 5.
And this is what this composition is designed to do, is to brawl. Because you have that ISO in there, because you have that extra layer of security to allow you to just take fights, because you should be able to get the trades better in your favor generally with that double tap pop. So that's why T1 wants to get in there. They want to brawl. Even though Jogamo hits another nice shot, starting to befuddle G2 a little bit. The pace here might bring the timeout through, and indeed it does. Might want to consider playing this a little more like Breeze. Give him a little bit of space. Let him throw some of that util. Think about trying to play a little bit safer. But it's tough. It's tough against this composition because there are a lot of layers even in the post plant.
And we can see, zooming in here on the Coinbase win condition. Baby Bay, likely just going to be saving up the money here. Does have the Tour de Force online. Needs to find some impact with that. But if Meteor's going to be that first one swinging at you, that's where it gets so damn difficult. That double tap shield could absolutely be your undoing.
Exactly. The ISO is a pretty decent counter to a chamber in some ways, so just gonna have to see if that ends up being an issue or not. You know, a lot of that C site space is gonna be open for T1 or B. This round, they're gonna try to change it up. They're gonna go for something a little bit different, something they haven't been showing since about the pistol. So, Baby Bay gonna be the one to watch that mid window, kind of remembering, okay, Izu's been in there a little bit. Maybe we can catch him stepping out a little bit. Just a quick TP forward. Nobody there to make contact. T1's gonna try to fan out 4-1 through, using that cam to clear sewers to try to tee Izu up. That's where G2's gonna double stack.
He's locked in, spot on the one, and Izu will outdo Leaf. Just not ready for that timing whatsoever. Now forward into the smoke. Meteor going to be able to take down Trent. Baby Bay tagged up on the exit. Jogamo noted on the flank. Meteor will fall, but that's the one casualty that they've been able to find. Munchkin sliding his way up into heaven, trying to get the pre-fire, but Baby Bay will be able to come away with the kill. They still need so much more.
Recovering it.
Let's try to play this one out. But a lot going to be resting on the shoulders of Baby Bay. And it's going to be Izu from behind Buzz to go ahead and clean it up. Gets the 4-piece as well. Another massive round. 15-3-2 on this Cypher. Izu looking electric for T1.
Yeah, it's just so tough here for Trent. He gets spotted by the drone, and then they're going to flash him. You're going to pop the double tap, and you're going to challenge him. Just beautiful stuff there as well. Getting the ping from Izu's ult. Huge. These executes look so good, and Izu following up off of this has been brilliant. He's got 15 kills already, and we're 8 rounds in.
And it's going to be another timeout call.
Wow.
So clearly whatever was discussed, well, in one ear, out the other for the players on stage. At least that's how Josh is going to be feeling. To commit both here on this starting half where T1, yeah, this is where they're expected to get their work done. This could very well come back to bite them.
Yeah, I kind of get it in a way. I mean, if you can put T1 onto just 7 and you get 5, I think you're feeling pretty good about your chances on the other side of the coin. So stopping another one here, trying to just trust in your players, trust in Valen. You know, they've been really good at making adjustments throughout their entire history of being a team. So I don't mind this at all from Josh. If he really wants to talk about, you know, hey, we've got some big ults going. We've got some ability to maybe play for a little bit of retake here. We've got the Phoenix ult, we've got the Yoru ult, we've got the Cosmic Divide. Got a lot of tools to be able to kind of make T1 uncomfortable, either while they're trying to execute or while they're going for the post-plant setups. Just be a timing thing, maybe, we'll see. But it's also been tough for G2 because they've been having a tough time getting Jogamo, getting these ults, getting him kind of cycled in to find value out of the run it back.
3 to try to work with here. It will just be a ride of the wall, pushing forward, clearing Cubby. Advancing closer towards C site. Leaf here alongside Valen. Baby Bay as well going to be rotating in. Spot on the 1. As Hunter Sphere going to be opened up. Clear the clone. Jogamo being tracked, tagged up, taken down. Munchkin able to find him as he TPs forward. Still rough position, however, to try to get the spike planted, at least for now, but another kill's going to be found as Leaf gets displaced. Val and Baby Base still at backside. Trent trying to flank his way through mid. Might be able to find a massive backstab onto Izu. But can he get there faster than Izu? That's going to be the big question as Baby Bay finding some damage, but also finds death. Izu now strikes, and now they know exactly where Trent is at. He just couldn't get the catch. Caught with Prowler in hand, T1. Not allowing for G2 to find any value from these timeouts.
Ooh, this has got to be concerning, because this is a pretty good read from G2. They've got 4 players on the C site, and T1 is still able to dissect it. Getting that spray down onto Jog after the Hunter's Fury. Flash connects onto him. Munchkin's just spamming away. Izu continues to just be an absolute monster. Up to 17 now, 17 and 3. Oh.
It's one hell of a performance, and just given how this is going, no signs of it stopping or slowing down. Buzz peeks in, Outlaw in hand, Baby Bay, the first to fall. It's half armors across the board. This Leaf does get tucked away. Now they have the spot, they have the information. Buzz just quietly dropping down, peeks back in, takes another bite. The raid boss down, Jogamo will be able to find Izu on the opposite side of the map, but T1, they'll just pick their poison as far as they want to go, where they want to go. Jogamo tagged up already, pops that, run it back, immediately gets zoned away.
Beautiful.
Just sends out a molly. T1 pump the brakes, and they're just not going to allow for him to get value off this one.
Izu's got his ult here. Or excuse me, Meteor has his ult. Could go try to use that kill contract. So here in Jogamo run around. Just curious if he might want to go for it. He's just going to hang on to it, try to take some space, open up
call for the pivot.
Exactly. Yeah, this is really nice work.
And leave Buzz trying to make some noise there around Sewer. Actually, he will fall. Valen catching the timing onto him as he's trying to scale his way forward towards A. Jogamo at the same time, though. Hearing these footsteps, and suddenly this game of Ring Around the Rosie might just be going G2's way. The catch there and spawn. Meteor still able to find the one. And Stax will be able to find the enemy Phoenix. Trent trying to steady it, but just eats far too much damage. Completely out-favored now in the fight. As Meteor will just back away, leave him to his own devices. Still with just one shock dart, Stax would be able to take down Trent if he can perfectly place it. And already they know he's not holding it to half. The bounce in. Doesn't find the full damage, but again, continues to whittle away at this fade. 25 health, and still no idea where Meteor's at in this round. Is out of their hands, this map, this half. It is completely out of control for G2. So there's the gun barrel spot. There is the kill. Will be able to peel one back into his favor. But T1 continue to storm their way towards split.
I mean, this is crazy good value for T1 in this round. Those 2 outlaw kills for Buzz, huge. Let's open up some of the map. Meteor eventually coming through there, getting the backstab, but also you got Jog's ult out of him that round. So just about everything that could go T1's way did, except for a few of the lurks were dealt with, but outside of that, you're still winning.
Operator online.
Here we go, finally for Baby Bay.
Considers the close angle, will back away. Because now it's going to be the dimensional drift from Buzz, trying to scout him out. Will have spotted him. Goes for the flick, unable to find it. Buzz now spotting him up over the top, has to drop down. Buzz will make his exit. There goes the ult. Kill contract, getting the grab, Meteor. Gets the clone. Bit of a bait and switch, but if they get the real thing, is Buzz is able to find Leaf at the same time. Blazewall going to be set up, the spike now already planted, and Buzz playing forward. Catches Val before Baby Bay can get the counter swing. Advantage to T1. It's Meteor flushed against the garage entrance. Watching for the scale forward, but the wider swing from Trent manages to offset the aim. Izu, however, still alive and well, playing forward on the site. Looks for the timing on the Baby Bay, but Trent again will find the catch. A 2v2 for the time, starting to get away from them. The tap, no real committal on the defuse. Trent again, the one that's trying to make this happen. But you can hear it bleeding away. He continues to get tagged up. Shot after shot, Munchkin takes him down in Team 1. They are looking to make this a 10-2 half.
Oh, man. They are just so on it. Some good little ideas here and there from G2 in this round, using the clone to deal with Meteor's ult. But Buzz, up close and personal, that drift so efficient, the way that he's able to spot out where Baby Bay is, where the TP goes to. That allows all that space to be taken by T1. Set up for those post-plant crossfires. Few battles don't go their way. Trent had a couple nice ones in there, but at the end of the day, it's just too much to deal with. Buzz now with an op of his own. 2 ops in fact.
They have double op.
Yeah.
Munchkin, he's got one in hand as well. They do like to go for this when they get to those last rounds of the half.
Take flight.
Spot out on the leaf in mid. Just jumps back over towards C, but the silent, steady push has been coming through the whole time towards C.
And they're ahead of this. Is Valen going to be ready?
Conventional drift will go in. Valen still able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down. E2 eventually able to find that trade. Decay down to 1. Trent pushing forward will be able to have the shutdown. All the same, Buzz gets himself situated forward. Now staring at this A connector with the op in hand.
I think Baby Bay just has to wait for the spike, wait for the reinforcements.
If he swings in, he's going to be taken down, and that brings it now into a 3v3. Stack some eyes on the flank. Looking like it's just going to be a 3-player push. Straight forward through this connector. It's the jump across, Jogamo going to be tagged. Munchkin forward into the smoke to dive forward, and he hits the transfer for 2. Jogamo taking even lower, now finished off. Stacks gets the closer, and it's 10-2 at the half. T1, the comp swap working wonders versus G2.
This is exactly what the doctor ordered for T1. Now you've got the smiles, now you've got the laughter, now you've got that confidence rolling again. I mean, the fact that Izu still able to buy so much time, gets ults out of the equation for this post plant. So G2 just has to try to go for the flood.
Well, if G2 want to win this in 2, they have to have one hell of a comeback. We'll see if they can get started after the halftime.
¡Hey, Black! ¡Bienvenido a Chile! ¡Vamos, Chile! ¿Cómo te has sentido estos días? ¿Cómo te ha tratado el país? ¿Cómo te ha recibido la Masters Santiago?
Es la mejor Master de la historia, por lejos.
Bueno, me parece muy bien. Black, tírate un paso. Black, tírate un paso. A ver, en este escenario, Black no se puede ir sin regalarnos algo que todos sabemos. Black, es tu momento de brillar, amigo.
Hay una frase que me habéis pedido decir muchas veces aquí. Así que a la de 3 vamos a hacer el mejor Let's Go de la historia. 1, 2 y 3. ¡Let's go!
Muy bien. Black, Black.
But for the moment, the crowd looking a hell of a lot more lively than both of our teams, depending on which map you look at. T1 waking up after that breeze. G2 right now can put through the ringer on Haven. Both squads seemingly just doing worlds of prep for their opponent's map picks. This comp change, even though Meteor himself is not the one leading the kill feed, it has instilled doubts, and it has given pause to G2 on what they want to do here on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. It has made it so that they're not able to get as much value. They're not able to set up for some of those curveball, big, explosive plays because T1's beating you to the punch with some of these combo ideas that they have set up and the lack of kind of understanding that G2 is able to find on that first half to try to suss out exactly, where they need to position themselves, where they can find safety. because every time they tried to, it felt like T1 was a step ahead. Saw it on a lot of those executes. Baby Bay could be facing a stack.
G2 have been favored overall so far in the pistols. We'll see if that can continue here. Baby Bay just with the one headhunter shot. He's not going to be able to make it count. Get some damage on the stacks, but Buzz just a little bit snappier with it. Finds a headshot and narrowly does manage to make his exit. Damage exchange on both sides and player advantage to T1. Another rescale forward. Leaf instantaneous with a headshot. Meteor going to be struck down, but Stacks able to find 2 more here for his troubles before Trent takes him down. Buzz just skirting over to the side. Valiant disconnected away from Trent. Tucks back at long. Munchkin able to go ahead and identify his position. All the while, Izu has lurked his way in from behind, so there is no real easy escape from here.
Exactly. See if they're aware of it. I think they should consider it.
They're going to try. They have to consider it given that the trademark was down off the rip. Izu, oh, they read it well. Are able to force him away. That opens up with the sprint now into the B site. Do they just plant here, or do they try to cut across to C? Looks like it will be going for B. The face forward, Valen able to find the spray down. Munchkin going to be eliminated. Trent's at 3 HP. I believe hearing some footsteps from Izu on C. He's gonna try to just swing around the back, catch him off guard, seize the shoulder. Izu seemingly no real idea about this possibility whatsoever. He is going to be caught. Trent has the one tap. G2 might just have the pistol they so desperately need. The Astra still in play. The time starting to dwindle. Buzz wanting to check around, wanting to try to isolate this into a 1v1, but he cannot. The Hunt gets the reveal. Trent gets the wall bangs, and G2 get themselves another pistol win.
I liked this round for T1 until Munchkin tried to challenge from A-Link. I don't like that. Wait for your pieces to get into place. Give up that plant. But he tries to get ahead of it, tries to go for the big hero play, and I think that costs them the round. You just got to wait to play contain there a little bit, and instead you open up the map for Trent to just go on a walkabout.
Here are the players.
Time to jump.
We needed that. They absolutely did. Be telling yourselves if T1 could build up a win streak like that, get the scoreline they did, we can absolutely do the same thing. Buzz for now, just the classic, tucked away inside of the smoke. G2 playing this one very cautiously.
Yeah, no buy-ups to speak of at all for T1. Classics abound.
Snack's gonna go for the check-in here. Big Bay actually able to find the shot. Cleans one up, Stacks arriving from Baby Bay just a little bit faster on that turn, gets the kill. Woo! Taken low but not taken down. G2 eventually set for a flawless anti-eco. Consideration. Will now go for the plant. Trent with the earlier kills. Now finds himself over halfway towards that nightfall.
Just hoping to die to the spike. Could throw Baby Bay out there if you wanted, but he's already so far back. Starting to make his way forward now. Suspect he might be the one to go in and try to
swap the weapons, yeah.
Okay, yep.
Allow for Trent to do it. If he can get these kills, he'll be one off.
Makes a ton of sense.
See if he can get rewarded. Let's do the hip fire and take down either. A bit of a 50-50. We'll just go ahead and scout him out with that haunt. Spot out the strafe across, and Izu will fall. Trent now sights towards heaven, but just doesn't have the time to close it out. But he can still back away, retain that Marshal, retain his regen armor. G2 taking a flawless step in the right direction. It's still a 6-round deficit as we go into the bonus.
Yeah, a big bonus coming up. An almost must-win bonus for G2. A nice turn there from Baby Bay. Readjust. Get Stacks in the hip. You're gonna need more of that for sure. Trent having a really nice map here, 15 and 10. A little shaky at the beginning, but has recovered quite nicely. T1 gonna overstack A with this setup. Post Meteor towards Sewers, but no, just throwing out the vulnerable early, but it's all just a bit of a ruse here from T1. A little bit of response from G2. They threw a flash. They're trying to clear. They do.
Dropping spike.
See if they want to keep trying to press their luck. That's where Izu set up a couple trips. Instead, they're going to take their time, really consider this. There's going to be a TP set up over an A-Link for Buzz to get over quickly. If Izu does come under pressure. Cam's tucked around the corner here. So Izu's going to give up a little bit of space, try to rely on his info gathering, try to make the calls as quickly as possible.
Bursting onto the scene. Cam out, spot on the one. Baby Bang gonna be tagged. Gets the removal though. Leaves it safe. Doesn't give him the opportunity to find that blind punish. Thrown out over the top. Spot onto 3 players. So the spike does get planted. He's one from Jogamo, holds them back at connector for now. Curveball, looking for that timing. It's going to be easier. Dead first as Lee finds that kill. Jogamo on the swing, able to find Munchkin as well, but Buzz fights back. Meteor good for 1 before getting traded out. It's now player disadvantage to T1. G2 looking to convert this bonus. That is all in the hands of Stacks. And Baby Bay will shut him down. A massive start to the half. G2 halfway to tying it up.
This is just so uncomfortable. There's so much stall, so much delay that G2 has in their kit. When the flashes come out from Buzz over the top, Jogamo can respond with one of his own. You have the Astra util to gum up the works at the chokes. You know, Jog as well using that Blaze Wall to buy some time, to buy some safety. All those little things are going to make it really difficult here for T1. They're going to have to spread the map, in my opinion. They're going to have to try to come at you from a bunch of different angles with this composition. They're going to take a timeout to discuss maybe just that.
It's the first one called for T1. Take a look what the weaponry is going to look like in the Coinbase win condition, and yeah, you know, it's a smattering. It's heavy pistol focus going for some of these sheriffs. The Meteor, considering a Marshall. Could be good for them at range, but you have to know it's going to be that outlaw on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Marshall, Meteor is one of the best, but he has been pretty shaky on this ISO. Generally, he's kind of running people over. He's usually pretty sharp, but I've seen a little bit of shakiness from him in terms of also not using his util when I think he could on the pistol. I don't think he popped his double tap when G2 was making their move, and might have paid the price because of it. If he did, he just died so fast it didn't matter, but he hasn't really fully come online like we used to see him just dominate on this agent. So he's just gonna hold C with that Marshall. Easy with the Sheriff in garage. Munchkin with the Bucky. Maybe trying to get some kind of TP play up towards the top of lobby here.
About the heavy stack in towards that Marshall. Spotted on the one. TP forward from Munchkin, and okay, Meteor able to find an opening shot. Leaf gonna be taken down, looks for a little bit more. Double tap shield now gonna be popped and cannot find the flick. A nice headshot from Trent. Gets the shield break, gets the elimination, and it looks like Baby Bay has gotten the read. Heard the TP forward, top flash gonna be turned away from Jogamo. Comes away with 2 kills on the C side of the map, and eventually Munchkin falls into Baby Bay's trap.
Dropping spike.
The Stacks now to try to see if he can find any further damage. Does seem unlikely, and there you go. There you go. Has it confirmed. G2 starting to get uncomfortably close to T1.
Well, this is starting to almost feel like a must-win round for T1 already. Can't let this landslide continue. It's sick from Trent. He is really starting to feel it now. And yeah, again, a great turn from Jogamo. He's going to have his ult coming into this next round. He got to run it back off that plant.
What you doing, baby?
Trent's going to have his ult, so we are going to have an operator in the hands of Buzz. Maybe try to find another good opening pick. He's going to be posted up over at C. Early util out, again, to try to control this long A space, see if they could force G2 over, and they're already in. This is open territory.
Run it back, popped. Smoke gonna be lobbed in, and Munchkin, oh, okay, lucky to be alive. Back will just have him exit. Buzz at the same time, able to find one with that operator. Jumps away over towards the spawn, and Izu still gonna be alone here on the site for the moment. Cam goes out, spot on the 3. Munchkin watching for a late lurk as Izu is just burning alive. Jogamo has him. Meteor dead as well. Buzz now on the floor, and Munchkin, nothing more to be done. The op and the round lost.
This is just great awareness from G2. And they know that there's gonna have to be open space somewhere on the map, and they're able to find it through the garage. Again, we talked about the problems that G2's comp can have with only having a chamber. Well, it depends on what you're doing with the Cypher util. There was none of it there in the garage.
He's getting closer. He wants another ult charge. And I think that he should have it. There's the jump, there's the shorty, there's the 3K. And there's G2 3 rounds away from tying this up. T1 again, having their economy broken.
Just beautiful reactions. I mean, Izu there.
Just way too late.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go.
He had to move right away.
Talking about cooling a player off. But 15 and 3, now 19 and 11.
It has been a very different affair. He's kind of worried about for T1.
Oh, hello.
Munchkin.
I mean, should basically be screwed from here.
Should just be dead.
He's going to quietly try to reposition, but the trap just not getting set up the way that he wants. Has to back away. Try to utilize that Bucky on the site itself.
Yeah, I think G2's just too diligent, too aware right now. I think they're going to allow that trap to be sprung. In fact, they're already drifting in the other direction towards Izu, who's just got a Sheriff. Was with just a classic, probably trying to get another operator into play. Needs that win condition to bear fruit. Yep, you can see, look how aware they are.
I mean, Meteor able to get the ult online, but don't think we're going to be seeing it here in this round. Footsteps going to be heard. That might bait Leaf on this peak, right into Munchkin's hands. Plays it patiently in case there's anybody else there as a second layer, but there is not. Vandal will get scooped up. Meanwhile, close play from Izu. Barrel stuff, looking for it, but cannot find it. Jogamo turns back around, reacting alongside Valen to find that kill. Buzz now spotted. Volley over to the side. Valen with covering fire, finds it with Meteor. A very nice shot. Collects the Outlaw, but too many targets he can try to really utilize it with. Sax has fallen, Munchkin down. Pushing his way forward as Meteor will get melted. Trent, the final 2 kills. T1 some damage dealt, but there is cash aplenty for G2.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. I think T1 needs to get pretty aggressive somewhere on the map with this comp. Because right now, this is the best thing you're getting out of this is, you know, Munchkin getting Leaf baited in by the footsteps of his teammates to get that kill, to open up a little bit of space. Yeah, Meteor finds one, grabs a gun, but it's not the one you want. And you're gonna have a ton of ults here, everything but Izu's for T1 to try to stop the bleeding.
It's gonna be a very chaotic round.
You want to play? Let's
the run it back also available. Tour de Force gonna be popped. Baby Bay staring in towards sewers. Meanwhile, Meteor, a very aggressive push down to the base of window.
Look already.
He's watching for the garage push, but obviously would still be very favored if Meteor does end up hopping up into his sight line.
But G2's so aware of this.
Flash out, quick little exit. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift sprinting over towards Buzz. Quick exit will be respotted. No. Leaf hasn't seen him quite just yet. Prowler going out onto the corner, but the shot ends up going wide. That stays alive. Jogamo have that ult expire in the meantime. Grab comes in, Meteor finding Leaf, but can he win out the fight? The walls falling, the shield broken. Leaf has him outdone. Valen finding Buzz, the duelist now gone. Munchkin dinked. As they have to retreat, they have to scramble and save. T1 are getting absolutely massacred on this defending half.
It's catastrophic. They used all their ults except for Munchkin's, which is by far the least impactful of them. And they don't get a damn thing. They don't find a single kill. And Meteor had no idea where Leaf was. Okay, Izu gets one on the backside. Catches Trent through the B site. there going to be any more damage done?
Leaf is looking for him, and he should be able to find him, but okay, Izu able to hold his own. But look at the round tracker. Nothing but red. This has absolutely been an affair of who can attack the best, and right now G2, they are looking to outdo T1 as they force the final timeout.
Fantastic adjustment. Oh my God, Valen in the middle of that, and yeah, Buzz can't believe it. It's just phenomenal reactions. I mean, again, just in general, a lot of the time today, G2 has looked sharper in the aim department, in the reaction department than T1. So a last hope, a last-ditch effort here as the coaching staff tries somehow, some way to find a defender round win.
And it's just wild to think that, you know, both timeouts invested so early on for G2 didn't turn into anything. No further round wins able to be had. 2-10 at the half. And they are looking to just trade that right back and outdo T1. One round away from doing so.
But yeah, it's still just beautiful awareness in the beginning of that round from G2 as well, where they're just ready for that push out. They're not giving up anything. You know, like I said, you have to think as T1 that you have to start taking space because holding defaults isn't going to work against this composition. And that's exactly what Meteor tries to do, and it's just red because they're just too patient. They don't give up anything for Meteor. They're going to be on a Guardian for Buzz. Still have enough to get rifles across the board at the very least here for T1, but the economy is in tatters if they lose this round.
Well, Munchkin lines up, Prowler scouts. No real aggressive scale forward, though, from G2, so we'll not be able to find the punish there.
They didn't get much util out of T1 on that. I think that was a bit of a bait to try to see if they could get the paranoia out or get the cross cut through, or the uppercut, and it didn't happen. So great patience being shown there by T1. They've still got everything they need. You know, Meteor can still potentially throw in some util. Stack's now rolling in, seeing if he can help out Munchkin, but nothing being fully committed to by G2. Again, they're looking for responses.
Oh, there's a big one. In that op shot, bringing out right through the garage doors. Buzz, I mean, he's got himself tucked in alongside this one, but it's just a Guardian in hand. Meanwhile, G2 looking to try to get this attack going here into the B side. Munchkin going to be tagged by the Haunt. Leaf pushing forward. Timing's going to be found though. Munchkin on the swing, able to find him, but now he gets taken down, as does Stax. Player advantage here in their hands. Buzz manages to have the flash connect. Cleans up a second. Valen going to be taken down. Meteor in around the back is trying to hunt down Baby Bay, just hasn't been able to spot him yet. But there's the ping reveal off the neural depth, and it is just Trent. Spike planted into his favor. Low on bullets, gets rerouted. Has eyes on this position. He has been so damn instrumental for G2 on this map. Does he have the clutch? Ooh. He locks on Izu, dead. Meteor on the other side. Taps the defuse, the swing, the Red Bull clutch! Trent is unbelievable! He demolishes T1 and ties it 10-10!
That feels like the backbreaker. That feels like the series. What a glow up for Trent here on the fade. So snappy with these shots and able to isolate these fights 1 versus 1. The T1 there, not able to swing together, not able to overwhelm him. Great angles being taken by Trent. An attempt with the Outlaw, not gonna connect for Baby Bay. Meteor just takes no damage at all, so coming through that A-OK. Munchkin again with a Bucky. Munchkin again trying to trick G2.
Leaf pushing, but suspicious of this, and will be able to survive. 16 HP, the difference maker there. These little tricks and traps from Munchkin, just not finding their prey.
Oh no, Baby Bay.
Looking for the aggressive push forward. The vulnerable going to be connecting. Like you said, Baby Bay swinging in around the back, looking for the catch, fires out some shots, doesn't manage to confirm the kill, tries to go for that no-scope, doesn't manage to find it. Meteor and Buzz with a kill apiece, Meteor now finding a second. And suddenly, it's player advantage, now equalized. As we get into a 2v2, and the spray eventually with a fadeaway bullet will connect. Izu left to do it all, to try to preserve a lead, but he is just outdone on the wide swing. Jogamo spots him, kills him, and for the first time, G2 are in the lead here on this map. The first time since round 3, I should say.
It's just, you know, sometimes the Bucky giveth and sometimes it taketh. Munchkin that time gets his life taken. Just another multi-kill round for Trent, who is absolutely on fire. He's doing such a great job.
You can see the stress level still there.
Oh, yeah.
Despite how miraculous and impressive this has been from G2. It's not over till it's over. Josh RT certainly knows that. But looking like a quick hit into the B side against the buy of T1. Meteor, however, pushing forward, is able to find the one, but quickly gets blinded up and traded out as Valen finds the kill. Trent again, continuing to find value. Clears out stacks. Cosmic Divide now to be invested, but Izu pushes forward past the wall, but it doesn't disconnect back through it. He overstays. TP up into the smoke. Munchkin continuing to try to do some crazy stuff to get them back into this one, but has to make his exit. The space now given over to the plant can come through. As buzzes forward onto the site with an operator in hand. Certainly not the weaponry you would like to see, but it is going to be a pivot. It seems like Baby May might have caught a glimpse of Munchkin.
I think he heard him.
He's just dialed in on this angle. Buzz checking out the front of sight. If he continues to swing, Leaf should have him dead to rights. He's just tucked away into the cubby. He's suspicious of it. At the same time, though, the double push in the backside. Munchkin finds the one. The catch is there. Trent again, having to do it all. Can he get himself another 4K? Can he be that guy? Can he be the hero? The swing coming in, and Buzz denies him. T1 able to find, at long last, a round win in this half. They will keep it neck and neck, 11-11.
It just felt like Trent was going to do it again, and I'm shocked he didn't. I thought he had it. Chasing that Prowler. Izu going for the hero play when I think you're right. He needed to just kind of take a pause, and that's got Munchkin fired up. That's got him back in the game, but oh boy, did it take a long time, and it did not feel comfortable.
One blotch of green and a sea of red. 11-11. Trent 2 kills away from dropping 30.
So we're going to see Munchkin with the judge for the first time over in Garage. He's mainly been over on A with the shotgun, so this is him trying to change positions, change ideas. Vulnerable, though, not doing him any favors because it hits the clone. And T1 responds, and therefore G2 is going to be aware of that tricky position.
Buzz has got himself on a very deep angle.
That's true.
Not too much time going to be remaining on this gate crash either. As a nebula blooms in his face. Backpedals away, flash out, has to clear the haunt, makes his exit, and now G2 feeling comfortable in their control over A lobby.
They're doing such a good job of using their util to clear this space, but it's been a little bit longer than they maybe would like, so Buzz is going to be back into position.
Hex spotting out plenty with that drone. But G2 just looking to poke and prod, get that push and pull on the map.
I think they sense a bait potentially off of that, off of the drone, so they want to try the other side of the map, but reinforcements already moving this way here. Smoke through already. Kind of have to commit to their hero B at this point as G2.
Minor tap, no, never mind, he finds a headshot. Caught him in the shoulder to start. Now looks to backpedal, but Izu here in the corner, able to strike, and Jogamo going to be taken down. Clear the gate crash. And once again, G2 going to be rerouted, but where do they opt to go? There's a tripwire on B. You've got the op still over at A long. 12 seconds remaining. Looks like they're going to try to sprint this one forward onto the B side. Haunts into the back. Gets the reveal onto one. The plant having to be committed to. But there's a drag away, and that's the round done. Meteor's done it again. Wins out the fight, runs down the clock, and T1 start coming alive in the very last moment in the 11th hour as they get up to map point.
They're starting to make some good reads on the map. It's, you know, having that operator there to clear a little bit of space, and this time they're hard committing towards the C site. You tuck Izu into an unexpected corner, that gets some value. You get a spray through the smokes that gets a connection. Little lucky for sure, but you need that right now as T1. And Meteor there, we've seen it before, where he can stop you from planting with the ult and win the round that way.
When you're not playing against an ISO, sometimes it's those little micro plays you often forget about.
Oh my God.
And yeah, Leaf has spotted a hell of a lot. He's gonna see a hell of a lot more. Goes in with an eventual drift, calls, yeah guys, there's gonna be 3 in window. Start pushing into A. Op has now been located. It's located again.
T1 has to get ahead of this.
Dimensional drift available now for Buzz. Looking to lead the charge of C's. Gets a grab on the 1. Molly
Spike planted.
there, trying to dissuade the push forward as Buzz makes his exit, but Baby Bay has got him from behind. The Stinger in range, still able to close out the kill. There's no read of that one whatsoever. Juggernaut now storming forward. Stacks dead. He's out for blood, and he will be rewarded with it. As Izu now needs an ace clutch to bring this map to its end, and we are going to OT. Finds a third. The neural depth going to be invested. Baby Bay, the shot ends up going wide. Would love to try to hold this one up to half, but he cannot. Jogamo taken down. The time, however, still getting away from him, and Baby Bay has the finisher. Here we go again. Familiar territory for these two teams.
And you just feel like it's gonna come down to who can get that first defender side win. That's what you're looking at, is who's gonna be able to pump the brakes, or put the brakes onto their opponent. Oh, Izu gives it a hell of a go. Able to get back into this map. I mean, him and Trent have been stellar here on Haven. Trent's one away from a 30 bomb, almost surely gonna get it. Izu's getting close, but an early investment here. The glass cannon for Baby Bay. Everything else pretty stock standard. Nothing too unusual there. There's a lot of players hoping for an aggressive push out for mid. You got those flashes there.
The flash gonna be flying, but Jogamo taken down first and foremost. Meteor a little bit late with a shield. Does have that double tap now pop, but does the tag to 21, but still. The opening volley goes the way of T1.
It's great awareness there from T1. Remembered that play from the last time G2 played this map. Jogamo got a huge value out of that exact same spot, but this time around, it's actually going to be T1 who finds that opening kill. What an aggressive angle here.
But now you're pushing, yeah, towards this glass cannon. The double tap shield is not there. Do you suss this? Do you drone for this? Or do you just blind face into Baby Bay? They do. He looks for a second. He cannot find it. Meteor gets the punish. Fallon, the first to arrive on the scene, clears out the recon, but has been pinged. Push the corner one by one, but Buzz on the follow-up is able to find it now. Player advantage expounded upon as Buzz finds Trent, and they find the round win. T1 once again up to map point as they look to push this all the way to split.
Oh boy. And even though Buzz, he goes huge here. Oh, Munchkin's just spraying. He gets full flash and he gets that kill. Unreal, unreal, but Buzz just again taking those tight angles, taking those off angles. Nice. But he did not, he looked stressed after it. But okay, immediate timeout ripped and it's gonna be G2's.
The first one that they've had since what, round 6?
It's been a while.
So, we'll call this. Know that they've been doing well against the defenses of T1. Want a sound strategy to guarantee the win, to get that reset, to finish this series right here, right now.
And I think here as G2, you know, it's just be cautious, be safe in the beginning of the rounds. I think that's worked out pretty well for you. For T1, it's you have to find that early information so you can make those rotates, because once the plant goes down, this comp is screwed. you're just screwed. You have no real ability to play for retake outside of just bananas shooting, which is not reliable against the way G2 players, in particularly Trent, is going. It's all about that ability to be in the right place at the right time, to shut down the hits before they really can get going, to get those early advantages as T1. But that's why I want to see G2 play safe. I want to see them make sure they don't give that stuff up, where they're able to work the map, they're able to find those gaps, because there will be gaps here. Just a matter of where they will be. Trips, one in garage, one on the B plant. Again, the ops, both sides this time. Buzz and Baby Bay.
Could be a big change up in Buzz, about to peek in to Leaf here on the side, and Leaf has the headshot right through the corner of the wall. Early advantage in their hands. Meteor now going to be overwhelmed in mid. Jogamo to take him down. And it seems like we're slated to go to another round of OT. Zizou able to scale all the way down C long, but trademark on the opposite side of that wall will hold him at bay.
And now you've got so many options here as G2. You can scale a little bit. Jogamo's going to go find that there's some open space, but they're committing hard towards A. I mean, it's going to be a miracle for T1.
Stacks there around the corner. Stacked in with Munchkin, but the AWP is taking point. The shot ends up going wide, but Trent has him aligned. Izu again, needing to do an ace clutch. He will make noise, Jogamo will hear it, and he will strike him down. Surprise, surprise! It's a flawless, and it's a reset.
I want to see this from Trent's POV. He's up to 31. This is filthy. Yeah, Buzz saw the shoulder, and he went for the swing, and I think Leaf might have seen him too, and was ready with the fire. Ooh, they line up for him there nicely. Beautiful from G2, doing everything they need to do. Patience, find that early pick, and that basically makes the comp crumble. T1, now it's their turn for a timeout. We'll talk about the next couple of rounds for sure. I would have to assume that a lot of this is about the defender's side round, but the fact that you're calling it now, kind of interesting from the coach.
Maybe the players just feeling a bit rattled.
Could be KDG might just trying to rally him mentally. I mean, I could see that Buzz was stressed the hell out after he got that 3K. I mean, you know, this T1 team, this was a team that was standing up, that was yelling at you at Masters Bangkok when they got their win. Haven't really seen that much here today. It's been pretty even keel. I mean, yes, they're yelling, yes, they're getting hyped, but haven't really seen them kind of go for those pop-offs.
Stacks now an Odin in play. Not something I recall them doing at all.
A little.
On the attacker side.
Oh, on attacker side, no.
So maybe able to catch him off guard. Valen playing into garage here for the moment. This would be a rough way to start the round if he just gets dropped immediately. They're playing close enough back though. Ken dripped away from it. Not going to get caught by the wild spray at the same time. Leaf pushing forward. Baby Bay going to be spotted in sewers. So he has the trip set up in case there's a more aggressive push coming through. Con cleared out from the C side of the map, and T1 still playing very clustered together. Some damage exchanged. Jogamo taking a bit, but doesn't have the capabilities of healing himself back up as Prowler. Confirming that there's still presence here in garage.
Now they're going to take a pause, take a reset themselves. Looking for a reaction out of G2. And again, expecting some kind of change up, some kind of differentiation.
But they are running this clock down.
Yeah.
45 seconds remaining.
Probably has to end up B, or you're going to have to make another explosive C hit into the strong side.
Trent very close by to try to come to their rescue. Jogamo here around the corner. The Nebula trying to force them to push their way out of this one. One going to be cleared. Buzz swinging forward, able to find one. Meteor finds Jogamo as well. Stack's now going to be taken out by Meteor, starting to take over. Does get blinded up, and Leaf arriving, able to find Munchkin. A 2v2 now. Leaf and Baby Bay to try to get G2 up to match point, and Leaf has found Meteor. It's down to Izu. Eats some early damage, swings in, he's trying to isolate, but Baby Bay gets the better of him. And timeout be damned, G2. They get up to 14.
This is huge, huge on the outside of the site. The wins that G2 is getting individually, even though Leaf is having a bit of a rough map overall. You know, this explosion here for T1, very nice. They're able to clear what they need to. They get the trades they need to, but that win on the Munchkin, absolutely brutal. Then he doubles down and takes down Meteor. Double tap be damned. The individual skill has given G2 a phenomenal chance to send themselves to playoffs.
Again, that glass cannon on the attack for Baby Bay Buzz. Not going to be going for it. T1 need what has eluded them so very much, which is that defender's sided around win. Triple stack at B again, trying to counteract any pressure that might start coming their way through mid. I'll flash into a face, but G2 similarly playing this patiently.
And they were going for the same thing that G2 tried to do to them earlier, and G2 also wise to that game. Just being cautious, waiting for whatever proactive move that T1 tries to make. Meteor needs to go big, does get the vulnerable, but it forces Jog back. Hasn't really taken any damage. Baby Bay got scraped up.
Izu scaling, getting himself tucked into the corner. Meanwhile, Leaf caught by the drone. Doesn't give any info over to T1 though. Still have to be scratching their heads about what G2 is trying to do in this round. Spike about to join in. Still yet another Prowler. This could be Izu's undoing. There's the reveal. Holds his own for the first. Haunt thrown in from behind. He's looking for a second. The fadeaway shot on the Trent. Spike still on the floor, but Baby Bay able to win out that fight, and Meteor going to be taken down by Leaf. Pop flash out of the garage. Window Buzz once again puts the Spike on the floor. 20 seconds remaining. Valen to recollect it. Leaf to bodyguard from behind. The swing in though, and Buzz wins out the fight. Valen in a 1v3. As the push comes in, he gets tagged up, he gets taken down. We keep going.
Oh my goodness, it's Buzz the hero again here for T1. At midnight, he has come alive. And we are burning the midnight oil right now, and we may be going to split, we'll have to see, but it's crazy to me that both these teams get defender side wins. It's just great patience, great timing, but Izu able to hold the line at doors of Garage was masterful and massive.
Track them down. And obviously there is no more intervention here. There is no more help from the coaching staff. Everything has been burned. It is just down to the players. This Baby Bay again going to be spotted. Cam forward, spotting out that operator Leaf, lingering up, and Izu not registering that whatsoever. Gets his kill and gets away scot-free.
That means you're losing the double tap. They popped it expecting that they were going to be able to clear through there, and they just can't. So now you're going to lose some of that impact util. It's going to let you take those scrappy fights, but a quick rotate over, a quick spot, no damage done.
Valen should have been seeing plenty there.
Can't use that yet.
Tucks back, volley going to be lobbed forward. Chogamo from Garage finds two. Both duelists taken down. Now just Munchkin and Stacks. Try to see if they can clutch this out. A 2v4 from here.
One flash and a haunt. That's what you got to work with here.
Double shocks, but no real way to try to utilize those. They have to play forward. And Munchkin going on a peek, ends up getting his tag down all hell. Concussed in behind the box, repositions back over towards Long, and Stacks dead as he takes point. Leave. We'll find the final shot, and once again, G2 win out the round here from the defender's side. Once again, get themselves match point.
And this time it's Jogamo's turn to be the hero. He's the one who gets the two kills that completely nullify this hit from T1. Also losing Izu early there. I never looked that way, just never saw him out of the corner.
Oh my God, Jogamo.
Let's go. Good shot. Brilliant. But an angle unaccounted for, something that's been plaguing T1 at times in this series. Once again, puts them in a dire position.
And just how far can we go with this? At what point does something have to give? At what point can one of these teams get those back-to-back round wins?
Some of these players have been in some pretty grueling overtimes at global events before.
And grueling overtimes versus each other.
Uh-huh.
Blaze wall set up, Haunt over the top, looking for a spot, nothing gonna be seen, but this is a stacked site for T1. Jogamo curveball out, breaks the shield, and manages to break Meteor. Finds a headshot, gets himself a second, looks for a third, but Munchkin strikes him down. He needs so much more, but he cannot find it. This looks like it should be the moment for G2 to punch their ticket into the playoffs, and Baby Bay will get them there. 16-14. What a map and what perseverance from this America squad. They take down T1, their old demon, once again, and eliminate them from Masters Santiago.
Oh, G2. Righting some of the wrongs from last year here, taking an overtime, something they had trouble with against this same team at Masters Bangkok, and this has to feel so, so good. T1 gave you their best on Haven. They threw something that had worked so well for them in the past, and it looked like it was going to get them over the line, but no, G2 answered right back, stringing together an insane amount of rounds on that attacker's side. What a Haven.
I mean, just astounding in the end. For T1, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of nightmares from that map, from that breeze, haunting them throughout the evening as they get ready to go back home to South Korea. But for G2, they live to fight another day. They once again are through to the playoffs. They once again are going to be in contention to find their first ever trophy. It's going to be an uphill battle, but so is this Haven. They managed to persevere.
And now you've got both America's teams making it through here in a Masters that's taking place in the Americas region. Got to be excited. You're a fan. You've given yourselves a really, really nice chance. You're joining Furia and NRG there in the playoffs. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what the draw looks like.
Yeah, that is a good point. We'll have that one, but for now, let's go ahead and send it down to the stage. We're going to be hearing from G2 on their playoff qualification in the Verizon post-match interview.
Santiago, una vez más para G2. Y se van directamente a playoffs. They are in playoffs. Jogamo, how are you doing today? We know that VCT Americas was personally a bit rough at the start, but what made you give you that confidence you had today in the stage? You were playing incredible as the last game too.
Honestly, I'm gonna shout out my performance coach, Robert. He's been helping me out with a lot of the small stuff that I needed in my life, and because of that, I performed because of that. And that's it, simple as that. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. Y bueno, le estuve preguntando que qué le dio la confianza para poder subirse a ese stage y jugar así como lo hizo esta vez, como lo hizo en la partida anterior. Le da las gracias a su assistant performance coach porque lo ayudó muchísimo con todo esto, con problemas y todo lo que fue en términos de performance es gracias a Robert. So now, also for my second question, last year in Champs, you guys were in playoffs. Now it's a bit different. You have Baby Bay by your side, your dad running it down, Sneak duo. It's really, really crazy. What, apart from Baby Bay, what's different also this time going into playoffs?
I mean, when I see, honestly, it's just Baby Bay to me. He does a lot for me. I mean, he's my brother in my game. We do stuff together, and when he stands up and he's hype, it gets into me, and I become that dog again. So yeah,
That's definitely amazing. That's a great habit you have going on your team. Y bueno, le estuve preguntando que cuál es la diferencia también con los playoffs del año pasado que estuvieron en Champions, que aparte de Baby Bay, ¿qué puede ser también ese factor? Y dice que definitivamente Baby Bay, porque el ánimo, estar dentro de lo que es el stage, levantarse y celebrar, finalmente es lo que lo tira hacia arriba y a todo el equipo también. Now, also I want to know about Josh Artie's pauses. Talking about the first map. The second map, it's okay. You did that comeback. It was amazing. But what does he say? Because like you guys just go to that pause and come back really, really strong.
I mean, Josh is basically telling us why are we not playing our game and why are we not locking in. And when he yells at us, that means we have to do it. Simple as that. And because of that, that's all we need, bro. Honestly, Josh yelling at us is all we need.
Definitely. Y bueno, le estuve preguntando también en ese primer mapa específicamente. Siempre habían pausas por Josh, ya sea antes o después también. Pero, ¿qué les dice para que puedan volver y simplemente ganar esos rounds tan increíbles? Dice que realmente les comienza diciendo todo lo que necesitan para ganar, que es ese apoyo incondicional también constantemente dentro de la partida y es fundamental tenerlo ahí y simplemente es un apoyo genial. Now, I also want to know, you've been in Chile for probably 2 weeks. Have you learned any Spanish?
Me gusta completos. That's my favorite.
Did you try the completos? Did you actually like them?
I actually like it, yeah. I do like it.
Okay, perfect. Y bueno, ya saben, le encantan los completos, como a todos nosotros. Estuvo comiendo ahí también unos completos, así que increíble. Giacomo, thank you very much for this interview. You have any words for anyone this time?
Vamos, Chile, let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Giacomo. You're free to go. And now we have our playoffs draw show because we need to see what are going to be the next matches. Vamos a ver cuáles van a ser los siguientes matches para playoffs y estamos con los coaches, señoras y señores, de los equipos que ya están directamente en playoffs, recordando que es ese número 1 que estuvo pasando a la Masters. So we are here with the coaches from playoffs, and this time we're gonna have a really interesting format. Can you explain it to us, please, Nick?
Hey everybody, so we're going to be getting the draw show for the playoff bracket. It's just going to be a simple double elimination tournament. How the draw is going to work today is we're going to take the number 1 teams who are number 1 seed teams from each region who are joining the fray. They're going to be matched up against teams that have 2 wins in this Swiss bracket. How the draw will work is I will simply pick a ball. That coach will come up and choose their opponent. Then we'll place them on the board. We'll do in the following order. We'll have match 1 here, match 2 here, match 3 here, and match 4 here. As a reminder, regional matchups are permitted.
Thank you very much, Nick. Entonces, básicamente, los matches regionales están permitidos y esto va a hacer que cada coach va a seleccionar su equipo. Dentro de las bolitas que ven en la fuente van a estar los logos de los equipos. Cuando él saque la pelotita, el coach se va a tener que acercar aquí, agarrar el equipo al que se quiere enfrentar y así se van a determinar los matches. ¿Comenzamos? Okay, let's start. Go ahead, Nick, please. Let's see who's the first team that's gonna pick their opponent. Vamos a ver cuál va a ser el primer equipo que va a estar seleccionando a su oponente. Y tenemos, and we have Nongshem. So please, if you can come around here and select your opponent. He's thinking about it, lo está pensando o no mucho. And okay. Nongshem and HyperX matchup. Vamos a tener a Nongshem y a HyperX nuevamente el Pacífico enfrentándose. So, let's continue, please. Let's see who's the second coach that's gonna pick their opponent too. Oh, sorry. It's Channelmates. Okay. Quick correction. So, Nongshem picked Channelmates. We're not having a Pacific matchup. Efectivamente, estuvieron escogiendo a Gentlemates. So now, please, Nick, we can go ahead and grab that second coach that's gonna select their team. Vamos a ver cuál va a ser el segundo coach que va a estar seleccionando a su oponente. And we have All Gamers. So please, if you can come.
I will choose G2.
G2! G2, ¿les gusta este matchup? ¿Sí o no? No, no les gusta. They're not liking it, okay? Let's see what happens because we're gonna draw the next ball and we're gonna see either BBL or Furia. It's gonna pick their opponent. ¿Quién piensa que va a ser? Furia? I think it's gonna be Furia. It's Furia! Sean, please come here, pick your opponent.
If HyperX wants to play against us, let's go.
HyperX Furia va a estar siendo esa tercera partida. Now we have BBL that's gonna play against NRG. We know this. Vamos a tener a BBL que va a estar obviamente enfrentándose contra NRG. No tenemos matchups regionales. We don't have any regional matches.
Anyway, I was going to pick NRG.
Ooh, well, it came out really well apparently. So these are our matches for the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we have a side note, Nick, please.
Hey everybody, so as a reminder, these are not the final order of matches. Tune in to social media in about 10 minutes and we'll have the final schedule.
Recordando que esto no van a ser los horarios principales, oficiales de lo que van a ser estas partidas en 10 minutos. Van a estar en redes sociales posteando también a qué hora van a ser estas partidas para que todos puedan saber cuándo pueden venir. This is all we got for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, coaches. Thank you very much, Nick. But we're going to have one free day, but we're coming back for the playoffs of Masters Santiago.
Gracias, Valina. And wow. We're joined by our former colleague, now playoff qualification player, Baby Bay. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah.
What a game it was, man. First, I do want to talk about your opponents there. You were not there for the Bangkok grand final matchup. But you knew that these guys are going to be great. You know Munchkin.
I was there for that, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. You were there.
Wait, we all were.
No, we all were there. You were working. But, I mean, very different type of experience, obviously. But how did it feel to say, like, hey, man, I casted these guys, and now I eliminated them?
All I could think about was, like, when I was casting Buzz, and then, like, on the first map, when he was just destroying me, Josh told me, he was like, hey, listen, like, one of them's gonna get you, bro, because I'm super confident.
Yeah.
Maybe delusionally confident. But it was Buzz. He was messing me up bad, man. It was like 6-2 or something, but I needed my get back on an APAC team. You know, I let out my frustrations from that first match on T1.
Yeah. Dude, the comeback was absurd as well on Haven. I thought you were down and out. It's like, it's 10-2. It looked over.
What was that conversation? 10-2 going into the half.
I was telling, even when we were getting obliterated by T1, I was like, listen, guys, like, if they did it, we can do it. You know what I mean? Like, we really can do this stuff. And then when we won that pistol, the way that we, like, maneuvered around the map and just took max space, oh, it was just beautiful, bro. We were like, that's the way in.
Yeah.
That pistol round on attack was the way in for that comeback.
Yeah, it felt like once you started to see Trent stand up.
Oh, my God.
Get, like, really active, like, I could sense the confidence across everyone there.
Broke the kill record at Santiago at the moment.
Bro,
I mean, it was a long map, but still, he played amazing.
He dropped a nuke, man. That was that was an insane performance from him. I was just like, okay, I'll have my moment eventually, bro. It happened in the OT. Ran out, got a little no scope kill through the smoke. I was like, yes, did my job.
I want to ask you some questions about the bracket that we just saw, though, because we were live reacting to it, and you obviously have had more experience, kind of playing against these teams and seeing what's going on behind the scenes and stuff as well.
Here we are.
Dude, some of these picks were mad.
The Furia PRX one was, you said it, it was aura.
That is aura,
that
for
was
sure.
insane.
What on earth is he doing picking HyperX? That's madness.
Because I was like convinced that HyperX was going last. I think that's the safest possible prediction you can make in that situation.
100%.
But you know what? Actually, funny enough, I did ran into Shaw and like chatted with him for a little bit. And you know what? I mean, they're so confident. They feel so good.
Yeah.
And it clearly, like, this is what they want to do. He said, HyperX want to play us. We want to play HyperX.
If they pull it off.
Yeah.
If they pull it off. I mean, Furia are good at what they do.
Having played them and having played Furia,
I got to say right now, there's no team that plays like PRX, man.
Yeah.
These guys just make you look like noobs. Like, if you're not composed enough, like, and we're pretty composed.
Yeah.
It's just like a different pace, man. And even in the match, they weren't even like running us down. But it's just, you just feel threatened at every moment. It's nothing like it. I've never experienced anything.
What about your side of the bracket then? So AG is the team that ends up picking you, which I mean, what's your perspective on that?
We did scrim them on one of the maps, not going to say which one, and it was like we ended up being pretty good against them. Only one map though, so maybe that's why they're like, oh, like we kind of have a feel for how G2 play. But we're happy with this. Yeah. Also, I already said I wanted to play Nongshin, so if Nongshin beat Mates, we beat AG. That's one of my matchups
that you want. Why do you want to play Nongshin?
Dude, I gotta play a team that schmeegs, bro. They got Dombi, brother. Yeah. I gotta feel that, man. Like, dude. I experienced the HyperX. Now I gotta experience Dombi, and hopefully, hopefully I don't do another HyperX.
Hopefully, you know what I mean? A little bit better this time around. You know what though? Actually, looking at this and the journey that's ahead, right? It's a very different beast from the comparison to where you were Bangkok this time last year commentating. You know. It's an endurance.
I didn't make it, bro. But right, thank you.
No, well, just in general, but it's a marathon, right? As you know. And yeah, that's right.
I was watch partying at like 4 a.m. My sleep, dude, that event ruined my life, bro.
Yeah.
Well, for like a month.
Well, listen, now
just the sleep schedule.
Yeah. Now you're
I think the rest of the G2 team felt the same.
Now you're gonna have to go through the marathon here.
Yeah.
Up to this point, everyone obviously, but is the Schmeeg still got it?
I still got it, bro. I still got it. You saw me up there, bro. I'm not a bum. You know what I mean? At least we can say that, Who knows? Maybe I'll have a crazy map like I do back in NA. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Got more time now. So.
Hey, listen, man. It's safe to say, obviously, we're all just proud of you as colleagues. And,
Thank you.
And, of course, commiserations to T1, an incredible team. Really an incredible matchup across the board.
Yeah.
G2, T1, every single time. It's a fantastic, inter-regional rivalry.
It's a sick rivalry. And also, I mean, the G2 team has been now able twice in a row to be able to get that revenge. I'm sure they would have loved it to be at Bangkok, but second best thing is to be able to beat them every other time, 2-0. So it must feel good to be out there.
With a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
I made a comment earlier today, and we were making fun.
Did you know, though, that of the, I think it's the 5 oldest players at this event, maybe 6 oldest players, you're the only one without a trophy. So the others, but that's what I'm saying is, maybe this is your time.
Hey, I like that.
Look at that.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that. That's good. That was good.
Dude, always a pleasure.
Good.
You already know, and always a blast there. You saw the bracket there. Do want to let everyone know that we will be getting the schedule on social media, just like Nick said. So make sure you stay tuned for that. You can check VALORANT Esports NA, or VALORANT Esports in general, I think. NA, you hear me? I'm so used to America's. Go ahead, check all that stuff. But folks, I do got to also say, that's going to do it for me. Duty calls elsewhere. This was a dream come true. In my 15-plus years of working in esports, I never thought I would ever get to work in South America, and this was something special. So, in any case, I don't want to get too sappy, but I do want to say that this guy, Mimi, Uber, they're coming in the captain's chair. It's going to be awesome. They're going to be taking over the fort, and the rest of the crew is going to be holding it down. We thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for letting me entertain you for a little while. Congratulations, Dre. Love you, buddy.
Thank you, bro.
All the love. I'm going to be cheering you on from home. Now I don't have to worry about bias anymore. I can just cheer you on.
Fire.
But that's going to do it for us, folks. Thank you so much, and we will see you Friday for the playoffs. Only 2 playoff spots are still up for grabs. If you win today, you're in. It's do or die. Playoffs is on the line. Day 5 of Masters Santiago starts right now.
Wayne, this would be magic for you. The timing, the smoke goes out, but he's back. He's got down one. Yes! For Wayne! Gorgeous work in the clutch. Finding both players, starting this round and ending it. NRG are in. This time, Purple's dropped a body. Brock's gone down, but unaware, and now unalive. Keiko with 2 big kills. 40 HP, he's being hunted down. Keiko burying Liquid. Map 1 on the line. First dropped Keiko. It is poetic. 4 kills. Map 1 is NRG's. I'm just so scared that Brock's been able to break the line so easily. They've slipped through a player here. Nat's none the wiser, and patience being Brock's virtue. He will wait before he strikes.
Oh my god.
And there's more
coming.
Rotation. There's more coming! And Brock breaking them into pieces!
Oh my
God, you can't get away from it! NRG, a cut above the rest. 13-4. This team is the real damn deal.
Let's go. Let's go. Keep pumping. You can do this. You can do this, GB.
It's the last match of the Swiss stage, and you couldn't have asked for a better way to close this out. G2, T1, let's bring out your 2 squads.
scale their way up through the hall, and Buzz just gives the shot to Leaf. Continues to be good for those as they overall Munchkin as well. Leaf hearing the footsteps, Meteor dropped, Leaf. A 3K4. One away from having that running back available, and Baby Bay finds the first shot. Leaf here in window and mid. Guns down 2. Is they looking to turn the tides? And Valen bests Meteor. Goes jumping forward, plants his feet. It's a Mastercard thrifty. Jogamo curveball out, breaks the shield, and manages to break Meteor. Finds a headshot, gets himself a second, looks for a third, but Munchkin strikes him down for G2 to punch their ticket into the playoffs, and Baby Bay will get them there. 16-14. They take down T1. Their old demon once again, and eliminate them from Masters Santiago.